Hello.
You know, the reason is because I had my mic muted. Hello. You guys hear me now?
There you go. I hear you on the stream now.
Nice.
All right, now redo your intro.
That was the warm-up. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Dragon Warrior 4. So, we've got a nice, comfy speedrun for you tonight. This is about a 7-hour estimate. So it's just kind of like really, really fun speedrun, great game. We're going to talk about all the details as we go along here. Feel free to ask questions. Me and Era both know a lot about the game. We'll generally have plenty of time to talk about things. And yeah, why don't we get started? So let's see here. This is Retrothon. We can name the hero Retro. That seems pretty fitting. Alright, I always do female hero. First of all, it's the true hero. It's the correct one. And second, there is some female-only equipment that I like to use in the speedrun. So we do get one extra text box, that's the downside. But we do get some nice equipment. Alright, let's get going. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, really, that one extra text box is the difference between a good run and a world record.
Yeah, absolutely. It can absolutely take you down. So yeah, while I think about playing the game here, do you want to introduce us to Chapter 1, Eric?
Yeah, so here in Chapter 1, we are introduced to the character of Ragnar. He is a warrior, and he is being sent by the king on a quest to figure out why a bunch of children have gone missing in the area. And here we are going to do some initial shopping here. First thing that we do is actually just get rid of the copper sword to pick up a wooden hat, because we're not going to fight anything for a little bit. We are primarily interested in surviving right now, and later on we're going to pick up a really powerful weapon for this early in the game, and at that point we're going to start grinding our experience.
Yep, so we always start full defense, no offense. Gonna walk on the castle for a little while here. Don't mind me.
That is correct, Sandrina. Fendrag.
That's right. It's a speed run, so we gotta go fast, which means not leaving the home castle for a while. So we do that to advance the day-night cycle. And as you can see, we weren't getting encounters when we walked on top of the castle like that. So specifically, to hit the next story trigger, I need it to be nighttime in this next town. So I take a certain number of steps on the castle there. It's like 70-ish steps. I don't count steps, I just listen to the music. And it should get us to the next town right about the time it's turning darkness.
And if you're curious what the story behind Fendrag is, then stay tuned. We'll discuss it in about 7 hours.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Fendrag is a meme, mostly between Error and myself, and a few other very lucky people.
It was a true Christmas miracle.
Who happened to see, yes, a Christmas miracle, that's right. Alright. So I'm hoping it turns to darkness right about the time I step into the town here. Right now, as you can see, we are running from everything. Nice timing there. And I need to catch this kid, because he's going to tell me all about Alex. So I caught the kid there, and he said, "Oh, there's this guy named Alex who's stuck in jail," and that's actually what I needed to learn. So now we need to get back to the castle as quickly as possible, and like so often in Dragon Quest games, the fastest way to get somewhere is to death warp. So first of many death warps in the game right here.
Many. Some intentional.
Yes. And almost certainly some non-intentional.
Oh, lighthouse.
Yes, exactly. So we learned about Alex. This is Flora, Alex's husband. She says, "Oh, Alex is in prison. You gotta take me there." So now we get to walk again. This time we don't need it to be nighttime when you get to town though, so we can just head straight over.
I feel like Flora is terrifying to monsters because I almost never get encounters during this walk. It's like as soon as she's in your party, they just stay away from you.
She's intimidating by how angry she is at Alex for getting thrown into prison.
Hell hath no fury.
That's right. So yeah, like Era mentioned at the very beginning of the run here, we are running from everything, and the whole idea is we want to get to the best weapon in Chapter 1, which is the Sword of Malice, as quickly as possible. And then once we have that weapon, we will get some levels and actually start taking some fights.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting inclusion in Chapter 1 because in a lot of Dragon Quest games, it's kind of a mid-game weapon, not really something you would expect to see in the first 20 minutes.
Yep, I skipped that gold chest the first time, but I grabbed it this time. I didn't want to lose that money because you lose half your gold when you die. And I couldn't have bought herbs when I got to town because it was nighttime, but now I can buy some medical herbs. So here we go.
Well, Big Bang Blitz, you are in good company now because a lot of people here definitely agree with that view. And by a lot, I mean at least 4.
Yeah, 4 is great. It's one of my top 3, I'm sure, and has always been one of my favorites. It's my favorite for speedrunning, for sure.
Yeah, 4 and 5 are my favorites. It's hard to really pick which one is better than the other. They both do different things really well.
Yep. I love medical herbs when I get to use them, and I don't love them when Samson uses them in the tournament in Chapter 2. So we'll see in about an hour and a half if that's happening.
Or how many times it happens.
That's right. Alright, so that's the first of a few safety saves we'll be taking here. Right now, we're pretty fragile, and the main thing I don't want is to get poisoned. So, fortunately I didn't on that short walk over to the playground. Before we go down to get our companion for Chapter 1, I'm going to grab the agility seed here. So, stat seeds like this give us a random stat gain of 1, 2, or 3 points. We got the maximum 3 there. Very nice. Gonna have a nice run today. Speedy Ragnar. So the next thing we have here is we're gonna go down and grab Healy the Heel Slime, who's Ragnar's companion for getting through Chapter 1 here. And what's nice about going down here is on the path that takes us to the Flying Shoes, there are no monsters whatsoever. So you can see we're just kind of waltzing through here. Come this way, says the ominous voice. And to go back to the story for a minute, you know, the children who were disappearing were being lured down here in this hidden playground by this voice to get the Flying Shoes, and then they would be flying off into the sky. So Ragnar is just kind of retracing their steps, and obviously the monsters are just kind of staying out of the way for that.
You could have just pretended there were encounters here and just been like, oh my gosh, this pace is amazing.
Incredible. What an incredible pace. No, because then people will think we'll come in underestimate, which is not going to happen.
17 seconds, it's fine.
It's fine. So now we're off that main path, so we can get in encounters as we walk over this direction. Would be nice if we didn't, but we've got 5 medical herbs, and we'll try to play it safe as much as possible.
And this segment of the walk is actually kind of interesting, because after we get Healy, we're going to be death warping again. And so, like, on the one hand, you want to start getting close to having Ragnar die, but not so close that you die before reaching Healy. That's right. Kind of an interesting balance.
Yep, so I don't mind taking a little bit of damage like that. That was pretty good. but don't want to take too much more. We still got a few steps to go. And in Dragon Warrior 4, you can get in a fight 2 steps in a row, so I think we're pretty close, though. I'm not too worried.
And every time you heal to be safe, you stop getting encounters for the rest of the walk without fail.
That's right, yes. That's how it works. If you heal, you won't get any encounters. And if you don't heal, then encounter every 2 steps. That's the law. Alright, so here's Death Warp number 2. This one's a little bit trickier because Healy's going to try to keep us alive. So for this one, we are relying a little bit on failing to run. If I get a fight that looks like we could get quite a bit of damage from it. Ooh, nice. That got us down to 4. Okay, we're almost gone. I was going to say I might stick around in one of those fights, but at this point I'll just wait till we fail to run again. One more hit should take Ragnar out.
About 90% of the first attempt runs in this speed run occur right here when you really don't want to escape.
That's right. Okay, hit Healy. No, thank you. Try again. Nope. Healy again. This is a good time to talk about the run rate. So in this game, you have a progressive run chance. So the first couple times you try to run, it's a 50% chance. The third time you try to run, it's a 75% chance. And then the fourth time is going to be guaranteed. All right. So nice Death Warp. Made it back home. We've got Healy in the party. Still have all the medical herbs, which is nice. And what we're going to do now is use those shoes and see where they take us.
Oh, hey, it's Howard.
Yep. Come this way, you brat. So that's the voice that was calling to the children. So he takes that kid into the basement of this tower. So pretty interestingly, for this dungeon and, you know, being an NES game, we are going to start at the top and work our way down here. You'll see me parrying quite a bit, and that's just to try to give Healy opportunities to keep us alive as we go down.
Yeah, always trust Healy. Never makes mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. This is scary. Okay, I'm just gonna try to run.
This is quite the encounter.
Yeah, got sapped.
Yeah, so since Healy's a temporary party member, you don't have control over his magic outside of combat, so you can't heal in between fights. That's why he has to do the parry turns here.
Yep. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll have quite a few guest characters throughout the run, and guest characters you can't tell what to do at all. In Chapter 5, we'll be able to give some general tactics, like offensive or don't use MP, things like that. But here in Chapter 1, when we just have a guest character, we have no control over Healy whatsoever. So we just kind of have to understand, based off of his AI, that he'll generally heal Ragnar if Ragnar has less than half HP. Or he'll heal himself, kind of like secondarily after Ragnar, but not always. Sometimes Healy just does what Healy does, too.
Sometimes you're both at 1 HP and he decides to attack.
Yes.
Always trust his master plan. He just knows that at that point it's a lost cause and it's better off to go back to town and start over again.
That's right, Healy knows what he's doing. Okay, trying to get healed here. The pixie is focused on Healy. So some monsters will focus on a target, and pixies are one of those monsters, so based off who the pixie attacks on round 1, I know who it's going to attack the whole time. I already used one, that's right. So I got the scale shield. We get a few more defense points from this, which is nice. We are almost to the Sword of Malice. Almost done running from everything.
The most important chest of the chapter.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so notice we haven't fought a single encounter yet. Everything has been running away. But now that changes.
Yep, made it to the sword, so I'm going to make room in my inventory. Inventory management is a whole thing in this game. We'll talk about it. But, yeah, got the Sword of Malice, so all of a sudden Ragnar is very strong. And we'll be taking some fights as we finish doing what we need to do for the beginning of the game here.
Yeah, if you're more familiar with the later versions of games, like the DS versions and such, this would be the Cautery sword. So that gives you any indication of just how far up the weapon chain this is compared to the starting Copper Sword.
Yeah, that's right. When I use it in battle, it casts the Inferno spell like that too, which is nice for taking out groups. We need to hit the Bantam. Bantams are a little bit scary because they have a sleep hit, so they can put me to sleep. And as we will see throughout the speedrun today, sleep is an overpowered status effect, both when monsters use it and also when we use it.
And we will abuse it.
We will use it quite a bit. Alright, we're going to keep a close eye on Ragnar's HP here for Chapter 1.
Ouch.
We really are looking to get him up to 50 health before we fight the final boss.
Alright, well, 1 HP and 4 HP were not ideal starts here.
Yeah, the 4 is not too bad, but the 1 is not great.
Yeah, ideally, we're looking for Ragnar's HP to get up to about 45.
Yeah, 45, or I'm a little bit more comfortable with 50, especially for a marathon run. But yeah, Shadow Killer's right. We're just saving all the good stat gains for Chapter 2, which is fine. They're more important there than they are here.
Oh yes, especially the strength.
So I'll take that.
And it's actually kind of interesting when grinding for the upcoming boss fight here. You can actually overlevel a little bit. Like if your strength grows so high that you are causing the eyeball to shift into its enraged form early, it can actually end up killing you faster.
Yeah, that can happen. I think that generally you're better to be stronger, but every once in a while you can have things line up in a bad way like that.
Yeah, like low HP growth and high strength growth is not something you want to see.
Yep. So far,
too.
Yeah, so far strength is okay. I'll actually take the fight since it's an ambush and Ragnar's got good strength here. Yeah. So I think that generally we're probably going to take Ragnar up to level 7 here before we fight the final boss. So with all of that, we'll probably be totally fine.
Yeah, it feels like the game does tend to correct a little bit. Like, if you have some bad HP growth, usually like level 7 tends to be like closer to like 10 in my experience.
Yeah, 6 and 7 have a higher potential for more HP gain. So those are where you're really looking for the big numbers. And you'll see that kind of curve on all the characters as they get their levels. That their lower ones, they get lower HP or lower stat gains. And then at higher levels, they get more gains. So while we are taking fights and getting Ragnar up a little bit stronger, I'm going to grab a couple things out of the tower here. So I'm going to go grab a strength seed to supplement Ragnar's strength a little bit. And I'm also going to grab a chest that has some gold in it. And before we go fight the boss, we're going to head back to town and upgrade Ragnar's armor, just to try to make it a little more likely that we'll survive the boss fight at the end of this chapter.
If only we could increase Healy's chances of survival.
Yes.
Like, the biggest problem with the boss fight in this chapter is that you don't get to improve Healy whatsoever. So if things line up and he kills Healy, then, well, you better hope he did enough damage first.
That's right. Yeah, we'll see. But there are a few kind of major RNG obstacles in this speedrun, and one of the biggest ones is right here at the beginning of the game, at the end of chapter 1. Because Healy has 35 max HP and low defense, and that's how Healy always is. And there's nothing we can do about it. And unfortunately, he's got all the healing. Ragnar has a sword.
Yeah, I got some herbs.
We got a few medical herbs. But as we mentioned, I mentioned inventory management being kind of a thing here. And we can only hold 8 inventory items per character, and guests can't hold anything whatsoever. So Ragnar's got 8 spots, and you can see I've been using a medical herb before I pick up an item. And that's just because I need to make room for whatever I'm going to get.
And the bag is not introduced until 6.
Yeah, later Dragon Quest games have a bag, so you can hold pretty much all the stuff you could ever want. Nice, good HP gain there with 8. That's what we like to see at level 6. But here, yep, we've got to really kind of make it work. Especially in these early chapters where we don't actually have very many characters to kind of spread items out among.
Yeah, once you've got the full party, then you've got so much inventory space that it no longer matters. But in situations like this, where you have one character worth of inventory, it's really tight to control your inventory.
Yep. You can see Ragnar fell asleep, woke up, fell asleep, woke up. Didn't fall asleep again. That's good. It was actually pretty lucky how good of a job Ragnar was doing at waking up there. Ooh, back to sleep. So every time these Bantams attack, it's about a 1 in 6 chance that they'll put somebody to sleep. And then the way that sleep works in this game is you kind of like with running, you progressively have a higher chance to wake up. So the first time the character tries, they have a 25% chance to wake up, and then it goes 50, 75, and then finally guaranteed to wake up. Ooh, these roosters are very, very good at putting us to sleep here. The plus side to being asleep, though, is you take half damage as if you were guarding. So even a fight like that one, where we kind of got put to sleep a little bit, wasn't quite as dangerous as it looked, just because they weren't able to do as much damage to us while we were sleeping.
Yeah, the big issue is if you just keep sleeping to the point that you never get a chance to heal and catch up there.
That's right. Yeah, then they can get you.
Yeah, there are actually some situations later in the run where we're totally happy seeing the person in the front get put to sleep, because then they're soaking hits and not taking much damage.
That's right. And then that same thing also happens when characters get paralyzed. So we won't see paralysis until much later, but it's pretty similar. If you have a paralyzed character, they're just going to take damage as if they were parrying.
Paralyzed.
The downside with paralysis is that if everyone in your party is paralyzed, they never recover, and then it'll be a game over. So it's quite a bit more dangerous. Fortunately, there aren't very many monsters that paralyze, and only a couple that do it to a group. Alright, Healy is about to use his last heal spell here. If Healy dies at this point, it's fine, we're about to head back to town. Nice critical hit from Ragnar there.
On an enemy that he would have one-shotted anyway.
Oh sure, but you know, he's really just kind of getting into the groove of things here. Ooh, 2 critical hits. Very nice.
Yeah,
Alright.
it treats it just like as if your whole party had died, with the exception being you don't have to revive them after the fight.
Alright, we have 51 max HP at level 7, so that's just right. I'm glad these guys are bewildered, because I don't want to fight them. I'm actually going to heal up to full with this last herb. And let's get out of here. Let's go back to town.
Imagine if there was a tower with an inn inside it.
There is one of those later, but I haven't used that inn in many years. Let me start by replacing my medical herbs here.
Yeah, DQ3 has one. There's also Birdsong Tower has one. It's used if you do the Grizzly Saber routing.
Bad business decision, maybe. It's either brilliant or it's not, depending on who's coming into that tower. Because the people who come in and use it tend to use it like 20 times in a row. Alright, so we're upgrading Ragnar's armor here, like I said, so we're going to sell his leather armor and upgrade to some bronze armor. That doesn't, like, guarantee that we'll make it through the boss fight, but it does help a little bit. It increases our chance from, like, let's say 40% to 50%, along with being level 7, to actually win this boss fight. Alright, so we saved there with having a inventory full of herbs, upgraded equipment, and full health. So at this point, we don't need to take any more fights. I'm not going to try to get more experience. we are just going to run from stuff and try to get to the boss fight at the bottom of the tower as quickly as possible. And at this point, the fastest way to get through this and into Chapter 2 is to try to get to the boss fight and through it as many times as possible. And there's a kind of an understanding that because of how this boss fight works, it's pretty statistically likely that it's going to take a few attempts to get through it.
Oh, yes.
Especially in a marathon, because marathons are cursed. So, even more.
Yeah, on a really good night, you'll get through it on the first try, but more often than not, it's going to be like 3 to 5 attempts, depending on what stats you got along the way.
That's right. So I'll be happy if we're out of here under 40 minutes, let's say. And any earlier is going to be really good.
Oh, we're going to get it on the first try, no problem.
Maybe. We've got a pretty strong Ragnar here. 51 health. He's got great strength. It's
He's
like
going to crit the eyeball on turn 1. I'm calling it now.
Yeah, he's done 2 critical hits already, so maybe. So, we haven't talked about critical hit rate, but for every character who's not Princess Alina from Chapter 2, their critical hit rate is just a flat 1 in 64. So, Ragnar already doing 2 of those is pretty good. Alright, we will take a turn to attack here. Let Healy heal himself. Nice. Pixies have a pretty high dodge rate, so that wasn't that weird, but it's fine.
That is true, EMP.
Oh yeah. Yep, I've seen the best and the worst, honestly, even myself running this game in marathons, so we'll see what we get tonight. It's always an adventure. And at this point, we have so much hope and optimism, so who knows?
I vaguely recall having a 30-minute PR grind in Dragon Quest V during a marathon.
Yeah, I think that was the same night that I was still trying to get past this boss battle around 50 minutes in.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Yep, we'll see what we get. This is just part of running Dragon Quest games. Like, part of what you kind of have to love about them is there's just a lot of RNG, and you kind of have to roll with the punches. You control what you can, and then you just need to have really good backup execution for the things that go wrong, so you can recover. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, Hactical. Alright, time for Ragnar to take his nap. Okay, I'm actually going to take a turn here so Healy will heal himself. And we can probably take that guy out. Nice.
That's the Dream SK.
3 giant bantams.
Wow, you don't see that one very often.
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
I'm pretty sure I never have. I was trying to sound like I'd seen it before.
Huh. Well, at least we ran. So anyway, here is the boss fight. I'm going to focus on the boss fight, but you can talk about it if you'd like, Eric.
Yeah, so this boss fight is 2 enemies. First, you've got the Sorrow's Shadow enemy on the left here. And he's got a physical attack, a blaze spell, which is a single target, pretty low damage, or you can cast Fireball, which is going to hit both party members for some pretty moderate damage. But more importantly, really, is the eyeball on the right. Now, once he goes under 50% HP, his eyeball's going to turn red like that, and now he's going to either do 1 damage or land a critical hit. And obviously, you don't want to take crits. So, fortunately there, the eyeball died before doing too much damage. So now we're just at the point where we're hoping that Healy is going to behave himself and heal when it matters. Yeah, and as Drina mentioned there, eyeball cheating is actually a thing. The eyeball can defend and attack on the same turn, which means they'll still take half damage while pummeling, which is kind of rude.
Yep, the nice thing is Healy can also do the same thing, so at least it goes both ways a little bit.
Yeah, and even rare, the eyeball can actually uncheat. I've had a time where it said it was defending, and then I hit it for full damage, which blew my mind.
Yeah, it's because of the way that the eyeball's kind of checks works. It's checking to see if it's in that range where it should enrage, and so sometimes strange things happen there. And sometimes it's in that range where it should enrage, and it decides not to as well. But this is a really nice fight. Looks like we're probably going to get through this as long as I don't do anything silly from here.
And a lot of damage from Ragnar.
Yeah, Ragnar's really strong, so it's not taking too many hits to take him out here. And Healy's just hanging on. Nice. Easy.
First try.
Beautiful. We are not stuck in Chapter 1 tonight, which means we have more time to be stuck in Chapter 2.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, getting through this fight on the first try is one of the biggest reliefs in the entire run.
Absolutely. Yeah, it really is. We got pretty lucky that the eyeball did enrage, but two good things happened after it did. One was that it only did one critical hit instead of two, so that's good. And then the other one was when Ragnar hit it, he did take off over 30 damage. And so we were able to destroy the eyeball in one turn before it was able to get another action off there. So we're going to waste these medical herbs. We do not want to take these into Chapter 5, which is where we'll see Ragnar again as the whole party comes together. Because by the time that we're there, Ragnar is going to have better things to do than use medical herbs. Mostly, we want him to use his sword and attack. So yeah, always nice to get through that. Like I mentioned, one of the big RNG walls of running Dragon Warrior 4, so anytime we can get through it on the first try and be coming out of Chapter 1 right around the 35 minute mark is a relief.
Yeah, one of the fun things about those herbs that he was mentioning is when we do the big community races that has people from around the world going, we've got 10 to 20 people running at a time. Statistically, somebody's going to forget to get rid of those herbs. So it's always fun to see that happen in Chapter 5.
Yeah, it always is. So we rescued the children. They're being kept at the bottom of the tower. It turns out they were being kept there because there's a prophecy that the hero who will destroy the Lord of Evil is a kid right now. It wasn't any of those kids, it turns out. But Ragnar's gonna come report back to the king here, and he's gonna say, hey, I want to look for this kid. And the king says, I wish you well. Here is 3,000 experience points.
Which would have been nice to have before going after Sarah's shadow.
It would have. Here's a farewell gift. And the whole point of this is that by the time Ragnar joins the party in Chapter 5, he's going to need all this experience to be around the same level as everyone else.
Well, that was a tiny level.
Yeah, not great. We want to see Ragnar get health gains closer to 10 HP. These ones are not so great so far, but Ragnar will probably be fine.
It's turning into a Ragnope.
Yeah, not great, but it'll be okay.
Yeah,
he's got he's got really good strength and pretty low HP, but usually Ragnar comes out just fine. So yeah, nice Chapter 1 there. 31 minutes is really on the lower end of what I was expecting here. You almost always expect to fight that boss fight at least twice.
Yeah,
So-
even without marathon safeties, that's not a bad time to get out of Chapter 1.
Yeah, it's really not. It's good. We definitely take a few extra minutes because of going to level 7 and getting the bronze armor. But, yeah, not too bad. And a couple extra safety saves, too. So, yeah, we leave Ragnar. Several years are going to pass in game time from Chapter 1 until the end, but we come here into Chapter 2 with Princess Alina's adventure. So I'm just hitting some story triggers. By talking to a few people here. I'm going to grab this fairy water in the back, which I may or may not use. If I don't use it here, I'll just take it into Chapter 5 with me.
Just play the Famicom version and use that on a metal slime.
Yeah, in the Famicom version of this game, you can use fairy waters, or holy water, as they're called in that one, to damage a metal slime enemy, guaranteed every single time. And we don't have that kind of luxury here today in the English version.
We rely solely on RNG.
Yes, we will. Alright, so Lena wants to go out and fight some monsters because she's tough and she does pull-ups inside of her bedroom all day, every day. And so she breaks through the wall. and gets out of here. Christo and Bray are gonna join her, say like, well, if you're gonna leave, we'll come with you. And unlike Chapter 1, we now have a balanced party for Chapter 2.
I remember one time I went to go pet that cat and it walked away from me, and I was like, you know what? I tried.
Oh, you always gotta pet the cat. I do it automatically now. I don't even think about it. It's just like all of the story triggers to me at this point. Okay, so here I am gonna sell this feather hat, which I picked up out of Lena's bedroom. 210 gold for that, and I'm going to, instead of focusing on defense, we're gonna focus on offense here for the beginning of the chapter. So I'm gonna get a thorn whip for Lena, and a copper sword for Christo. And we're gonna use this to grind up a little bit faster. And that's important today because we mentioned a little bit that Alina's stats matter a lot in Chapter 2. They matter so much that I'm actually going to do a little bit of save scumming to make sure we can get through the end of the chapter. So we're going to save before a couple levels.
And this chapter is significantly longer than the first chapter. So the first one, you just have like a single objective. This chapter is almost like a mini Dragon Quest game by itself, where you've got multiple story points, multiple locations that you're going to be going through for key items. And a final boss that is a little on the brutal side.
Yes, absolutely, including a boss rush. That's brutal. So yeah, it is kind of an encapsulation of a whole little Dragon Quest game. So at the party here, we've got Alina, who's like the fighter, Christo, who's kind of like a cleric class, and then Bray, who's a wizard. So balanced with some good physical strength, some healing and support spells, and then some offensive spells.
And as Anatoleu mentioned previously, Alina's crit chance is a little bit different from everybody else's. Instead of a flat crit chance, her chance to crit actually goes up as she levels up throughout the game.
That's right. So her crit chance is specifically her level divided by 256. So right now she's really unlikely to crit. But after a few levels, she'll be more likely than anybody else. So what I'm looking for on these levels is for Alina to get 2 strength and not 1 strength. So I'm not asking for much, but if she doesn't get 2, then we're gonna reset and do the level over again. It's only 16 experience we're looking for here, so it's not like, it's not too bad. I walked up here to a different encounter zone where the fights are a little bit better experience. And yeah, we'll see level 2 here. Let's see if we're resetting or not. Yes, we are.
Oh boy.
So yeah, we're gonna lose a minute or 2 here doing some of this. Actually, we may lose several minutes in the first few levels doing this, but it will save us time later in the chapter because, as I mentioned, this chapter ends with that boss rush, which is it's specifically a tournament that Alina enters, and her strength value matters a lot. And I'd like to only take her to level 11 because it takes a long time to get from level 11 to level 12. But in order to actually make that viable, I need her to get good strength, especially kind of on the levels where I can control things. I can't save scum every single level. It's just not really practical, but I can take a few of them like this. All right, here we're actually pretty close, so I'll just hang out down by the town. We only need 6 more XP.
And the beginning of chapter 2 is a little bit interesting because it actually immediately starts with the grind here. Because as soon as we come out here, we want to grind until we get Christo to level 4 so that he learns the upper spell. And we're going to need that to get past the boss fight that we're forced to take before we can progress.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, you kind of go straight into fighting a boss fight here in chapter 2. So we need to make sure we're a little bit stronger before we can handle it. All right, so here's try number 2. 2 strength this time, good. It'd be nice to see agility and vitality gains, but I'm not looking too hard for those at the beginning here. So that's the first level down. So I'm gonna control a few levels like that, like I mentioned. I'm gonna control these first few. So Alina needs 46 experience to get her next level. So I'm gonna take a few more fights, and then we're gonna save again as we get a little bit closer to that level. Bray has no MP? We should go use the inn. It's fine, he doesn't need magic.
He's got that big stick.
He's got a big stick.
Yeah, this part of the run is pretty significantly different between a marathon safe strats or PB attempts. Because if you're just going for, you know, a PB attempt, really good fast time, like you're going all the way north to the next town and running around in the mountains for maximum encounter rate and just hoping for the best. But we can do a little bit more than hope for the best in this situation.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, you see a little bit more typically is people willing to go to level 12 if they have to, but I found that to be a little bit slower than just controlling some of the levels like this. So this is my preferred method. Just take some extra saves and control a few strength gains, and they don't need to be perfect the whole way. I can actually accept a couple low rolls along the way for the ones I can't control, so I'm okay with this.
Yeah, you could just get that +7 strength at level 9 later, no problem.
Yep, could always let that happen. It's a, I don't know, like a 5 in 10,000 chance or something to get a roll that good, but it happened once. We saw it.
I believe that was the inaugural level 9 tournament.
Yep, first time I did the level 9 tournament, that was a fun run, but I doubt we'll see anything quite like that today. I'm just happy to get through at level 11 today. Alright, so we're gonna go again up to this better encounter zone.
Now, the Cascos Hoppers here are interesting enemies. They're worth basically nothing to kill them, so it's a waste of time to fight them when they're on their own. But more importantly, when there's a group of them, they will all attack the same party member. So it's really bad if they all focus fire on Bray and then you fail to run. But it's also not worth fighting the encounter, so it's kind of an interesting pickle situation.
Yep, we'll probably see a group of them show up sometime during the grind here. You almost always do, and for me personally, I just usually try to get away. Alright, here's Alina level 3, but only 1 strength. So we're gonna reset that one and do it again. So the most common strength gain for Lena at these low levels actually is 2. So we are more likely to see that than a 1, but only slightly more likely. So we're getting a little bit unlucky here, but not crazy unlucky. Fortunately, at these low levels, it really is not taking very much experience to get a level again, so as you can see, it's only like 2 minutes. And 2 minutes in a 7-hour speedrun is not too big a deal. Especially when we know we're making up for time we would probably lose later anyway.
Yeah, when you compare it to like 8 minutes of grinding to get from 11 to 12.
Yeah, a nice level 2 crit from Alina there. That's a 1 in 128 chance.
That bodes well.
Love to
There's
see
no
it.
such thing as independent events. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, what we have today is an Alina who is very good at doing critical hits now. It's proven. She's good now and she'll be good the whole time. Alright, here's the group. No thanks.
Yeah, fortunately, after a couple of levels, the Cascos Hoppers aren't as dangerous, because you do get some base defense increase as well as you level up.
Whoa! She did it again!
I told you.
There's no stopping her.
Fully dependent events.
Alright, there's our 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 vitality, 4 HP. That's a great level.
It's a really good level.
Alright. Good. Coming along. Alright. Next level happens. We need about twice as much experience to get the next one, so I'm actually going to start walking back toward town here, but it's a little ways off from the first 2. These rabbit hounds are great for experience and gold. They also have a chance to drop a Wing of Wyvern, which is a nice drop to get, because I'm going to have to buy 5 of those later in the chapter anyway, and they cost 25 gold each, which is not cheap. Alright, head back down. So far the grind is actually going pretty alright. Having to reset once for each level, no big deal. Happy to do it. I can get like good strength rolls, then no big deal.
And we're also getting pretty close to wrapping up the grind too, because we just need Alina and Christo up to 4. They will go in that order every time, assuming nobody dies.
That's right. Got a medical herb drop from that gopher, which is helpful. I'm gonna buy some medical herbs later as well, so that just saves me a little bit of time in the shop. Alright, head back down. The fact that it's darkness down here is just not a big deal at all. If it's darkness and we're a little bit closer to the other town up in the north, it can get a little scary because we can run into groups of those rabbit hound enemies. And that can be a little overwhelming because one thing we don't have at all right now is ability to deal with groups of monsters.
If you're at the point where everybody's at level 3 and you've just rested, then the rabbit hounds aren't so bad. It's actually kind of nice to see, but we had no MP on Bray. Everybody was already kind of worn down from the previous segment of the grind, so you really don't want to see it in that situation.
That's right. Here, what does that say? Yeah, 77 experience. So the next level's at 102, so it's like not too far off, but it is a little bit off. So I'll take a few more fights here. And then we'll save again when we're a little bit closer to level.
Those gophers are adorable. They'd make a great mascot for somebody's stream.
Yeah, I love the gophers. Back in the day when Twitch didn't give everybody 1,000 free emotes, and we had one emote, and you better like it. The one emote that I had was the gopher.
Grab your shovels.
Yep, go grab your shovel. Gopher is a classic Dragon Quest monster as well, just kind of introduced here, but then stays through the series for a long time. Okay, this is a lot of experience, so I kind of need to head back to town and take a save after this one.
Kind of makes you wish that you could actually get their shovel as a weapon. That'd be an interesting challenge run. Shovels only.
Shovels only, yeah. Alright, let's see where we're at here. Don't want to go too high. Ooh. Okay, we're 1 experience away, so cut it a little close there, but actually perfect. That's right, so no thanks, guys.
Calculated.
Totally calculated, that's right. Not reckless, just calculated. Now we need to get away from the gophers. It's a little bit awkward having to walk up here for the good fights and then walk down to town for this inn and the save, but it's not like a long walk, so
That's totally worth it. If you've seen the entirety of Chapter 2 in a speedrun, you would know it's definitely worth it to make sure you get those good strength rolls early on.
Yeah, that's right. And I will say, what I'm doing here today with save scumming all these levels, I don't think I've seen anyone else do in a marathon, so it's a little bit novel, but I've been practicing it for a few weeks, and it's been working out pretty well for me. Been getting some pretty consistent Chapter 2s. Hopefully today keeps that trend going.
Yeah, I actually really like this concept better than the possibility of going to level 12, because that level 12 grind never ever feels good unless you luck into a metal slime.
Yeah, it generally does feel pretty bad. It's not too bad because you take a few fights and then Bray learns the Snowstorm spell, which is a great AoE spell, but that's about... You have to grind about halfway to level 12 before he learns that one.
Yeah, I remember there was one time that I hit level 11 on Alina like 2 minutes ahead of the world record at the time, and still got out of Chapter 2 like 30 minutes later because I decided to grind to Chapter 2 or level 12, and didn't do it efficiently. Ended up losing a ton of time.
All right, glad we're saving. The game wants us to get 1 strength every level. And yeah, all of this matters kind of specifically for 2 fights in the boss rush later on, where Alina is trapped in there. She's doing these fights one-on-one. She's only got a few medical herbs. And anytime that you can save a turn or two is actually really, really impactful to making it through the entire arena. Alright, there's our 2 strength, 2 agility, 3 vitality, 7 HP. Whew, we are set. Let's go. The vitality stat is linked to the health gain. So pretty ordinarily, if you see like 2 vitality, you're going to get like 4 HP. Now, like with everything in Dragon Warrior 4, they add a huge range of randomness around that, but that's kind of like the base level. So if I see a good vitality gain, I'm pretty excited because it means I'm probably going to see a good HP gain. And it's nice to see these minion enemies finally showing up. I can't use Ice Bolt on them. They are going to resist it, but I can use the Sap spell on them, which Bray just learned at level 3 to lower their defense. And what's nice about...
Chimera
Yeah, these guys are great. They can drop Wings of Wyvern, and then they also... Nice crit. They also can... They just drop a lot of gold, as you see. 54 gold pieces there. This is good. And with Christo getting level 4 there, we are done with the grind here. Bray also gets level 4. Good for him.
5 HP on that level for Christo. That's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
See if we can send him to the tournament instead.
I wish. It's my dream to be able to send Christo into the tournament where he can cast Upper on himself and then just chip away at him.
And heal.
Heal himself, that's right, yeah. He could cast Surround on the enemy so they won't hit him. Imagine if you had options that weren't just attack.
Well, I mean, you can use an herb.
Sometimes. Alright, I will take this fight. Don't mind having a little bit more gold.
Remember, you can use herbs to heal, even in combat.
Yeah. When you, if you die in the tournament, which we'll likely see happen, your party members like to remind you that even in combat, you can use medical herbs.
If you couldn't, you'd have to grind to like level 20 here.
Alright. So, we are going to basically save this village. So what's going on here is there is a monster who's demanding sacrifices, and the town has been sacrificing their young ladies to this terrible monster. And Alina shows up and she's like, I'll put an end to this. So I shuffle Bray into the 2nd position in the party. And we listen to some puns from the shaman. Don't ever litter the litter. And let's go get him. So, yeah, Eric, do you want to explain the coffin block while I go through this fight, maybe?
Yeah, so the way the coffin block works is if you have a dead character that is in the party, either in the 1st or 2nd slot in this situation, the enemies are not going to be able to target the person in slot 3 with physical attacks, like spell casts or very specific enemies with AI that allows them to target like slot 3. Those will still be able to, but in this situation, the chameleon humanoid and the rabbit hounds will not be able to target Christo once Bray is dead. So you can just cast Upper on Alina, boost her defense, and then basically it's a free fight from there because nobody's really at risk of dying.
Yep, and this fight went exactly according to plan, like pretty much perfect, where I used Bray's Ice Bolt to take care of one of the rabbit hounds pretty early on, and then he cast Sap on the chameleon humanoid to lower his defense before he died. Now Bray is gone, Christo's protected by the coffin block, Alina has 2 upper spells on her, so she has really high defense, and this guy can't touch us. He's going to use his heal spells up, and then he is going to go down.
Yep, and this fight has a guaranteed item drop at the end. However, the chameleon humanoid and the rabbit hounds have different drops, so we want to make sure that the humanoid dies last so we get these life force nuts here.
Alright, nice. We got the 2 strength there. That's one of the levels I don't save scum, so glad to see that one came through on the first try.
Crystal's keeping up.
Alright, so we've saved the village. We don't get any free heals in this game, so we always have to take the inn after we do things like that. But that's okay. You just need to remember to do it. in addition to that boss dropping a life force nut if you kill the chameleon humanoid last in the fight, another nice thing is, if this guy will move, he also drops some right here on the altar. So we get 2 of that item, and what's nice about that is those permanently raise a character's HP stat. So we will be making sure that we get maximum use out of those. I'm gonna check Alina's experience level real quick here. So she's got 284. Before we take more levels and get her up to level 6, well, I can fight this fight. I'm gonna go save again so that we can control level 6 by save scumming, just like we controlled the last couple. Because she's only...
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, she's only got about 30 experience that she needs for the next level, so 1 or 2 fights around here can easily get that for her.
Yeah, and those life force nuts are a little bit different than the other stat seeds that we saw. It's like the agility and strength seeds are a 1 to 3. The HP and MP seeds are going to be between 4 and 6. So there's a pretty significant difference between 4 and 6 in terms of a speed run. So we're going to make sure that we're getting 6 off of these.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you don't see us grind stat seeds like this really anywhere else in the game. But in Chapter 2, the stats just matter so much to not getting stuck in this chapter that I am happy to spend some time on it. So I'm just going to roll these right now. I'm looking for 5 and 6 between the 2 of them. So a minimum of 11 HP total. That's 5 and 5, so not quite good enough.
Just living on the edge, going for 11 instead of 12.
Yeah, I'm okay with, I don't want to spend all night grinding out the HP. And Alina hasn't gotten the worst health gains so far, so I don't think we need to go quite that hardcore.
She has plenty of levels left to have low health gains.
That's true. Alright, we got 6 and 6 anyway, so no worries.
Beautiful.
I am gonna heal that up. So she's up to 44 here at level 5, which is great. And we'll save before we take level 6.
The baseline that we're looking for by level 11 to get ready for the tournament is we want her to have over 80 HP and over 80 attack power as well. Obviously, more is better, but that's kind of like the bare minimum that you would take.
Yeah, and for me personally, I'm really hoping we can get at least 82 attack power for the tournament, because that's a lot more reliable to get through. You have about twice as much of a chance to win just by having those extra 2 strength points, which is why I put so much energy into making this happen. So just like the early levels, with this level that Alina gets here, we are looking for 2 strength up. So that wasn't quite enough experience. She's like literally like a few experience points away from the level. So we're gonna hang out in this fight for a minute until we get
Blaze Ghosts here are one of the enemies that can actually threaten Christo, so make sure to get that out of the way immediately. Because they can cast the Blaze spell, which is not affected by the Copper Block whatsoever.
That's right. The other thing about Blaze Ghosts is sometimes when you physically attack them, they just split. So instead of having 1 Blaze Ghost, you have 2. But if there's not enough room on the screen for it to appear, then it won't do it. So in a formation like that, I take the Blaze Ghost out first because there's not any risk of it splitting. Alright, 2 strength on the first try that time. Very good. Another 4 HP. Alright, not bad.
Oh, no strength seed.
Yeah, that monster has a 1 in 128 chance to drop a strength seed, so honestly, it almost never happens to me. I certainly don't count on it, but whenever I race,
one in a race.
yeah, whenever I race somebody, they get one. Yeah, that's how that works for me.
Yeah, if you want to hear great pop-offs, watch Dragon Warrior 4 runs until somebody gets a strength seed.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, so everything's going pretty nice here. I am going to do some shopping, so we're going to exchange our offense for some defense now.
And basically what we're doing here is similar to what we did in Chapter 1, where we're getting rid of any attack power because we're not going to be fighting enemies right now. and going full on defense. And we're going to continue abusing the coffin block and upper just to make sure that Alina is as tanky as possible, minimizing damage taken so that we can get through the next couple of dungeons safely.
Yep, so Bray is more useful to us dead than alive for just a little while here. Because it's just easier to get through these dungeons, especially since we're not trying to fight anything in here. To have the monsters focused on Alina, who has high defense power and high HP, and not focused on squishy Christo in the back. Alright, and then always remember to equip.
How many times I forgot to equip that hat?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So the next thing that we're doing here is we are gonna go grab the golden bracelet out of the cave. So we didn't talk about it, but when I first came into this town, I walked upstairs in the inn. I did do that, right? Yeah, I had to because I took the inn.
Yeah.
And they won't let you take the inn if you haven't done that. But and there was a person who got kidnapped there, who was basically pretending to be Princess Alina. So in order to get her back from the kidnappers, they're going to want us to exchange this item that we get out of this cave called the Golden Bracelet, which in Chapter 2 here doesn't seem like it is important at all, and then at the very end of the game turns out to be extremely important. For lore reasons, specifically. Not because it's actually any good to us. It's not. It just takes up space in our inventory.
Turns out all of the problems that we're about to experience for the rest of the game are all Alina's fault.
That's right. She's trying to be a hero.
This is the story of how Alina created a whole bunch of problems and a legendary hero had to be born to come fix it.
Ooh, I forgot to buy medical herbs for Alina. I need to remember to do that later. It's fine right now, but I'm gonna want those eventually.
Curious, is it explained how the golden bracelet gets into this cave?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's not, no.
The same way that Orin ends up in Frenor later.
Yeah, you know, things just happen. Alright, Fevro's with that fire breath attack, or another one of the monsters that can do some damage to Christo in the bag. Fortunately, they don't do that too often, so it's not a huge deal. Overall, this cave doesn't tend to be that dangerous, especially at the top floor here. The bottom floor that we have to go to in a minute has a few more dangerous encounters, but
yeah,
for the most part.
One of the parts I was talking about earlier where the front character being put to sleep is actually totally cool with us, because since we're coffin blocked, the Somna Beetles can only attack Alina, and if they put her to sleep, she's going to be taking half damage. So run fails while she's asleep are a lot less painful.
Yeah, that's right.
And as long as you have at least one character that's awake, then you can still attempt to run. You only lose the turn if everybody's asleep.
Yep. And the Somna Beetles can cast sleep as well, but, you know, it's pretty unlikely that we'll get sleep locked in here. It doesn't happen too often. Hopefully the encounter rate calms down a little bit. Been a lot of fights already. I can take quite a few in here, but eventually Christo will run out of magic to heal me.
Still better than Dragon Warrior 2 encounter rates.
Yeah, that's true. One nice thing in this game that's not in some of the earlier Dragon Quest games is for the first 3 steps after a battle, there is a reduced chance to get into fights. It's not like 0, but it's like 25% is likely, 50% is likely, and then 75% is likely for the first 3 steps. And then you're just back on your own. So it usually gives you at least a couple free steps. Alright, so here's the basement. The thing that's really scary in the basement is orcs. So hoping we don't see too many of them. The thing about orcs is they can focus on a target, and that target can also be Christo. So they've got some strange special attacks that they're able to do. So they just do a bunch of physical damage. show up in groups of 4.
One of the rare physical enemies that doesn't care about the coffin block.
Yeah, that's right. And it's specifically because they will pick a target and then the whole group focuses on them. So it's one of those kind of special targeting situations.
It's a really good game.
Yeah, well, the bottom was good. The top was not good. But we
I already
made it.
repressed the top, so we're good.
Yeah. Yep, but we made it, which is all good. So we got that. So the fastest way to get out of here is, you can guess, not this fight.
Walking out slowly.
Yeah, well, better than Somna Beetles. All right, this is fine. Is to Death Warp. So we're gonna Death Warp again.
And since we don't have a heal slime that's trying desperately to keep us alive, we can actually attack ourselves here.
Yes. Yeah, Death Warps tend to be a little bit easier in chapters 2, 3, and 4 than they are in the other ones. All right, re-equip. That's like, this is the one where I always forget to re-equip, is after that Death Warp. We're gonna bring Krista back.
I've definitely never forgotten that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
There was a period where, like, in all Dragon Quest games I was running, I would absolutely just always forget to equip after Death Warp. It was a rough couple of months.
Yeah, it's a really easy thing to forget because you're just kind of moving on to the next thing. Okay, so we grabbed an agility seed in that cave, and I am going to save scum this because it is a stat seed in chapter 2. Alina's agility actually does matter. Agility as a stat is not usually hugely important in this game, but it matters here because agility actually contributes to your overall defense stat. And if Alina has enough agility at level 11, then she'll actually take a little bit less damage from some fights at the tournament.
And as far as turn order goes, it's really a suggestion.
Yeah. Yeah, supposedly agility has something to do with the turn order, but the evidence is scant at best. Okay. Alright. Bought my medical herbs. So before we go on to the next dungeon, I'm just gonna get to the next town, which is the bazaar out in the desert. And we're just gonna hit some story triggers. A lot of what we're doing here at this point in chapter 2 is we're trying to get to the area where the metal slimes are as quickly as possible. Because I am going to use metal slimes to get Alina from level 6 up to level 9. Hopefully relatively quickly, but we will see. It's going to be one of the things that's fun about the run today. But I want to get there fast so that we can be higher level as we do later things in the chapter here.
Right, EMP. Agility is just a number. Well, in most games. And DQ5 SFC in particular, you can actually trust agility because there's just a straight multiplier in the turn order determination. So you can actually guarantee that some characters will go first or last. But in most games, it's just a number.
Yeah, even in later remakes of this game, they made it a little bit better. So for example, in like the PlayStation remake of this game, Healy has a lot more agility, and he much more dependently actually goes at the beginning of the turn, which is very helpful, instead of sometimes going at the beginning and sometimes going at the end, and, you know, whatever he feels like.
Sometimes watching you die.
Yeah, sometimes never going, it seems like. Alright, this is, we need to make it nighttime again, so we're gonna go back to our preferred way of doing that, walking on top of the castle. Today we get to play with the cat, because I know there's a cat up here.
Yeah, it's kind of nice that there are no random encounters on the top 2 tiles of castle, so it's a safe place to progress the time. No, Kuiper Frog. It still adds to your defense regardless of armor. I think that's primarily a monk thing from Dungeons and Dragons, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's not like Final Fantasy 1 where if you equip armor on your black belt, he loses his innate defense bonus. For Alina here, even though she is kind of like that fighter class, agility is just kind of the base defense, and then armor just builds on top of that. Yeah, also 3. Yep. So there's like some of those fighter classes that act that way in different games.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yep.
I don't use that class.
All right. We are all out of money. That's fine. I don't need any right now. Okay, so we're gonna do a save here. I picked up a strength seed when I was in the bazaar, so I'm gonna grind that out real quick. We want to see 3 strength off that, which is the maximum roll, of course. Oh, right. Hold, please. Should have transferred this before I saved. I don't trust that we're gonna get it on the first try, so I'm just gonna save now.
Yeah, her chance to crit is her level, her level divided by 256. So, up until level 4, she is less likely to crit than everybody else, but it starts being more likely as you progress.
Alright, 3 strength on the first try. Okay, so we are going to go... Yeah, never doubt. So now we're going to go into the hardest dungeon in Chapter 2. Birdsong Tower. We're actually going to come here twice. Later on, we're going to be higher level, though. This time, what we're trying to do is, like I mentioned, we want to just get to the later things in the chapter as quickly as possible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to climb to the top of the tower as fast as I can, running from everything. I'm going to skip the other items that we'll come back for later. And we are just going to get the story item we need out of here, which is the Birdsong Nectar.
Surely that won't ever become a problem.
Yeah. So there's a few monsters in this tower that are pretty bad. There's a few dungeons in this game that are just really, really tough enemy formations show up that can do a lot of damage. And this is one of those dungeons where we can see groups of that Pteranodon enemy who half the time they'll cast the Fireball spell, which is hugely damaging to us. There are also groups of monsters in here that will breathe Fire Breath or cast Infernos, which is what these guys will do. So there's just a lot of capacity for damage.
This is a very heavy reset point when you're doing PB attempts.
Yeah, this
one
is
of the ones
another
that
one.
just, like, really gets you.
Yep, this is another one of those places where I save before I come in here, and I have an expectation that this might just take 2 or 3 attempts to get through, and that's pretty normal. So far, everything's going really well, but we haven't seen the worst things show up yet either. 4 Razor Winds, okay. Also gotta try to not fall downstairs, of course. This Grizzly Saber enemy is usually not a problem, but they are able to call for help, so more of them will show up. And they also have a low chance, like less than 5%, to do a critical hit. So sometimes a bunch of them show up and then they critical hit you, and the fight has suddenly become terrible.
There's an alternate grinding strat for this chapter that involves just endlessly killing reinforcements, and that was an amazing Birdsong Tower.
Yeah, we just walked on through there with no problems. That's the kind of Birdsong Tower I like to see. No problems. Alright, easy. So the reason we had to come here was because Lena's father, the king of Santine Castle, lost his voice. So the Birdsong Nectar will restore that, and what the king is going to tell us here is that he was having terrible dreams about the Lord of Evil coming back, and he wasn't able to speak about it after he had the dream. But he now sees that the world is in danger, and he's going to allow Lena to leave the continent, which is great, and do whatever she's got to do.
Oh.
Alright. I am going to head off to here. And I need to take the inn before I head down to Endor, because I don't want it to become dark on me, even though I didn't actually use too much MP in the tower there. So I'm going to sell Christos' club he's just been hanging on to, so that I can afford the inn.
Yeah, the encounter zone around Endor is really interesting because on the one hand, it has metal slimes, which we would love to see. But on the other hand, it also has very terrifying encounters with rogue knights, armor scorpions, pteranodons, and it's extremely dangerous to go through there.
Yes, it is. Alright, I am actually okay to Do I want to fight this? Nah, Alina doesn't have any weapon. I will not. I will resist.
It was a guaranteed strength seed, you know?
I know, it was gonna happen, right? I always have to remind myself, even though I've run this game so much, I have to remind myself to not try for things that are like 1 in 32 chance or worse. Don't try for it. You're just gonna end up losing so much time. It's just so tempting, because sometimes you get it.
Doesn't sound like unbridled aggression to me.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Alright, so here we're in that Endor encounter zone, so I'm hoping I can just get to the castle without too many fights. Okay, 1 skeleton is not scary.
Skeletons are actually the best encounter to see outside of metal slimes because they have a set turn order where they're going to cast defense, then they'll attack, then they'll cast defense, then they'll attack. So you're never going to take damage from them on turn 1.
Alright, I do need a little bit more money here. So I'm going to sell that fairy water from the beginning of the chapter. I'm going to sell this antidote herb that we never had to use. And that is going to let me do a couple things. First of all, it's going to let me revive Bray in a minute. And then it's going to let me take an inn after we kill the metal slime. So, dark time.
And the reason it's worth going to nighttime here is you're slightly more likely to get a metal slime encounter than during the day.
Yep, that's right. And then I'm also going to try to do some manipulations, and those only work at nighttime.
Getting fancy here.
I hope that I don't have to use it, but I also don't want us to be here all night. So I'll explain the manipulation. Oh. Yes. So yeah, what I'm going to be doing here is we're looking to kill 1 metal slime out here. So metal slimes show up about 1 in 9 fights or so. And if we run into metal slime, then they're going to have either 3 or 4 HP randomly. And every time that somebody in our party attacks, they have about a 1 in 3 chance to hit them. And the metal slime, every turn, has about a 50% chance to just run away. So when you add all that stuff together, we have like a 1 in 7-ish chance of killing one when we see it. Plus we can get critical hits. And then if we do that, then we're good. So what I want to do is I want to see as many metal slimes as possible, essentially. And in order to not just rely on luck here, I am going to try to find metal slimes that show up when I reset the console and I'm holding a specific set of inputs. And I'm doing frame perfect turns out of town. A couple things that are pretty tough about this. I have to see which direction that NPC is walking at the beginning. Ooh. Hold on. Hold, please. Alright. Alina for 1. Okay, so we get 1 damage on turn 1 here. And then it runs. Alright. Cool. So what's nice about that, and hold on while I write a couple things down.
Really quick encounter.
Yeah, that was nice. Alright, so what's nice about that is sometimes when I reset the console, I might be able to get that metal slime back. It's not totally consistent because there's actually some randomness as to what state you'll be in when you reset and then reload the game. But I might be able to see that one again, and if I do see it again, I might be able to get that same first turn where we let it stick around and then we hit it for 1 damage. And then I could just change the buttons I'm hitting or pause for a second or something, and we'll get different RNG. Ooh, metal slime. Ambushes and runs away.
Surprise, goodbye.
Goodbye. So, more likely than killing a metal slime that we see from the manipulation like that is that we'll find one out in the wild here and then we'll kill it. Just because we're gonna spend way more time out in the hills here. But whenever somebody dies and I have to reset, we will go for that one as well. And maybe we'll get lucky. So it's just kind of trying to add a little bit of stability to what is honestly like, yeah, as Quipper Frog, or as Mantos mentioned, pretty volatile run. So
Yeah, there was one time I got a Metal Slime kill on my first encounter outside of Endor, and then my second Metal Slime was the 64th Metal Slime that I saw. That run did not end well.
64? Wasn't it like 36? Which
Was
is
it
still
36?
terrible.
It might have
Still-
been 36. I don't know. My brain might be inflating it.
Oops. That was me messing up my inputs. Oh, out to the hills.
Actually, yeah, I think it was 36. That sounds right.
Yeah. I remember it all too well.
Everyone was
But
like, oh my
yeah.
gosh, you're so lucky you got the first one.
That's right.
And everybody laughed.
So, yeah, so what you saw me doing with that first Metal Slime, though, was I was holding down my inputs that I was holding when I walked into the fight. And what's nice is I might be able to get that same first turn if we see that Metal Slime again. So that's why the text was going by, like, really slowly, because we were on text speed 8. And the thing about message speed 8 is if you mash really hard, or you use turbo, which is what I'm doing today, then it's actually the fastest way to get through the text. But if you're just holding buttons down, it's the slowest way to get through the text. So sometimes you have to watch things go by a little slowly while you're trying to replicate things or making a situation that could be replicable.
Now, if you run pure Metal Slimes to get to level 11, it would actually take 2 in order to get it. But we're going to have kind of a hybrid route here where let's go for the 1 to get to level 9, and then a more consistent grinding to get to level 11 from there.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, since it's a marathon, I do want to take a little bit of time to show off hunting Metal Slimes because it's just the quintessential Dragon Quest experience. But yeah, for the sake of having a consistent run for a marathon, we'll only go for 1 Metal Slime, and then we will take Alina up to level 11 the old-fashioned way for the rest. The bonus side to that, too, is I can save scum those last couple levels. Make sure you get good strength.
Yeah, going for PB attempts, this is far and away the heaviest reset point of the game, because if you, like, the absolute fastest way to do this is Metal Slimes. But it's wildly inconsistent. If you get 2 really fast Metal Slimes, you can be like 30 minutes ahead of somebody that just went for standard grinding routes. But if you don't get 2 Metal Slimes, sometimes you're just so far behind that you're just going to start over.
That's right. Yeah, the world record's, I think it's like 546. Alright, this might be that Metal Slime again. And I'm going to hold my inputs. See if we get it to stick around. Good. And then we see a miss and then a hit. Miss. Hit. Okay, now I'm going to pause. And Christo hits. It's still here. Ooh, 3 misses. Runs away. Too bad. It was almost so beautiful. Almost just like really illustrating. But that's good. That's nice that we were able to see the same one again. It's pretty hard to pull that off. But as you can see, it does add a little bit more chance to get the Metal Slime, which is the whole point.
Scorpions say hello.
Yeah, they do. Yep, if we see scorpions and then we fail to run, I just reset. We don't need to sit through that.
Yeah, there's no world where you come out of there in an okay situation.
That's right. Okay.
It's kind of similar in most encounters, where if you fail to run the first time, it's usually going to be faster to reset. Right there, the Rogue Knights, they have a chance to summon and do nothing, so you can still see how that turn plays out after the run fail. But in particular, Pteranodons and Armor Scorpions, as soon as you have the run fail, you just hit the reset button immediately.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that you get a feel for. Spending a lot of time grinding in this game is when you should just reset because it's more likely to be faster, and when you should stick around.
Because even if you do happen to run on the second time, you still got to keep in mind you might have to heal after the fight, which can take some time.
Yep. Yeah, it's always, you never know exactly what's going to happen, because there's also a chance that the monsters skip their turn. But, yeah, fight like that, oof, yeah, someone's going to die. Let's just get out of there.
Maybe more than one.
Maybe.
How many metal slimes have we seen so far? 5?
We've seen 3, maybe 4.
I guess I'm in an optimistic mood today.
Yeah, you are. We've seen the one that we can manipulate twice, and I think we've seen 2 wild ones, maybe. One ambushed us and ran away immediately. Maybe that was the only one we've seen.
No, there was one in the mountains right after the initial manipulation.
Okay.
So yeah, it's 4.
All right, we're up to 4. So we'll count. I'd say on average it takes about, 7 or 8 is like typical, and it's not uncommon for it to take like 15. Hopefully it doesn't today, but we'll see. No good. Don't love the armor scorpions one step out of town.
It's faster than armor scorpions 5 steps out of town.
I guess so, but for the purposes of, is there something good here to manipulate, it's very bad.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that's a very easy fight to bring back, actually, but I don't want to. But yeah, this is one of those parts of the run. I think this is super fun. I love the metal slime grind. Personally, it's really, really exciting. It's so satisfying when we finally get it. And yeah, it's just part of the fun of running the game.
I equipped my magnet. Maybe that'll help pull them out.
Perfect, yeah, that's great. Metal slimes are ferrous. They are attracted to magnets.
Downside is rogue knights also. Yeah, darn it, got the wrong ones.
That's the problem. That's exactly the problem. All right. Whenever she walks a direction that's not right, it's like, oh, that's disappointing. Because when she walks right, that's the chance that we have to see that our friend the metal slime again. But these other directions, we haven't found anything but armor scorpions for the most part. But I'm keeping my eye out. I'm walking out different ways every single time, so seeing if we can find one for the other directions that NPC walks, if she walks left or if she walks down. And those are all related to CPU cycles that the NES is in as I reset the console. So just a lot of randomness happening in the back end in this game. It really doesn't want you to be able to have the same thing happen over and over again.
Yeah, the RNG is actually surprisingly robust in this game for how old it is.
Yeah, it's very much. There are 100% manipulated routes of some of the other Dragon Quest games, Dragon Warrior games for the NES, but they can't do it on this one because the RNG is changing every frame, and it's just way too much to keep up with. Not to mention that the RNG is also referencing all kinds of crazy stuff. So, there's the fireball. So, like for example, here where I'm trying to find out, hey, where's an encounter where we can find a metal slime? It's like the game is referencing things for RNG, like the character's stats, or what's going on in the other files that are saved on the cartridge, like all kinds of crazy stuff.
Maybe you need to sing the metal slime song.
Yeah, the metal slime song helps. Sometimes in Dragon Quest speedrunning, when we need the metal slimes to show up, we sing the metal slime song.
This is a surprisingly low occurrence rate of metal slime.
Yeah, haven't seen one for a minute. But they'll show up again, they always do. And meanwhile, we're just, like I mentioned, we just want to see as many battles as possible for the most part. So, stay healed up and walk around in the hills that have the highest encounter rate. And if a fight is going to eventually kill us or make us have to do a lot of healing, then reset it and get back out there. And this is pretty normal. We haven't really been out here for very long yet. So if we still spend another 20 minutes or so out here, that's not too big an issue.
Yeah, keep in mind if you're doing like a PB attempt, you're generally looking for like an hour and 30 minutes finishing the grind. So with marathon safeties and a lot of saves coming, we're actually still on a really good pace.
Yeah, we're doing fine. We're doing fine. Hopefully we get one soon, but so far, not a big deal. That was Metal Slime number 5, I think we finally saw there. It just ran away, but you know, we did finally see it.
It's out there.
It's out there.
See, the real trick is you run on turn 1 and fail to run, and then they're like, oh, you don't want to hurt me, and then they stick around forever.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try that today.
If you did and it worked, that would be amazing.
I'm sorry, I just don't have the guts.
I don't think anybody that's been through this grind several hundred times has the guts to do that.
Maybe not. Welcome back, Alina. I wish you a safe journey.
Would you wish us a metal slug instead, please?
It's true, we don't really need safety quite as much as we need metal slimes. Is this, yeah. I've accidentally done that one before.
That's right, Ash. Not on purpose, at least.
Not on purpose, yeah,
I feel like I've seen somebody accidentally run and then fail and then kill the slime. Or it at least stuck around for a couple turns.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, good for them.
That roller coaster of emotions where you panic because you accidentally ran, and then you're relieved because you failed to run, and then you're relieved because it sticks around, and then you're sad because it runs away.
Yeah, I would say that every metal slime fight is a roller coaster of emotions, no matter what. As soon as you see it, you're like, oh my gosh, what's gonna happen?
You start begging, making deals with the RNG gods.
Yes, you do. All right, is this our friend? This is our friend, showing up for the 3rd time. All right, so you know what to do. We hang out, we get Blaze, cast on Alina. Bray misses. Alina hits, and then we pause. All right. All right. Bray hits. It's got 4 HP. Nice. Beautiful.
We got him.
All right, not bad. Not bad. The manipulation for the win today. Okay, so 2 strength on level 7 is good. Starting here at level 8, we want to actually start seeing 4. So we don't want to see like 3 or 2, we want to see 4 or 5.
There's a 5.
There we go. There's a 5.
Good HP too.
And a 3. Okay, evened out. That's fine.
Always comes
right.
back to the average.
Looking good. Very good. Yeah. So that was a pretty fine metal slime grind. I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah. But you
Especially
always run
from-
the risk that it takes an hour to kill one.
Yeah, you really do. And yeah, for the purposes of a marathon, you know that doing that manipulation, obviously it adds a little time because I can't mash while the game is loading. And we're walking like down into the forest where there's a lower encounter rate and all this stuff. But it does add some stability to keep the run from going on a really long time in like a worst case scenario where the metal slimes just aren't showing up that much. So today was like the perfect demonstration of why it's useful in like a marathon or maybe in like a race setting, but it's not useful for like PB attempts for the most part. But it's cool to show it off. It's something I haven't ever seen anyone else do. I would love to see someone else do it sometime. I wrote a guide if people want to learn how to do it. But it's tough. It takes a lot of practice, especially to learn how to turn really consistently when you're leaving town or walking into the forest or keeping all the different things in mind. So I don't blame people necessarily for not doing it.
If I ever develop patience, I may give it a shot.
I remember I was doing commentary for a Dragon Warrior 4 speedrun that Shiner was doing. We're 1 gold short. It's fine. What do I have? I have medical herbs. I'm fine.
Closed.
We're fine. We're fine to keep going. So, I was doing a speedrun for... Yeah, I was doing speedrun commentary for Shiner. I think he was doing it in like really, really long-a-thon or something like that. And he had just read my guide and he practiced it a tiny bit, I think. And he was like, I'm gonna do it today. And then he walked out of Endor 1 step and killed a metal slime. And then he's like, never mind. I'm good.
Man makes plans and RNG laughs.
That's right. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to a town where the inn is cheaper, real quick, so I can afford it. Okay, so we have gotten up to level 9. We need to get up to level 11 before we get to the tournament. And we also need to get enough gold to afford a good weapon for Alina. So what we're going to do next is actually get the gold to afford that weapon next.
And this time around, Birdsong Tower isn't quite as scary. You are still at risk of having Bray die because you don't have the coffin block here, so Crystal and Bray can take some hits here and get killed, which is unfortunate if Bray does because you can't cast outside at that point. But generally speaking, you've just got so much more HP from that first metal slime that it's not really as scary.
Yeah, it's not nearly as bad the second time around. We're also not trying to go quite as far into the tower, so I'm going to go up to the 3rd floor, and I'm going to grab some gold, and I'm going to grab a strength seed out of the treasure chest, and then we'll leave. And what's really good is Bray can also cast the outside spell, so once we've gotten that, we are out of here.
And the other nice thing about getting that metal slime first is that also gives Bray the return spell, so you don't have to either stock up on a wing or walk home.
Yeah, a lot of routes through Chapter 2, and there are many different ways to play through this chapter. We'll take advantage of that coffin block, so you'll have Alina and Christo fighting a lot of monsters, pretty safely, but you'll have Bray dead, and so he's going to miss out on all that experience. So he's got to catch up sometime later, and yeah, he doesn't get all the travel spells during this chapter, which makes things just a little bit more inconvenient.
Yeah, there's some really interesting routes through Chapter 2 that I've seen. Dr. Mr. Holmes has been working on a really stable grind-as-you-go route that is probably the most marathon-safe route that there is.
It probably is, yeah. I would say so. It's pretty neat. It's just kind of really solid just around taking fights and getting some levels and then doing it while you're going through the quest objectives. He's able to save Scum some levels if he wants to along a couple of parts there, just like I am today. Not relying on metal slimes. But I love the metal slime grind, so here we are. Yeah, Zytoriak has been learning this speedrun, and yeah, I think you've been learning off the Holmes route, which is great. Really, really good way to get through Chapter 2.
It's also a really good route if you are just getting into Dragon Warrior 4, because it's so much more stable. You can actually get to the rest of the game and practice it. You don't always get past the metal grind if you're really going the full metal slime route.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would say about fighting the metal slimes is, it has potential to be the fastest. If you get average luck on it, you're maybe 5 minutes behind Mr. Holmes' route. And even the worst case scenario is really not that bad most of the time. So as long as you're not grinding for a really, really fast time, I think metal slimes are still fun, but so much of it is just personal preference, really. How much do you want to take the risk and fight metal slimes? And how much do you just want to have a stable, consistent run where you can expect things to go well as long as you do well? It's all just kind of what is more fun for you.
Yeah, I personally prefer metal slimes just because to me that's the Dragon Quest experience.
Yeah, me too.
But like the grind as you goes and the Gridley Sabers and stuff, they're really interesting to me. They're fun to see.
They are. Let me keep my buddies alive here. So
Yeah.
we grabbed...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, we grabbed the gold and we grabbed that strength seed out of the tower. I need a little bit more money before I can afford the Iron Claw, which is the good weapon for Alina here. So I'm gonna grab some gold that I left behind in the golden bracelet cave earlier. And I didn't want to grab it earlier because I did a death warp at the end of the dungeon. And of course, when you do a death warp, you lose half your gold. So...
Yeah, now earlier we picked up a fairy water, and I know if you come here after 2 metal slimes, then you can use that fairy water to eliminate the overworld encounters. I'm not sure exactly what the level range is here, but at level 9, is that good enough to eliminate?
I think at level 9 it has like a partial effect, but it will not totally eliminate them. And I sold that fairy water earlier for money anyway.
Yeah.
So, which is one of the things it's useful for. I needed an extra 20 gold and it got me 15 gold the way there. And that's how this chapter is sometimes. It's pretty low on gold, because especially if you're fighting the metal slimes give you like no money whatsoever.
You get what, 5 gold?
Yeah, something like that. 1,300 experience, like 5 gold.
It's balanced.
Totally. Good monster. Alright. So yeah, we came in here, we've got our gold, let's head back to Endor. Alright, so here in Endor, I've got to do a couple things real quick before we can finish out the grind. The first thing I need to do is talk to the King of Endor. So, the King of Endor is kind of a scumbag. He promised that his daughter would marry whoever won the tournament that he's putting on, which is really gross. He's starting to regret that now, but it's not great. So anyway, I talked to him. He asks Alina to enter the tournament, and what that allows me to do is I can enter the tournament room here in the back of the castle, which is where they sell the Iron Claw. So I'm gonna get back there now. I'm also gonna grab the last stat seed of the chapter here, which is a life force nut that's hidden outside the castle here.
Yeah, Mantos, you're not wrong there. This is definitely at least one of the best NES games. It's amazing how much they did with this on the NES cartridge.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty late NES game. It's like 1992, and yeah, the AI system in particular, which people complain about now in 2023, but it was so far ahead of its time. All right, we're just gonna put that there. Yep, Christo can't use it. Do I have enough medical herbs? What are we doing on medical herbs here? Yep, that's the right number.
1990. Had to look that one up because 5 I know for sure was 92. So yeah, this was 1990.
Yeah, that's Japan, right? 92 in the West? 90 Japan?
That may be correct.
That might be it. Regardless, it's like pretty late NES, but still like really early for thinking about like party AI systems and stuff like that.
Yeah, and they definitely missed a few things on the AI.
There's a couple things here and there, but
yeah, a good chunk of the later part of the speedrun is figuring out how to manipulate a broken AI system.
Yep. We'll talk about that a whole lot when we get to chapter 5 for sure.
Yeah, the fact that they learn is a really nice touch. I like, on the one hand, like, I get why people don't like it, because when you're playing through casually and characters are just making stupid decisions, it's just like, okay, it would have been nice if they just already knew these things, and sometimes it can cause more problems than it's worth. But the concept of it, especially given the time that this game came out, is really cool.
Yeah, it's cool. It's kind of supposed to mimic what you would do as a player, where maybe you would try things out and learn about the enemy weaknesses, and then after you learn about their weaknesses, then you would know what to do in fights. That's kind of what the AI does. But it takes it a while, and it you might make assumptions that would be correct. Like you shouldn't cast instant death on a boss. The AI,
Or should you?
or should you? And the AI might need, let's say, I don't know, 6 or 7 turns to figure that out.
Or how about throwing your sword in the air?
All right, we are trying to get 6 HP off these life force nuts, and eventually we're gonna do it. There we go. All right, that's my last heal spell. So Lena's got 68 health right now. That's pretty good. All right, I'm paying attention to a couple things here. Strength. So strength is looking real nice. We are not going to have to grind strength on the next couple levels too hard. A 4 and a 4 is going to get us to a really good place. HP is pretty good. Agility, we need 5 between the next 2 levels, so I'm going to be paying attention to agility as well. We need about 130 more experience for the next level. So that's all important for me because I just really want to know what I'm resetting over and what I can accept. So specifically, we are looking for +4 strength on the next level.
Yeah, and as Kuiper pointed out there, like each phase of Necrosaro is considered a separate enemy, so they have to relearn each phase, and it's a 7-phase fight. The benefit to that is that if you do end up dying toward the end of phase 7 on that boss, when you come back, it's a much easier fight because everybody's already figured out what to do, and you don't have to actually do the retraining.
The reason I reset there is because I forgot to pass the Iron Claw over to Helena before we fought those scorpions. Hello, there we go. Yeah, it might help. Could help. That scorpion fight would have been enough experience to get us to the next level, though, so it kind of says you how close we are right now.
And one spot where you're going to see the AI learning like really come in is going to be in the Chapter 5 Metal Battle grind. Because early on, you're going to see characters making really stupid decisions that do absolutely nothing. But then later on, they'll figure out, oh, I should just attack them.
Yep, that's right. Yep, they learn. And it's not like that big a deal in something like the Metal Babble grind where they're gonna get lots of exposure to them so they can learn about them. It's a bigger deal in like a boss fight where you're like, I'm just trying to get through this as quickly as possible.
Yeah, because the AI learning holds over between encounters. But on boss encounters, more often than not, you're only fighting them one time, so you have to make them learn as quickly as possible if it's important.
That's right. On the plus side, though, if you do die to the boss and you don't just like reset the game, then their learning does carry over to the next time you fight them, just like it would with you, which is one of the cool things about it, honestly.
Yeah, and they do also make their decision when their turn comes up. So if somebody takes a lot of damage and then it's Christo's turn, even if they were at full health before, he might just go ahead and heal them right there. So it's nice to not lose a turn because everybody was at full health, so you didn't target a heal on anybody.
Ooh, only 3 strength. We're going to reset that one. Also, no agility, which is not great. I'd like to see at least 1 agility point. Ideally, we get 2. 2 should be like the average for the next level. So, we'll take a couple minutes back there. Oh, maybe we'll get our metal slime. Nope.
That would have been nice.
Yeah, I'd take it. I would take it. Alright, you don't have MP. You're probably fine.
Yeah, these don't attack on turn 1 anyway.
Yeah, so some monsters like these skeletons have an attack pattern. So what these guys will do is they'll cast defense on my party like that, and then they'll attack, and then they'll cast defense on my party again, and then every turn after that they'll just attack. So knowing that, I can know when I can safely have my party members attacking, because they're not going to take physical hits, and when I should just have them parrying. Alright, 106. Selena's pretty close right now, actually. Yeah, 18, 15, so she only needs about 30 more XP. I'm probably just going to save this. Oh, we'll go for the metal slime, but yeah.
Oh.
We're seeing them so much now, of course.
Yeah, it's like half of them have run on turn 1.
That's really good. All right, so I'm gonna get my MP back. I've got money now because I've taken some ordinary fights. And we'll save since we're really close to level. And it'll make it a little bit easier for us to run that one over and over again if we need to.
Yeah, the second half of this grind can be done in a couple of places. I personally, if I were doing it, I would like to do it here because you still get the shot at the metal slimes. I'd say the average experience per fight is probably better with the Sandmasters over by the Bazaar.
Yeah, there's yeah, it kind of depends for me, like how much MP I'm trying to, or how much experience I'm trying to get for the next level. So now that I'm like really close, I'll come over here where the fights tend to be faster. Since I only need like another 30 experience or so. But yeah, I do like having the chance to find a metal slime.
Now she shoots.
Yeah, you know, it's fine. All right, let's see how this goes. There's my 4 strength and an agility point, which is all I need. 5 HP is fine. It's like not great, but cool. That's pretty much what I was going for. So I'm gonna hang out over here for a minute. Obviously, we've got about 1,000 more experience points that we need to get before level 11 comes along, so that's not right around the corner. I'm gonna hang out over here because I'm gonna get a little bit more gold and I'll be able to afford a better weapon for Christo.
I hear if you recruit the Sandmaster, you can get an armor peat eventually.
We've been spending a lot of time in Dragon Warrior Monsters 2 lately, which is an awesome game. So sometimes we see the monsters here and we're thinking Dragon Warrior Monster thoughts. Why don't you parry on turn 1? Until we get that surround spell off here.
This is a really good experience fight.
Great experience. What's nice with Christo's surround spell, if he ever takes a turn, is these guys will get surrounded, and then when you're surrounded, you only have a 25% chance to hit. So now they're gonna have a much harder time hitting us. In theory.
Or they can miss one attack. 25%.
25%. Yep. That's a little better. So yeah, pretty safe fight. Nice experience, good gold. You can see Lena doing some nice damage now that she's got that Iron Claw equipped. Christo and Barry will get some levels here, which is nice as well. Like, Christo is one of like our core party members throughout the whole game. So he is important. We'd like to see him get lots of HP in particular and MP.
Bray gets to explore the world later.
Yeah, and Bray is like, he's kind of in the middle. He's not like exactly in the core party, but he's like around. We use him for a couple things here and there.
He's the old coin collector in the group. He holds onto our tiny medals.
Yes, he does do that. That's true. All right, equip Christo with this boomerang instead of the copper sword. So just a little bit more attack. All right, since I'm here in Tempe, I'm just gonna take the inn here. It's convenient, it's cheap. And we'll go take a few more fights around the bazaar before we head back to Endor to finish out the level.
That is one perk to going this method, is getting to use that boomerang.
Yeah, boomerang's good. Christo can equip actually quite a few good weapons in this chapter. He can get an iron spear, which is kind of nice. He can get a morning star, but it's pretty expensive. With the way that I'm grinding this, since I took a metal slime to get all the way up to level 9, I'm probably not going to see that kind of money. But we can get him a boomerang.
Yeah, the grind as you go routes that don't take the metal slime get so much extra gold that you can usually get the morning star.
Yeah, they basically get like too much gold. Orcs are kind of tough. They don't have a lot of HP, as you can see there, but they can cast Surround on me, so that can be a little bit of a problem. Yeah, they get surrounded now. They are also surrounded, so Battle of the Misses here. Get ready. Fortunately, Bray has Ice Bolt.
Yeah, another benefit to getting all that extra gold is while you don't take gold with you into Chapter 5, you do take items with you. So you can buy some expensive stuff that you can sell in Chapter 5 if you need the extra boost.
Yep, so we'll be taking a little bit of that with us. I'm just going to check on Alina's 2136 there, so still a ways to go. Just keeping tabs on it. The next level is really important. It has the highest potential stat gains for Lena, both for strength and agility. So I don't want to waste it by getting the level and then just getting bad luck on a couple rolls. Agility is going to be particularly important for the next level because, as I mentioned before, agility is directly tied to the defense stat. And I want Alina to have 28 total agility when we go into the arena, because that actually brings her up to the next threshold where she'll take significantly less damage from a couple of the pretty tough fights in the arena. So keeping track of all this stuff just so we can get through the tournament without too much trouble, and then as soon as we're through to the other side, we're just going to forget all this stat counting and paying attention for the most part, and just settle into just running through stuff. We're not going to pay attention to stats at all in Chapter 3.
Or are we going to level up in Chapter 3?
Heck no, we're not.
Sometimes you can take a fight to get like one level on Taloon and hope for a good item drop to sell, but usually Taloon stays at level 1 for the entire game.
Yeah, my notes here. Let me read to you from my notes, Error. My notes say, if this is a race, go ahead and get Taloon to level 2. If it's a marathon, keep him at level 1 for the meme.
Perfect.
Yeah,
memes are the most important thing.
It's important to respect the meme if we're going to be doing a marathon, and Taloon always being at level 1 is an important meme. Alright, so with the second Sandmaster fight, we've gotten a nice fraction along the way to getting Alina up to level 11. So after this, I'm going to head back to the bazaar. I'm going to save, and then we'll finish out the level, or I'm going to head back to Ender, excuse me. We're going to save, and then we'll finish out the level over there. Possibility to get a Metal Slime, but also just some pretty big experience fights over there.
Now, I'm not familiar with the experience lines. If you're close to level 11 and you get a Metal Slime, is that enough to get to 12, or is that more than 1350?
It's more than 1350. It's about 1500 between those two levels, 14 or 1500, so you're pretty close though. So if I got a Metal Slime, I would take it pretty much no matter what my stat gains looks like, because it gets me actually pretty close to the next one, which is nice.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah. Alright, let's take the inn, recover our MP a little bit here. Alright, what was my experience at? 2406. We still have about a little less than 400 to go. It is worth upgrading Christo's weapon here, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. He's still got a copper sword. He can sell this boomerang. So we'll get him an iron spear. Alright. Christo will contribute more. The thing about Christo is he's still going to spend a lot of turns casting Surround or Heal. But when he can attack, he'll do a little bit more damage now. And it's not like the weapon shop is like really far out of the way. It's literally right there. So, doesn't hurt. Another nice thing there is, as Error mentioned, is I'm kind of taking the opportunity to put better equipment on Christo so that we can bring that into Chapter 5 and we can sell it for money.
Meanwhile, Bray just holds on to his stick.
Yep, Bray gets his stick, he gets his clothes. I'll actually get rid of those later because I want him to have more room to hold fairy waters and tiny metals later.
Yeah, kind of a fun fact is it's actually a really good idea to keep that stick on Bray, because while it doesn't seem like much, it is actually possible to crit a Metal Slime for 3 damage with Bray if you don't have the stick equipped. And if it has 4 HP, then you got lucky with a crit and didn't kill the Metal Slime.
Yep, it's a hot tip. If you're gonna fight Metal Slimes, let Bray keep his stick. Absolutely. There's nothing more disappointing than getting a critical hit and then the Metal Slime lives. Alright, 152 there, we're getting closer. 2558, so. A little bit further to go before we're one fight away, but not too much. Alright, with this fight, we're not going to have any problems. Alina's going to take that guy out with the Ice Bolt. Nice. Christo surrounds the Rogue Knight. And And since Christo has an Iron Spear equipped, I can actually count on him to destroy that heal slime, which is nice. Alright, 98. We are now getting close, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a save. I'm not gonna take this fight because it could actually end up being too much experience. It's also kind of slow, honestly.
Yeah, also the Rogue Knights can crit, so it can be a little bit scary.
Can be dangerous, can be slow. It's just kind of not a good fight to take anyway, but I don't want to take too much here. Alright, heal Bray up. Let's heal Alina up. Cool. So yeah, 1 or 2 fights will probably get us there. If we just see a bunch of, like, you know, I don't know, Razor Winds on their own or something. It'll take more than that, but we're pretty close. And if I get a fight that gets us, like, really close, then I'll do the same thing again where I save close to level, and then we'll maybe grind it out at the Bazaar or something. Actually, why don't you attack now?
You've already used all the stat seeds, right?
Yep.
Okay. So
Once
her
we get
health's
this,
a little bit low.
yeah, it's we'll see. Hopefully she gets a decent HP gain on the next one. Why don't she parry? But it's not terrible. I mean, it's fine. Her strength is good enough that it makes up for it. All right, 106 gets us up to, ooh, yeah. We are about 35 experience points away, so I am happy to save that, and then let's finish this at the Bazaar. So Alina, I want her to get at least 4 strength on this next level, and then I want her to get, what does she need, 3 agility? Let me double check that. 4 agility. So 4 strength, 4 agility. That's what we're looking for. And those are like her average rolls. So doesn't need to be like crazy. She just needs to not get unlucky on either one of those.
Wouldn't argue with 7 HP.
Alright, so we'll just go over here where the easy fights are. The left side of the Bazaar is a different encounter zone that has bigger groups. Over here we get smaller groups for the most part. But we don't need anything big. So close. Alright, Corger's good as long as it doesn't run away. Didn't run away.
Alright, drum roll.
Yep, let's see it. 4 strength and 3 agility. So close.
And if it seems a little bit weird to reset over 1 stat point, that should just tell you how important the stats are in this chapter.
Yeah, it also just has to do with the fact that so many effects of stats have to do with when it crosses a threshold. So I'm really paying attention to, like, are we over the threshold or not? So actually, like, if we got 5 strength, that's actually not any better for me than if we get 4. There's just, like, not actually any difference.
But if we get 6...
If we got 6, that would make a difference, that's true. Alright, that's 3 strength, and the 4 agility, right? Got the reverse. One of these times we'll get them both.
Alright, 3rd time's the charm.
You can see it's possible. You can see it's in there somewhere. Yep, 3rd time's the charm. That's right.
I believe in the double 7s.
Yep, fortunately, like I said, it's like so quick to get these again. It's much quicker than going through the tournament and losing, and then going through the tournament again.
And earlier on, these Corgers are kind of scary, like when you first get here, because they are also able to crit. And any enemy that can crit is extremely terrifying in a speedrun because you're generally going to be under level.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have a pretty high critical hit rate too, actually. 4 strength. That was my pause for luck. There we go. We got it.
Ooh,
4 agility.
4 agility.
And 9 HP. What a beautiful level. All right, we are ready to go. Let's go.
That was like a perfect level.
Yep, that's everything we needed. So, yep, we hit the target on strength. We hit, actually, I'm saying we hit the target on strength. We're 2 above my target on strength. We are really good on strength. Hit the target on agility exactly, and actually we got some really nice health on that one too, so. Heal up. I believe Alina's inventory is already good. We're gonna take a safety save before the tournament.
Yeah, because of the way that the damage calculation goes, only the even values on strength are going to make any difference on this boss rush here. So that's why 4 is the same as 5, but 4 is much better than 3.
That's right. Yeah, thanks for coming in with that raid as well. Welcome, everyone. We're playing Dragon Warrior 4 today. For the speedrun as part of Retrothon, we are having a really cool, fun Retrothon 2023 so far, so thanks. We're still fairly early in the run here. We're going to be here for about 7 hours total. And we're at one of the best parts of the whole run right now, the tournament at the end of Chapter 2.
So the reason not 6 is because the stat distribution is going to be on a bell curve, where 4 is going to be the most common, and then 5 is going to be slightly less common, but 6 is going to be extremely unlikely. So it's not worth the time to grind out a 6, whereas 4 is very manageable.
Alina dodging an attack there is pretty good. So yeah, we have to fight 5 enemies here. They're not all monsters. Some of them are people.
They're all monsters.
Maybe they're all monsters. To get through the arena, then we've got to fight them all in a row like this. So Hun, the first one, is really not much of a threat. Second guy is Rorik here. So I didn't heal during the first fight. I'm going to heal during this one so that I don't lose my medical herb that this guy's going to drop because, again, full inventory.
Throws the boomerang.
Rorik throws the boomerang. He's taken a couple turns to guard, which has been pretty nice of him, so. Okay, he was going to die there anyway, but nice crit.
It's always when you get the crits here, is when it doesn't matter.
Yep. All right. So after Rorik, we get Vivian. So Rorik is actually one of the more difficult fights. He's one of the ones I was paying attention to my stat growth for to make sure he wasn't going to be a problem, but did a couple defends there. He didn't do too much damage to us. Vivian here is going to cast a few spells, so we want her to do more spell casting and less physical attacking. She still can cast Ice Bolt 2 more times if she wants to, and it looks like she does want to. It'd be nice if she wasted a turn trying to cast Fireball, but she's not going to do that. Maximum damage out of Vivian there. Well played, Vivian. Alright, so the next one is kind of like the one that we did all of that stat seed grinding for and level grinding for. This is Samson.
He's a big jerk.
He's a jerk. He's got 90 HP, he's got huge attack, huge defense. When he's under half his HP, he can use a medical herb. So I'm gonna count damage here. 15, 17. Should be able to kill him in 4 more hits, so I'm gonna heal up. 16. Alright.
Yeah, so now we're at the point where he can choose to heal, which is very, very bad, because we don't have the resources to keep up with it.
Alright, it was important that Alina went first on that last turn. She did. Samson wasn't necessarily going to take off 18 damage, but he could have. Alright, and now for the fun part, right? Welcome to Linguar.
Hope you like RNG.
Feel free to throw out your favorite Linguar in the chat. A, B, C, D.
Always B.
Start with B for error here. D builds power. D was the correct answer. I'm going to chase the one that builds power, but if it doesn't build power, then I'll go for whichever one I see next in chat.
Okay, it was B.
It's B that time, so we'll go for B here. Alright, that's 1 hit. Next one I see is Purple Mario saying Linguar A, so we'll go for A. We gotta hit him 3 times, probably. Ooh, B emits a fireball.
Always B.
Alright, Zytoriak would like C next.
Yeah, Linguar's got 55 HP, so if you get really good damage rolls, you can do it in 2 attacks, but it's not very likely.
You see A. Alright, EMP wants Linguar B. E builds power. All right, we're gonna chase D for a sec here. Ooh, C. Yelzrake would like the next 4 attacks to be on Linguar A. Very nice, that's another one.
4
All right,
HP left.
One more hit. I'm gonna see here. I'm out of medical herbs, so we do have to get a... Nope, we got lucky.
Nice.
Good enough, let's go. All right, beautiful.
Sub 208 Linguar. Wonderful.
Love the Linguar fight. Linguar is fun. He, I mean, complete RNG, right?
As you can imagine, many runs can collapse right there. You just have to get lucky. You have to win 3 1-in-4s before you die.
You do everything you can, and then sometimes Linguar just doesn't stay still. Yeah, we'll credit Yelzrake with the win when we finish this run.
I'd like to point out if you had gone always B, it would have been faster, but you know, that's cool.
Noted. Alright, before we leave here, I am going to fill Bray up with fairy waters. And we will use those in Chapter 5 when we see him again. But yeah, this is good. We're finishing the chapter here right about the 210 mark, which is exactly on target for me for the marathon route here, so we are perfectly on pace.
This shop here is actually another good thing about the routes that do more grinding with gold encounters, because you are going to be able to fill up on fairy water here. Sometimes if you go 2 metal slimes, if you're kind of unfortunate with like deaths and revives and such, you might not have very much money. You might not be able to fill up on fairy waters here, but you're always going to be able to stock up with this routing.
Yep, it is pretty nice, yeah.
And those fairy waters are going to be important, because later we don't want encounters until we want them.
Yeah, that's right. And we can buy them later if we have to, but it's never quite as convenient as it is right there. Cool. So yeah, we are through the pressure of the tournament and all that is Chapter 2. We cast the return spell to get out of there, and ends the chapter. Could walk out, but that'd be slower. So
210 Chapter 2, not bad.
Yep, 210 Chapter 2 is... I mean, it's so funny that we're like right at 210, because that's literally my target for right now. So, couldn't be better. Calculated. Alright, so here we are, Chapter 3 with Taloon. Taloon is a lot of people's favorite character. And this was a lot of people's favorite chapter, playing the game casually.
I remember my first time playing this game, like, I, for some reason, hated his overworld theme. And when I came back to it and started learning the speedrun, I was just like, wow, this is like the greatest music ever.
It's really good. Yeah, Taloon's theme is fun.
This younger me just had no taste. Another wonderful day for capitalism.
Yeah, so Chapter 3 is very different from the entire rest of the game. Both
Or
casually...
the series.
Yeah, the series. Both casually and in the speedrun. The whole point of this chapter is not to get strong and beat monsters. The whole point of this chapter is to make lots of money. So we are going to go on adventures with Taloon the Merchant as he accidentally hits the button with his backpack and sees if he can make some money. The first thing we do in this chapter to get the money started is we're going to come into this cave where ordinarily you'd get the iron safe, which is an item that lets you keep your gold if you die. But we're just coming to get this chain sickle. And specifically, we're coming here to get it so we can sell it for money.
Yeah, the random merchant encounters is one of the nice touches to this, though. You're not always going to end up getting a dangerous encounter on the overworld. Sometimes you just get shot or an inn.
Yep. The shop can be pretty useful. If it comes up at the right time, I'll use it. The inn doesn't tend to be too useful to me in the speedrun, but it's better than seeing a monster, I will say, pretty much always.
And this is also going to be the first time in the series that we're terrified of metal slimes.
Yeah. So for the chapter 3 here, we're never going to get Taloon past level 1 in the entire speedrun, which means he's always going to have 20 HP. One nice thing about Taloon is he can equip some really good armor, so 20 HP actually goes a long way. I was hoping it'd be the item shop there. Oh well. But yeah, we don't want to waste time having Taloon get levels. Alright, so Chain Sickle sells for 412 gold. That gets us started. The first thing we actually need to buy is a bunch of wings.
And then the metal slimes are also very dangerous because they have the blaze spell. So you will never see braver metal slimes than you're going to see in chapter 3. Like, they refuse to run away more often than not, I feel like. And since we're going to be boosting Taloon's physical defense so that he can deal with physical attackers no problem, but the blaze spells coming from metal slimes are still going to do like more than a third of his health. So a couple of run fails can end in disaster right there.
That's right. Taloon gives the prince a hug here. Since it plays that tiny cutscene with the prince's maid or whoever that is running in to yell at Taloon, the prince will walk forward into Taloon's sprite. One of the only times in the game that kind of thing can happen. So we're coming in here. The son of Grandpa Tom is in jail. He got caught. No more thieving for him, and he would like a wing of wyvern so he can very loudly escape the prison.
I want some of these Taloon pants. They're very fashionable.
I will also very loudly escape the prison.
Break through the ceiling.
Yep, no ceilings here. Alright, and now, once again, we need it to be nighttime.
Yeah, it's really nice that most places where we want to manipulate the day-night cycle, we actually have access to a castle to do this.
Yep. That's always the hardest castle walk for me because Taloon's overworld theme is not a good beat to castle walk to. It doesn't work.
Yeah, and Ragnar's is slightly off, so that one catches people a lot.
Yeah, Ragnar's is a lot closer. Taloon's is just way off. Alright, so Taloon gets the prince's letter here. A lot of chapter 3 is getting items from royal people and then using them in front of other royal people to progress the storyline. We're just trying to make money. Since we saved the son of Grandpa Tom, he's gonna let us borrow his dog.
I hate to be that guy, Manic Ascendant, but that would be an Ewok. Had to do it.
Alright, that guy showing up at the item shop is not helpful to me. I don't need one right now. Alright, we are almost to the town. So this town is actually a town of foxes. They just like playing tricks on people, so we brought a dog here. The dog is gonna bark at the foxes. And this guy over in the lower right, who is hanging out with this cute little fox lady, is going to realize that he's under an illusion and get back to work, rebuilding the bridge south of Bon Malmo Castle, which will let us go to Endor. Alright. The fox also...
full plate armor.
Yeah, exactly. The fox also, because we let him go, gives us full plate armor, which is worth a lot of money. So the architect runs off to Bon Malmo Castle. We take the short route through the sky.
Yeah, throughout this chapter, both casually and in the speedrun, you get your hands on a lot more equipment than you do in other chapters of the game. Part of that is because the monsters have a higher than normal chance to drop their equipment drops. Because the idea is that you're still going to go out there and fight encounters and then just sell the things that you've gotten. But it's a lot faster to just do it this way, where we're going to load up on the most expensive armor that we can afford and just keep going to this merchant here that's going to offer to buy them for either more or less than we already paid. And then there's also a chance that we can get a critical offer, which is going to give us the up to double the value of the item.
Yep, we're going to spend a lot of time with this guy saying yes and no. With this full plate armor, I am in particular looking for an offer that's at least 2,700 gold. There it is.
Yeah, there's a lot of menuing in this version, or this chapter. It's one of the most useful chapters for Turbo.
Yeah, it's a nice time to have a turbo controller. For a lot of NES games, I know that turbo is not kind of typical, but for Dragon Quest speedrunning, of which the main kind of like the main scene for that is in Japan, they do allow turbo. So for a lot of Dragon Quest games, except for really like Dragon Warrior 1, 2, and 3 for NES, for pretty much all the rest, we do allow turbo for the community, just to kind of match up a little bit better with what the Japanese community does. It's kind of nice too, because it's like such a long speed run, doesn't tend to be that big of an advantage versus not using turbo, and it's a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, in my experience, turbo causes more problems than it solves. The main issue that it resolves is saving your controller and your thumbs. But there are a lot of turbo mistakes that happen when you just select the wrong option or accidentally use an item that can be difficult to recover from. And in some cases, you have to reload a save.
Yeah, it definitely happens. All right, we made it down here to Endor. Didn't die to the tree stump, so that was good. We're gonna sell Taloon's clothes, and we're gonna pick up some better armor. So yeah, the reason I was grinding for a certain gold value from that full plate armor with the merchant was so that I would have enough gold to get Taloon totally kitted out here in Endor, because he's gonna have to dive into a dungeon next, and he needs good defense to go down there and survive.
As long as there are no duck spills.
No duck spills.
So duck spills are going to be one of the scary encounters in this chapter, because basically we're putting everything on Taloon's armor. That's all of our survivability. But duck spills have the sap spell, so if you fail to run from them and they cast sap, then the next turn you might just die.
Yeah, sap is a spell that completely removes all your defense. So it's very effective against Taloon.
Yeah, it turns our nugget of iron named Taloon into wet toilet paper.
That's right. So before we go in the dungeon, we're going to use the royal scroll that we got, or the princess letter. We're going to show that to the princess. The king gives us the royal scroll, asks us to show that to the other king. We'll do that later. He tells us to hurry, but we have other things to do. There's money to be made. So I'm going to wing outside. I'm actually going to take the inn real quick. Not necessarily because Taloon needs it, but because I don't want it to turn to nighttime as I'm walking over to the next dungeon here. Because at nighttime, we can get some monsters that will cast the Blaze spell on Taloon. And in the daytime, you shouldn't see anybody like that.
Our old friends, the Blaze Ghosts.
Yep, Blaze Ghosts coming back for a Chapter 3 cameo. But hopefully not.
I remember before I understood why you took that in, I just didn't do it. And then I got the Blaze Ghost encounter and I was like, oh, I get it.
Oh, I see. Yep. So you can see most of these monsters they're either going to do no damage to Taloon because he's got really good defense now, or they might do like between 1 and 3 damage. Hey, here's the Duckspill. He looks hungry. He's got those crazy hungry eyes, just looking at Taloon, how delicious Taloon is.
They are the natural predator of the Taloon.
That's right. A lot of the artwork that has been made for Taloon often has him like running away from a duckspill, and that all comes back to this game and this chapter here.
Yeah, you can get a new version of the "This is fine" meme, where you just have Taloon sitting at a table with coffee surrounded by duck spills instead of fire.
There you go. It's all just duck spills and their eyes and their little mohawks. So in this dungeon here, we've basically got one objective, which is at the very bottom. There is an item called the Silver Statuette, And there's a guy in Endor who's going to buy that from Taloon for 25,000 gold, which is huge. The next objective for us is we actually want to be able to buy Taloon a shop, and that's going to cost 35,000 gold. So getting the silver statuette gets us a long way toward that.
And the great thing is that guy haggles himself for you.
He does. It's really nice. I don't have to argue with him like the merchant in Von Malmo Castle.
Yeah, he's just like, I'll buy it off you for 20,000. No, 25,000.
Yeah, if you talk to him before you get the statuette, he's like, I'll pay any amount of money. It's pretty good.
Wonder if we could just do that and get 60.
It would shorten a few things if we could just get 60,000 gold from him, but not quite that. Not quite that rich or desperate, or who knows. All right, so we're gonna come and push this button. I'm gonna take the opportunity to turn around and pet my dog. Can't usually do that, but I can do it here. Good dog. Scratch behind the ear. By the way, once we've chased the foxes out of Foxville, we don't actually need the dog anymore. We could take him home and return him, and most of the time when you're playing casually, you would do that. But in the speedrun, not only would that take time, but I like having the dog. He's a good dog.
Plus, he scares Strom, and that's the most useful thing ever.
Yeah.
Nobody likes Strom.
Yeah, Strom is a mercenary guest character that Taloon could recruit in this chapter. There's actually 2 of those. But Strom in particular won't join your party if you have the dog, because he says he hates dogs. Because kind of like the King of Endor, Strom is also a scumbag. And I don't want him anyway.
Yeah, there's this one tile gap by your weapon shop, and Strom likes to just walk in there and stand there. And you have to wait for him to move or leave town and come back in.
Yep. Alright, making nice progress through the cave here though. So you saw, I picked up some gold, I picked up an iron spear, which we'll sell for some money. And the only thing left to do in here is grab the silver statuette. We're actually going to leave a couple pieces of equipment behind in here. There's a broadsword, there's a half-plate armor, and we're just going to leave those here because we can actually come back at the beginning of Chapter 5 and grab those really nice pieces of equipment and put them on the hero. So they're more useful there than here.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think is really cool. Like, a lot of games, when you are able to revisit an area later in the game, like, it'll be remapped with new items and new encounters and stuff. But this is the same exact cave later on when you come back. So anything that you leave behind, you can pick up later.
Yep. So
casually, you wouldn't do that.
Yeah, it'd be very unusual to do it casually, but super useful for the speedrun. Cool. So yeah, mission achieved in here. Really nice, easy cave. I didn't see any metal slimes. Didn't get sap cast on us by any duckspills, so Taloon takes off all of his fancy armor, and we are gone. Back home very quickly.
I don't know if we've mentioned it, but there's a lot of death warping in this game.
Yeah, you death warp once or twice. Alright, so we got that royal scroll from the King of Endor. We're going to show it to the King of Von Malmo here. It's going to say, our children are in love, my daughter Mia and your son Reed are in love. You don't have to invade my kingdom anymore because we'll just have a dynastic marriage or whatever.
Yeah, basically just sold his daughter for peace.
You know, whatever. So anyway, all's well. Fortunately, this guy still says they are short of armor, and he's willing to pay a bunch of money for it. So we're going to continue to use this guy to meet our financial goals. So I'm going to sell all that fancy armor I just had equipped. That's not quite enough for the iron shield. There we go. And yeah, like I mentioned, the next goal is to get enough money to buy Taloon a shop. So we're going to use this guy, just like Error described earlier, to get enough money so we can do that.
He's going to buy a lot of iron aprons for us. And somehow the market value does not change.
Yeah, there's like some kind of market crash probably after Taloon leaves the country, but not before. He's too savvy for that. Alright, sold that iron spear to that guy. I picked up a wing of wyvern just so I can easily get back to the other castle. we're going to pawn off that silver statuette to this guy real quick. Nice. Alright, so yeah, now we get into the Iron Apron grind of Chapter 3. This is like this is the heart of Chapter 3. Right here.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We're going to buy the most expensive piece of armor that's available, which is these Iron Aprons. We can hold 7 of them at a time, plus a Wing of Wyvern. And we'll just be going back and forth between this kingdom and selling them to that merchant until we've made enough money. It is like kind of interesting though, mostly because of that opportunity to get critical rolls. So there's a 1 in 32 chance every time we make an offer to that merchant that he gives us a critical offer. And if we get 2 or 3 of those, it really speeds things along. Do need to hit 1 story trigger real quick now that we've allowed peace between the 2 kingdoms. We talked to the king, and apparently that's what it takes to be able to open a shop in this town. It's a lot. But we don't have to fill out any paperwork.
You'd think after how instrumental we were to bringing peace and saving the entire kingdom that maybe he could just be like, you know what, I'll front the cost for your shop.
Yeah, that would be nice. Alright, so we're going to sell a bunch of Iron Aprons. The minimum offer that I'll accept on these is 1710. So about half of the offers are going to be, well, maybe like 2/3 of the offers are going to be worse than that, and like 1/3 are going to be at least that good. There's about 28 different offers that he'll give me. So we'll see some of these same numbers over and over. Like 1687, we've already seen that one twice. And yeah. Hopefully at least a couple times we'll see some big numbers. That 1875 is actually the highest non-critical roll, so love seeing numbers like that. So that means we're making like 375 gold on that 1 Iron Apron, which is huge.
Yeah, the original cost of these Iron Aprons was 1,500, so we're making a pretty small profit margin off of each one. So depending on how many crits you get, this will usually take 2 or 3 trips.
Yep. Seeing a whole bunch of offers above 1,800 though, so that's really good.
And the crits can go up to double, so if you're really lucky, you can get 3,000 gold for one.
Yeah, just like there's kind of a range on these normal offers, there's also a range on the critical hit offers. So on the low end, they can be just 150% of the value, which is 2250 for an Iron Apron. Oops, sold that one accident. And on the upper range, yeah, it's 3,000, which is really, really good.
They're getting a lot in the 1800s, though.
Yep, I shouldn't talk about other numbers when I'm trying to pay attention to these numbers. Alright, pretty quick round there. Didn't take too long to get through those. No critical offers, but that's okay. Gonna come back here, pick up a couple wings so I can get there and back again, and we'll do it again.
Gonna step away for just a brief moment during this riveting gameplay. I'll be right back.
Oh, no worries. There's a meme in running Dragon Warrior 7 where there's a grind that goes on for about 45 minutes, and the Countess who runs that game names that split chat runs their errands, and sometimes people talk about this section here is kind of the version of that too. I think it's fun to watch the offers, but it's probably the least action-oriented part of the speedrun as we go through Chapter 3. Personally, because of how the speedrun is just kind of long and relaxing and comfy, really nostalgic game for a lot of people. I think it's like just kind of nice because a lot of the time you're watching this and you're just trying to relax a little bit. So Chapter 3 is great for that. But some people want the action. So if you want the action, let's see if we can get some critical hits here. So this is round 2. Haven't seen any yet, but hopefully in the next round or 2 we'll get at least a couple. $18.04, nice. $17.57, very good. We're cruising through them already. $18.04 again, nice. Saloon just making money.
All right. Did I miss any crits?
Nah, couple pretty good rolls, but no critical hits yet.
I'm gonna try to manifest crits now.
Very good. Yeah, use your critical hit magnet. I don't know what critical hits are magnetically attracted to specifically, but
Not me.
not you. 1734, that works. Just
I think critical hits
left
are magnetically attracted to hactical races.
Oh, that's it. Yep. That does sound right to me. 1804. Alright, last one here. I think that will be sold like 4 of them in this round for 1804. Which is great. Making pretty good money.
Yeah, there's been a lot in the 1800s so far. It's really good. Like, a lot of times you get, well, you sell like in the low 1700s. So every little bit that you get in the 1800s adds up.
Yep, sure does. Alright, that's 2 rounds down. We'll probably be able to finish this in one more, but if we don't get any critical rolls, might have to do one more after that. We'll see. Zero counts. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. We're playing some Dragon Warrior 4 as part of Retrothon 2023 today. And we're just a couple hours into this speedrun, which is going to take about 7 hours total, so gonna be pretty comfy. Feel free to settle in as we watch Taloon the Merchant in Chapter 3 here try to make lots of money.
Yeah, pop a few bags of popcorn and get ready to enjoy. Raider accessories. I don't know if I've ever considered that before.
Alright, I think that was 7. Okay, good.
Yeah, so
All right,
you guys have come in on like the most exciting part of the run. We're just manipulating money, buying low at one shop, selling high at another, trying to make our way in the world.
Most of the way through this section. Hoping to get a critical hit, hopefully in this round. I haven't seen one yet, but it's got to be in the cards eventually, right? Or
history would say no.
or 1523. 1804. Ooh, that's a lot of puff puff. But if anyone can handle it, it's Taloon.
If anybody knows where I can get 7 hours of puff puff, just let me know. 1289 is not good.
Not good. Alright, 1781. 3 left in my inventory here. The way this is looking, we'll probably have to do a round 4, which occasionally happens when the guy is not feeling generous. Oh, there it is, 2789. Finally. Alright, for this last one, I am actually going to hold out for an offer above 1800. Just a little greedy here to see if I can, there we go, avoid round 4. I think that got us there.
Well, that was a nice ending.
Yep, at least it came eventually. Better late than never. Yep, that's good enough. Let's go. So I'm going to buy 1 wing instead of 2.
And so this gives us enough money to buy the shop, which is going to allow us to sell weapons and armor instead of just armor. So we can get some higher value stuff. And in addition to that, the shop that we purchase here is basically always going to be a critical hit. So we're going to be getting more money than we would be getting if we just kept doing the Iron Apron selling here.
Yep, this is a much faster way to make money. So I was trying to get enough gold to buy the shop from this guy for 35,000 gold. And then I also needed to have enough money to buy a decent piece of equipment as kind of the seed to start growing our money in the shop. So Taloon brings Netta, his wife, over from the first town. She's gonna run the shop here. And Taloon is mostly gonna sleep while she does all the hard work.
I'm pretty sure the implication here is when she says, "I love you, smack," is that she's giving him a kiss, but I just like to imagine that she just slaps him. Like, love you, slap.
Are you tired already? It's still early, but okay, you want to sleep? So The reason that Saloon is going to sleep so much is every time that we sleep, Netta has a 75% chance to sell the items that we put in the shop. So we sleep multiple times to try to increase the chance that she actually sold it before we come around to the counter here. So she did sell that one for $22.46, not bad. That's gonna allow us to buy more equipment, and then you can kind of see that this is sort of like an exponential growth curve. So now we can get an Abacus of Virtue, we can get a Chain Sickle. We'll put those in the shop, and every time we're putting this in, the value of these is growing by about 175%.
Yeah, Chain Sickle is the best flavor of popsicle.
Yeah, what color popsicle is Chain Sickle?
Gray?
That doesn't sound great.
Well, maybe it's just grape then.
Grape. It might be grape.
Hoping to get enough money here to buy multiple Abagoose now.
Yeah, as we all know, the plural of abacus is Abagoose. We held a poll one time during a speed run of this in a marathon, and that's what the community decided. So
charming.
We're all stuck with it.
Official. You can't do anything about it.
Yep, it's official. So yeah, the Abacus of Virtue is the most expensive piece of equipment in the chapter here, so the more of those we can buy and put in the shop, the better off we are. She'll sell it for a minimum of 2,400 gold pieces, and she'll sell it for up to 3,200, which is a lot of money to make off something we paid 1,600 gold for.
Yeah, it's one of the really nice things about this shop, as opposed to the armor merchant over in Van Malmo, is that you're always going to have a profit off of it. You're not risking getting less money than you paid for the items.
Yeah, when I was playing this game casually as a kid, I didn't realize the merchant in Van Malmo would give you a bunch more money sometimes if you just had the patience to sit through it. So I never even used him until I learned the speedrun.
I'm going to remember my first playthrough of this. It was a very long time ago. But I probably did not notice. And there's a chance I never spoke to that guy to begin with.
Totally, yeah. I just remember fighting a bunch of monsters with the loon and looking for the random item drops, which was, I mean, it's a really fun way to play it casually anyway, so it's all good.
Yeah, one of the best feelings in Dragon Quest casual play, in speedruns too, is when you get an item drop off of a random encounter. So it's a really entertaining aspect of the casual playthrough.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, you can see that we are starting to make some real money here, putting all this stuff in the shop. So I have a gold total that I'm trying to get to, which is about 25,000 gold here, a little over. And that's going to allow me to do everything I need to finish the chapter. We won't have to hang out and do all this shopping and haggling and stuff like that. But we do need a little bit more money to make money. So we'll be hanging out here for a few more minutes until one of these times I come around to the front of the counter and Netta says, "All right, we made 25,000 gold yesterday."
Imagine the time save if we could figure out a shop skip so that you could just take the money from the Iron Aprons and then go straight into the order.
Would be nice, wouldn't it? Alright, so now that I've got so many pieces of equipment in the shop, I'm sleeping 3 times. And that's just because it's pretty quick to take an extra nap there. And it takes a lot of time if you come around to the front and discover that she did not, in fact, sell things. Alright, that is enough for me to put 8 Abacus of Virtue on Taloon here. So I'm going to actually sell the lunch for once. Make room in my inventory, and we'll throw 8 of those in my inventory. That's going to give me almost enough gold. It's just not quite going to be enough, so I'll have to do a little bit more after this round, but not much.
The reason that we're doing this is we ultimately need 60,000 gold in order to pay for a tunnel, which is going to end the chapter. And in order to get the 60,000, we could just continue doing this with the Abacus of Virtue until we got there. It would take a while. But conveniently, there's also an order that the king is going to give us for a bunch of broadswords and half-plate armor, which he will conveniently pay us 60,000 gold for, even though they only cost like 25,000 to get it. So we're going to take advantage of the fact that he's too lazy to go shopping on his own and turn the biggest profit Amazon has ever seen.
Pretty much. And while I'm holding the A button here to sell these in the shop, I'm going to close my window because it's cold now.
Selling the lunch back to Netta is always hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, I would love to just see her actual reaction. Like, wait a minute. I made this for you.
I made this for you about 2 weeks ago.
Oh gosh. That's an old bento box.
It's pretty old at this point. And some person just came into the shop and paid somewhere between 15 and 20 gold for that.
I think that might be the more disturbing part.
And then they got very sick.
Sounds like gas station food, all right.
Yeah, don't buy your lunch from the overpriced equipment shop.
We specialize in abacus, iron spears, and bento boxes.
Alright, so from this I'm going to be able to see just how much more money I need. I don't expect that we'll quite have the full amount here, but we'll just have to do a little bit more in the shop. Alright, 23,069.
Nice.
Check to see if... Okay, she did sell everything, so I need about 2,000 more, about 2,300 more. So 2 probably gets me there, and 3 pretty much guaranteed gets me there.
And once we're through this part, we're nearly done with the chapter, but there is going to be a couple of trips to the armor shop and then the weapon shop back in Malmo to get the items for the King's Order, and then we finally get to move on to chapter 4.
Yep. Chapter 3 is kind of nice and relaxing part of the speedrun overall. You have to do a lot of math if you're running the chapter, but for the most part, it's kind of like pretty consistent. Chapter almost always takes right about 45 minutes to get through, and you almost always know what to expect. Of course, sometimes the duck's bills come for Tulun, but other than that.
Yeah, if it weren't for all the mental math, it would be a great mental break in the middle of the run, but unfortunately you do have to think about it. I mean, you can't just play it safe and like always go one beyond average and assume that's going to do it. Not 100%.
Yep. I'm just gonna check my gold, make sure it's at least 25,315 here. Yep. So that's about 1 extra abacus above, so worked out just right. Alright, so yeah, we will preemptively get that stuff to finish the King's Order, because we already know what it's gonna be. Grab a wing. So we're gonna need 7 suits of half-plate armor here.
Is that wing boneless or traditional?
It's pretty expensive, so I'm gonna say it's got the bone still, yeah. That's number 3. Tulun can't be equipped with this. Do you still want it?
I like how it confirms that every single time.
Yep, you never know. I was planning to equip these 7 suits of half-plate armor. Alright, just confirm that I bought 7. Okay. I was pretty sure, but I don't want to walk all the way up here. Realize I didn't.
Definitely never done that.
Oh yeah. Alright. King has a big order. Somehow we knew it was coming.
The trigger for getting that order is just buying the shop, but since we already knew what the order was going to be and how much money we need to do it, then we're able to just get a head start on it and make sure that we've got everything we need before we even talk to him.
Yep, so 7 broadswords to bring him. We have to get those from the other town, so we'll head over there. There is one NPC in this town that really likes to get in the way of getting to the weapon shop, so hopefully that guy doesn't show up.
Brom's younger brother.
Yeah, Strom was pretty good. He stayed out of the way today, which is nice. Yeah, this guy's not in my doorway today, so that's nice too. Alright. Gonna buy 7 of these. Tulum can't be equipped with this, is that alright?
Let me think.
Alright, 7 broadswords. We'll go turn those in. Saloon gets an incredibly unfathomable amount of money for all other reference points in this entire game here.
And then consider saving plus.
Yeah, indeed. Alright, we turn in the last of the items here. He'll be paid as promised. Tulin receives 60,000 gold pieces. He puts them in his backpack. He's jingling real hard right now.
Yeah, you gotta wonder, how hard would it be to walk with 60,000 gold pieces in that backpack?
60,000 is a really high number of individual objects.
Right. Balloon's legs have got to be just absolutely solid muscle.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, so I had a little bit more money than I needed to build the tunnel and fill that order. So what I'm doing with that money is I'm going to get some equipment that I want to bring into Chapter 5.
Yeah, the goal here is basically spend as much as you can while staying above 60k. Because again, you're not going to take any of the excess gold with you into Chapter 5, but you will take the items in this inventory.
That's right. And we have a very short walk to the tunnel where we would turn in our money, but I'm going to take a save before we take that walk because we don't want to die and lose 30,000 gold pieces. That would be a setback.
Yeah, this is where those duck spills really come out in force.
Mm-hmm. Yep, if we save, we won't see any duck spills, and if we don't save, then they will ambush us every 3 steps.
That's optimistic.
Oh, here they are.
Uh-oh.
Cast sap. Get out of there, Salute!
Oh no! Good thing you saved.
Wow, this is the first time I've ever saved there, and it saved me. That's the first time it's ever happened.
You know, I'm glad we got to showcase it, because you don't get to see that very often. It's a worst-case scenario that you plan for, but luckily never see.
I look smart now, don't I, the Countess? Oh, man. Oh, excellent.
That was beautiful.
That was really, really good. I'm so glad that happened that time and not all the times I don't save there. Alright, we give this guy our 60,000 gold pieces. And he says, yes, we'll get started on work right away. We have to walk outside as he gets started on work right away. Alright, he has started. When it's done, he'll send a message to my house. So how long does it take to excavate a tunnel from one continent to another?
15 seconds. We did get duck spilled.
Yeah. We absolutely got duck spilled.
1,071 pounds.
Woo! That's there you go. So we walk in the casino there. That allows time to pass. The tunnel is dug. And then it gets a message that the cave has been completed. And that's the last thing we need. We can now leave, and Tulun can go off onto greater adventures. Specifically, Tulun would like to find the legendary Zenithian equipment that he's heard so much about. So he's off on his great adventure to try to find these things.
You know, everybody else has all these noble goals, but Tulun just wants to sell the equipment that the hero needs.
Yep, pretty much. All right, nice chapter 3 there. We're finishing in about 43 minutes. So, actually a little bit faster than average. It was nice.
Yeah, that was a really good chapter 3.
Yeah, except for the critical offers, which we only got one of. Everything else was pretty good. Nice. All right, chapter 4.
Chapter 4 is a much shorter chapter than what we've been seeing, but it is a place where many things can go wrong. Fortunately, nothing ever goes wrong in chapter 4.
Nothing ever goes wrong in chapter 4.
Yeah, the beginning of this chapter is really brutal because you just have the two sisters here, Mara and Nara, and they're not very strong. Like, they can barely hold up in a fight on their own, unless you do a significant amount of grinding to power them up, which we're not going to do.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, the beginning of chapter 4 here is probably one of the scariest parts of the whole speedrun. Because what we want to do is get to our guest character here in chapter 4, who is very strong and will carry us through the rest of the chapter. But he's at the bottom of a dangerous dungeon. So we're going to try to get to him at level 1, pretty much as quickly as possible. We're going to start by getting all of these items that are just kind of laying around in town here. There's some gold that was left on the floor from when Mara was dancing for everybody, for the crowd. There's a strength seed in that chest in the back, and then there's a medical herb in the pot. And kind of like what we did in some of the other chapters, we're just going to go all defense so that we can survive to the bottom of that cave. I'm going to take one fight here just so I can have a little bit more money. I'm going to turn that into medical herbs, just to help increase our survivability here. So yeah, these couple fights should let me get enough money, in addition to what we started the chapter with, that it can basically fill us up on medical herbs. And that's going to be important. Okay, we're good now. I've seen enough ducks for one day.
These ones are slightly less terrifying.
Yeah, these ones don't do much, but they are not letting us go forward very quickly. There we go. Alright, we finished do all of our shopping in chapter 4 right here. So, sell the copper sword, buy the feather hat.
Or when you get a good one, it's only around like in the low 20 minutes range, so it's a really short chapter. But the very beginning of it is just so unstable because your two characters are very, very weak. Yeah, that's a lot more dimes than I want to carry around, that's for sure.
So one of the things we did here was we sold Mara's dancer's costume, and we instead got her a leather dress, which is pretty much the same amount of defense, but costs a lot less money.
I always found that one really interesting.
Yep, so the dancer's costume is pretty much good to just turn into money. Even if you're playing casually, may as well. Just replace it with something that pretty much offers the same protection, but get a little bit extra gold out of it. And then you also sell the strength seed there, which is funny, because in Chapter 2, those things were like, oh my gosh, every strength seed matters so much, but in this game, it's like, nah, nobody's attacking here.
Orin's got all the strength we need.
Cool clip to show off here. Change the party order with this dog following me around. Clips through the party. Runs between our legs there. Alright, we're gonna roll a life force nut on Mara here. 6 points, let's go.
Big 6.
It's actually really, really nice to get a high roll on that one.
Yeah, remember those are 4 to 6, so getting a 6 is perfect.
Yep. And especially considering that Nara's max HP before that was 16. She increased her total health by a significant fraction there.
About 40%.
So yeah, the whole idea here is Mara is in the front. She's got the good armor. So we're hoping that most of the monsters will kind of like focus on her instead of Nara. Unfortunately, with party targeting, when you only have 2 characters, the front party's not favored that much more to get hit than the back character. It's like a few percent. It's really very minor. So really hoping that the monsters choose to do physical attacks on the character in the front.
What if
we'll
we'd
see.
be able to coffin block with a mannequin?
Yeah, that'd be an idea. If we could coffin block here, that would be pretty nice. But unfortunately, no third character to make that setup happen. So yeah, before I came down here, I pretty much maxed out on medical herbs. So if we get hit in pretty much any fight, I'm probably just going to heal back up to full before the next one. Because fortunately the cave is not too long before we can get the guest character, but it's extremely dangerous.
And once we do get them, we're going to start taking fights to get a couple of levels for the boss in this area. But right now, they basically don't have a shot at killing anything. At least not without having to immediately go back to town and take the inn.
Yeah, absolutely. We are not in any shape to fight things right now. It would be inefficient anyway for the speedrun, because it's going to get much easier once we have Orin in the party.
Yeah, it's basically Chapter 1 all over again, where you don't fight anything till you get the Sword of Malak.
Yeah, it's pretty similar, honestly, to what we did in Chapter 1, yeah. We're just trying to get to the offense power as quickly as possible. We're a little past halfway through here. It's been going pretty well so far. Oof, 2 big hits on Nara there. This is scary. Okay, might live. Triple.
Boy.
Whew, that was lucky.
This is fine.
It was fine. We're all good. Totally fine. One more hit would have taken Nara out in the back there, but fortunately the second couple turns they just focused on character in the front. Just perfect. I don't need both sisters to be alive for this. I only need one, but it's nice when they both live, because this is a scary place.
Yeah, we're still going to want to get them to level 3 before the end of the chapter. So if one of them dies now and you still make it to Orin, you just have to make that experience during the overworld walk later.
Yep, you gotta find it sometime. It's nice if we can do it early, but... Thanks for the Blaze Ghost ambush, that's great. It's definitely what I want. Okay, we're almost there. The thing about this room is it's the most dangerous because now we see monsters who can cast Blaze and who can cast Ice Bolt. So it's pretty scary, but we're almost there. A few more steps. These guys are gonna be okay.
And for the completionists that need to see chests open, don't worry, we'll be back for this later.
Yeah, we wouldn't leave you hanging. It's just not time yet. Alright, a couple triple run fails walking down here, so thanks Chapter 4. But we are going to live to get to Orin. So that's good. Hardest part of chapter 4 is over.
And you did read that properly. The boss of this chapter is named Balzac.
Yep. Yeah, going for Balzac. He's kind of like a philosopher. A philosopher of the body. Alright, so now that Orin's in the party, as you can see, he's fast, he has really high attack power, he's got 95 HP, he's got great defense, and he's going to take care of us.
It's such a huge relief as soon as you get to Orin, because suddenly everything is safe. Like, it's still possible for things to go wrong before the coffin block is in place, but for the most part, it's like everything just dies to one hit with Orin.
Yep, it's not too bad at all. So yeah, we're gonna get to level 3 pretty quickly here, and then once Mara has 3, she'll learn the sap spell, and that's like all we really need from her in this chapter. So after that, we'll take advantage of the coffin block and let Nara get the rest of the experience for the chapter. Alright, since she got there, I'm also going to pass this feather hat back to Nara now, so that she can stay a little bit safer. And from here on, I'm only going to take fights that are like fairly quick. So if it's just like 1 or 2 monsters, then it's probably fine, but if it's more than that, it's just going to take a little too long. But we will be using both the sisters for a while through this whole chapter, and then for a little bit in chapter 5 as well. So if they get some extra experience, it really doesn't hurt. Like, it will come in handy for them to be stronger. It's not just like wasted levels or anything like that. So yeah, it looks like we'll probably get Mara at least up to level 4 in here, which is nice. But we are definitely seeing the Dragon Warrior 4 encounter rate show up, as it likes to do from time to time. Alright, Mara 4 there, so that's more than enough. I'm not healing her or anything, I'm just kind of letting her hang out while she wants to. Oh, Mr. Holmes showed up, yeah, okay. As soon as Dr. Mr. Holmes shows up, the encounter rate goes up.
It all makes sense now.
Yep, it all makes sense. Alright, I am going to heal Nara up here. I want to do that before I grab this Life Force Nut, which I'm going to use on her. Because I do want to Death Warp later, and I don't want it to be hard. So heal up to full. I'll let her use this. 6 points. Wow, we can't lose today.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's nice to see for the sisters. 6 and 6 is great. Alright, that would be fine if Mara wanted to take another hit. There we go. We're way safer now, thanks to having that coffin block again. So, if you missed what the coffin block was earlier when you explained it, basically it's just if you have a character in the back of the party and there's a dead character somewhere in front of them, then that character in the back is not going to get targeted by normal physical attacks from enemies.
Yeah, it's basically the corpse somehow pushes the last slot in your party off the target table. So even like later on when we have 4 characters, if you still have a dead character in slot 1, 2, or 3, the 4th character will not be targetable. So we'll be using that to protect one of our characters in the final boss.
Yeah, it's really useful throughout a lot of the speedrun. Yeah, for the final boss fight, it's like critical to the strategy of surviving that fight. Okay, let's see if I can take this one safe. This fight's a little bit scary just because this is one of those monsters that can damage the character in the back since they can use magic spells. they didn't choose to do that. A little bit safer to fight that one rather than try to run from it. This Mage Manja can cast Ice Bolt on me. One of the reasons I wanted to heal Nara before we came down here, because that spell can take off up to 16 HP, which was her maximum before. But yeah, came down here. Yep, so we came down, so we grabbed Orin, and then we also got that Sphere of Silence item, so we're going to use that to be able to beat the boss fight at the end of this chapter. And now that we've gotten what we came for, time for the Death Warp.
Yep, and here we're actually using the coffin block to make sure that all attacks go on to Nara to make it faster.
That's right.
And then we get Blaze Ghost where it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Hopefully Orin does kill the Blaze Ghosts, so it would be nice if they stuck around. Sometimes he'll attack them and they'll just split. Yep. Or they'll do that, which is also okay. Alright, good.
Death Warp.
Can be a little bit hard to get that Death Warp with Orin in the party because he likes to just fight all the monsters, but that one wins okay.
Yeah, he doesn't get the memo that you're trying to die, and he keeps killing the things that we want to kill us. Very inconsiderate.
That's right. Whenever you die in this chapter, Mara is the sister who is revived by default, and Nara is the one who stays dead, which is kind of backwards of how I want it. But what are you gonna do? So we'll bring back the sister that we want to keep alive. We'll put Mara in the front of the party without a lot of armor on, and she probably won't make it long. So yeah, this is a pretty short chapter, like you mentioned, so we're gonna go see the very last places that we see in the whole chapter. I'm going to collect this as a return point. This is actually where the final boss is. We're not ready to go here quite yet, but we will soon.
And here with this party order, since Mara is in the front, once she dies, it is still going to do the coffin block and prevent Nara from being attacked. And this is a point of confusion for a lot of new runners, is how exactly the coffin block works. The coffin doesn't actually need to be in the middle to knock them off the attack table. It just needs to be in front of them.
Yep, that was a really easy walk up here. We saw like no encounters. That's fine. We're gonna take a safety save before we go down into the mine of Actempto here. It's a pretty cheery place. Nothing is going wrong here. Right, guy? Nothing going wrong? Okay. That seems fine.
It's nothing of concern there.
Alright. So this is where it's a little inconvenient that Mara's still alive, because I would like these items to be going on to the other sister, but it's not a big deal to pass them back. These guys like to cast Fireball. I'm gonna kind of take advantage of this because I do want Mara to die. Thanks, Orin. So that got her part of the way. Ooh, another Fireball. Didn't quite take her out. So I really
hope a little scary now.
Okay, good. Now we just need this guy to not do that. That's why we save.
Yeah, so there, since they had already determined their actions before the coffin block went into effect, it still was able to target Nara in the back.
Yep. The following turn, they wouldn't have been targeting her at all anymore, but for the rest of that turn, they were still doing it.
Still fortunately, fireball.
Yeah, fortunately, we were about 10 steps into the cave, so not a big loss.
Good showcase of just how important the coffin block is, though, because once you have the coffin block in place, all the physical attacks are going to be hitting Orin for almost nothing. Whereas in that case, you saw Nara got hit for just way too much damage.
Yep. This Rogue Whisper is one of the kind of playful enemies that Dragon Quest games like to have. As you can see, these guys are not particularly dangerous. They can, if you actually damage them and bring them into a lower part of their health range, they can do kind of like a sacrifice attack that does take a bunch of damage off. But if you don't engage with them, then they're completely harmless.
Just poor, confused little guys.
Yeah, they're just lost spirits. Alright, so we're pretty deep into the chapter before we finally get a weapon for one of our party members. Put those silver tarot cards on Nara, and that will help us speed up the final boss fight of the chapter just a little bit. One good hit on Mara there. She's mostly dead. Ooh, this will probably do it. Yep, see ya, Mara. Now we just need Nara to actually stay alive through this turn. Okay, good. Yeah, this is a fight where you would never really want to take this if you were trying to get experience, because these guys cast Surround a lot. So Warren would not be able to hit them very often.
Okay, notice Orin's level's a question mark. I wonder if that has any use later.
Yeah, that's actually good. You can explain that if you want to, because we'll be taking advantage of that pretty early in Chapter 5.
Yeah, so when you use Fairy Waters in this game, it takes the enemy level that is assigned to each encounter zone and compares it to the highest level for your party, and it will, from there, determine how many encounters it's going to reduce you by. And if you're at a certain point, if you outlevel a zone, then you'll get no encounters whatsoever. The way that the guest characters work is they don't have a level, so it actually populates that with their monster ID, which is a very high number, like 200 plus. So it thinks that they're level 200 something, which means that your Fairy Water is always going to prevent encounters as long as you've got those characters in your party.
Yeah, super useful. So we can use that, we can kind of exploit that to be able to avoid all overworld encounters through a large portion of Chapter 5.
And notably, it only works if they're in your party and you win a fight or you save and reset the game, because that's when it recalculates the party level. So when you first get somebody, you can use the Fairy Water and still get encounters, but as soon as you win a fight, it's gonna recalculate and you'll be good to go.
We can't run from anything in here. Every single time we're failing to run a couple times, but I've almost made it to the end. Spoke a little too soon there. Okay, we've made it to the end.
Hey, we ran from something.
We eventually made it. Alright, grab that gunpowder jar. For my inventorying, I actually want that to go on Mara now. Here you go. Alright, one last death warp in the chapter. For the meme, we'll try to use the silver tarot cards as an item and see if we can get anything to happen, but Nara's probably going to just die first. Silver tarot cards are kind of fun. They have a random effect when you use them in battle, like that. Alright, we have surrounded the Gargoyle Rooster.
Nice.
Now I can't death warp anymore, so...
Memes come at a cost.
Yep. But we did it. You know, it's actually kind of nice that we got level 5, though. That will add a little bit of safety for the boss fight, so there's an upside to the meme.
Hey, I meant to do it.
Totally meant to do it. Alright, good stuff. Okay, so unfortunately when we death warp, the guest characters do not get their HP updated. So I'm going to take the inn here so that Orin can get back up to full health. And we're going to get ready for the boss fight. Orin, Mara, Nara is the party order.
Yeah, just like that, we're ready for the final boss.
Yeah, Chapter 4 is... Chapter 4 and Chapter 1 are both pretty short. So you get through to the final boss pretty quickly. This has actually been a little bit of a slow one overall, mostly because of encounter rate. It's just been a lot of fights.
Thanks, Holmes.
Alright, you always take a safety save before this boss because he can do a couple actions on his first couple turns that can make the fight fairly unwinnable. So if he does that, I'm just going to reset. Orin is very strong. He breaks the lock. We don't need a magic key to get through that door. And then we use the gunpowder jar. The lore is that this guy is scared of loud sounds. So we use that. Oh, I can't line up. There we go. And he runs straight into the secret room where the pretend ruler of this kingdom is. And we haven't talked about the lore like at all in chapter 4. But basically, the sister's father was murdered by this guy, and we are out for revenge.
And he was, I don't remember the exact lore of it, but he was instrumental in the creation of the golden bracelet, correct?
He was studying the secret of evolution, which Balzac is interested in, because he wants to evolve into a stronger form.
Yep, Balzac.
All right, nice first turn there. We got the Sphere of Silence off, so he can't cast spells on us anymore. We got Balzac sapped, so I'm going to try to kill Mara as quickly as... as quickly as possible, so that we can have the coffin block and keep Nara safe.
Well, this is a terrifying position to be in.
Yep, we just need... That's good. That's what we need. We're fine. Everything's fine. All right, we're in good shape. Let's go.
I was not worried.
I was never worried. So as long as I keep Nara and Orin above certain HP thresholds here, I know that we're going to be safe.
And this is another part where the coffin block is absolutely instrumental, because as you can see by how hard he's hitting Orin, who has a lot of defense, Nara cannot take a hit in this fight.
Yeah, she took that one hit and went down to 3 HP. It wasn't good. Nice dodge, Orin. Let's finish this. Alright, very good.
Nara with a kill shot.
Cool. Alright, so we take Balzac out there. He has not evolved into a strong form yet. We'll actually see him again in Chapter 5 after he tries to use some of the secrets of evolution to become stronger, and he is a much more difficult boss fight there. But there was the man behind the throne, in the throne behind the throne here, literally, who's Kilian, and Kilian is not something we can handle right now, so this is a scripted fight. Immediately dead. And this guy laying in the bed is the true king of this kingdom. He would tell us some stuff if we talked to him, but we're just going to take his boarding pass and use the tunnel that he dug to get out of here, which is pretty nice. There's some bricks. Pretty excellent jail escape tunnel.
Easiest jailbreak in history.
Yeah, not bad. Orin stays and fights. I'm sure he'll be fine. And we're ready to leave the chapter. So all of what we're doing, the first 3 hours and 20 minutes of the speedrun has been kind of meeting all of the characters. The rest of the speedrun is going to be Chapter 5, where everyone comes together and we do the real adventure. This cutscene coming up is about a 1 minute break that I have in the whole run, so I am going to take advantage of that. And
yeah, one thing about this run is there are not a lot of spots where you can break. Like if you're going for Metal Slime grind, you can get a decent break after the first Metal Slime. You can get one at the very beginning of the Babel grind, and you get this, and that's basically it.
That's pretty much it. Yep, so I'll be back in just a minute. You might see there's no one in that direction once or twice, but it won't take me too long.
Yep, it's all a prologue. We're about halfway through the game at this point. And the real story is just about to kick off. Yeah, it's a really fun game. I like the concept of all of the intro chapters. It can, like, especially playing casually, it can seem a little bit weird that it takes so long to get to, like, the actual bulk of the game. But it's really cool, because you get to spend time with all of the characters and get to know them at least a little bit. Like, we didn't get to see Ragnar for very long. Mara and Nara was a pretty short chapter, but you do at least get some exposure to them prior to them joining the main party, which is really cool. It's not just random people that you meet and move along with. Alright, so here we're gonna pick up with the hero, which we created at the very beginning. And it is currently your birthday. Surely nothing can go wrong on your birthday. There's no one in that direction. So here he's just got A being held down so that he can go take his break. So he's gonna keep trying to talk to the table, but there's nobody in that direction. So, little conversation with your adoptive parents here. Which you actually don't know yet. You don't know that these aren't your real parents, but we find out in just a moment. Oh yeah. Like the opposite of 5, where you get to walk away for half the speedrun. Yeah. Make some tea, take a nap, go for a walk.
Oh, I should probably unmute for OBS. Hello, I'm here.
Welcome back.
All right, so we're in chapter 5 now. We finally get to meet Retro the hero that we named 3 hours and 24 minutes ago.
Yeah, so here our friend Celia transformed into a copy of us and went outside to die so that the enemies would think that we're dead.
Yep. Retro the hero here is the hero that was prophesized that we were learning about way back in chapter 1 that Ragnar has been searching for all these years. She's, what, 16, 17 years old? Almost 17 years old, I think maybe is what the guy says.
Sounds right. Who has time to read dialogue?
So some time has passed.
Also, this overworld theme is probably my favorite in the series.
It's really, really good. We only get this at the beginning of chapter 5 until we get the wagon. Pretty rare to get an encounter here. This zone right here by the hometown has like one of the lowest overworld encounter rates in the game. I'm gonna stay in it as long as possible, even though it means walking through the brush.
New encounters here is very uncommon.
Yep.
3 is
Okay.
even less common.
Yeah, this zone over here is a little bit higher, but yeah, this is still kind of strange. So we're about to walk through Talun's tunnel that he built at the end of chapter 3. That's what this is. As we walk through here, there's a 1 in 32 chance that we win 2,000 casino coins. Today is not the day. We will have to go without. What number do you think we rolled there, Air?
Oh, that was definitely a 17.
17. Roll a 17. That's too bad.
Yeah, we used up all the multiples of 8 the other day.
Yep. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do is talk to Nara, and she's gonna be like, wait a second. You're the hero. Excellent fortune telling. And Nara and Mara are gonna join our party. So what we're gonna do is actually collect all the characters in reverse order. So we're gonna see chapter 4 characters first, then 3, then 2, and then finally Ragnar. But it's gonna take a while to get back to him.
And right now Mara's being extremely responsible with the money that they had at the end of chapter 4.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll find her in a minute. First, we're gonna do some shopping. So this is where we start to use some of that stuff we brought in from earlier chapters. So specifically, I'm gonna sell Nara's Mystic Acorns, because we don't really need more MP, we need money. And we'll also sell those silver tarot cards. We had fun with those though.
And you may recognize this town. This is Endor, where we were just doing stuff with Tulun.
Yeah, this is kind of like the main town in the whole game. Everything kind of centers around Endor here. Let's see here. You've got one medical herb. Let's do this.
Although for the speedrun, everything kind of revolves around Soretta.
Yeah, we do end up using a town that we get to just a little bit later in the chapter as kind of like our home base, because it has a very convenient inn and church right at the beginning of town.
And on the overworld, it's just located next to a lot of story advancement.
Yeah, super useful spot. Alright, so we're gonna get the hero a nice hat, a nice shield here. I'm gonna take an inn here again. This one is just like the one in chapter 3. It's there to keep the day-night cycle where we want it, so we don't run into the scarier monsters. And let's go find that other sister. She's down here in the casino. Uh-oh. Alright, they've got no money, but they will join my party.
Or they'll contribute a lot to the rest of the speedrun.
Yeah, they'll contribute for a little while. And then they will contribute by allowing us to do coffin blocks. I'm gonna pass the feather hat that we got from our hometown back to Mara there. I want to fill up the hero's inventory, so I'll pass that last medical herb from Nara up to her. Let's make sure everyone's equipped. Alright, and let's get out of here.
A lot of the challenge for the beginning of Chapter 5 in the speedrun comes from the fact that we only have the sisters, and they're not that great.
Yeah, the really useful characters take a while to get, so the beginning of Chapter 5 is actually pretty tough in the speedrun. It's very hard to go fast and be safe.
Oh, somebody bleached my duck spills.
Yep, I'm happy to see the white ones and not the yellow ones. The white ones I think are less fluffy though. They just look less fluffy.
That's probably true.
So, as is a little bit of a theme here in the game, every time we're at the beginning of a chapter, we are going to run from all the monsters until we get the good weapons. We're coming back to the cave from chapter 3, where Tulun got that silver statuette, and we're going to pick up the equipment that he left behind, because it's going to allow us to be much stronger here in this chapter. So the first thing we didn't grab was this Morning Star, which is a really nice weapon for Nara. It's better than her silver tarot cards were. And this actually, it's now okay to take a few fights. We do want the hero to get some good experience here. Nara can now do some decent damage. Mara's got that blaze spell, which is going to help too.
Yeah, as relatively unhelpful as Nara and Mara are, they're better than nothing, and we do have a fight coming up where the hero's going to have to do it by herself. And so getting a few levels in here is really key to getting past that fight.
Yeah, it really is. So we do have to get the hero at least up to level 3, preferably up to 4 or 5. And I'm really hoping she gets some decent HP gains.
Metal slime sure would be nice.
Yeah, so you can remember in chapter 3 we were kind of scared of finding a metal slime in here. Here in chapter 5 we would like to find one. Would be nice. Because these are characters we actually want to get levels on. This is not good experience. Some monsters in here, even though they're like easy to fight, just don't give enough experience to be worth the time. Alright, come back here down to the boat. This is the room that Tulun flooded when he pushed that button and pet the dog. And we can sail to a chest that has a broadsword and has some half-plate armor for the hero. and that's like really, really strong equipment for where we are right now. The game does not expect you to be able to have that kind of stuff yet.
I didn't call her useless. I believe I said relatively useless.
Alright, Hero gets to level 3 there, and she learns the Blaze spell. So that's like I mentioned, it's the minimum we need to get to progress. And that's because one of the fights that we have to beat with the hero all by herself is with that Lick enemy that casts Surround. So you really need to have a spell just in case you get surrounded early in that fight and you can't land any physical attacks. These vampire bats aren't worth very much experience, but they're very easy when they're all by themselves, so may as well just take them out.
Yeah, kind of the general rule for encounters in the speedrun is either if a fight is worth the experience to spend the time on it, if it's a fight that you can complete in a single turn, or something that's just too dangerous to risk running from and failing. Those are going to be the fights that you take.
Yeah, exactly, because the overall general rule of thumb is that it's faster to run, right, than it is to fight most encounters. So that's why we run so much. The default action in this is running, for sure. But we do need a little of experience with the hero. Those fly ropes are really good for experience, so I'm happy to see them down here. Nice, even more.
This might already be enough to get to level 4.
Yeah, this will get us there. Pretty nice. So yeah, you can see that this is where we're starting to encounter that AI that we were talking about a little bit earlier. So the only character I have direct control over is the hero. The other party members that we met in the earlier chapters, they just kind of take those vague orders. So you can see I set the tactic to offensive, which is basically telling them, like, focus on doing damage, don't focus on, healing or parrying. You're allowed to use magic, stuff like that.
Unbridled aggression.
Unbridled aggression, yeah, exactly. Alright, so we got to the other piece of equipment. I'm actually not going to put that armor on because I am going to be looking to take a death warp pretty soon here when I find a good fight for it. This fight is not a good fight for it, so I'm just going to grab the experience. Mara gets up to level 6 there, cool. So yeah, like I said, by the time I'm death warping out of here, I'd like Hero to be either level 4 or 5. I don't have a strong preference either way. Like, I could spend a little bit more time here, have an easier time later, and that's fine. So, once we get a better fight to die on than one of these, then we will finish off the death warp here.
And there's also a chance that the sisters might heal each other here, so...
Yeah, I think I've taken all their medical herbs off of themselves today, so... We'll go to use new MP so that Nara doesn't use the heal spell. And, they will feel betrayed by the hero, suddenly. But that's fine. We will explore what friendship really means in the next dungeon. Alright, nice clean death warp there. Alright, this is another one of those times where it's really easy to forget to equip your armor, so don't forget.
Definitely never done that before.
Yeah, I've never done that one. Bring the sisters back to life.
Sorry for killing you guys. Can we still be friends?
I did put up the 90 gold it costs to revive you, so everything is forgiven.
I think that's fair.
I think so. Alright. So yeah, that was pretty good. Got some nice experience on the hero, we got some good equipment. So we're able to do the first real dungeon of Chapter 5 here, which is the Cave of Betrayal.
I feel like that's where we just left.
Yeah, it does feel like we just left the actual Cave of Betrayal. So yeah, the whole idea of this dungeon we're about to go into is we have to have all 3 party members alive to enter it. And Basically, as we'll see, it's a cave where the monsters in it kind of play tricks on the people who come in, and they pretend to be their friends and then attack them. Wow, this is a really good walk. Okay.
Huh.
That was so that overworld stretch there from the castle to this cave is actually one of the highest encounter rates in the entire overworld of this game, and we didn't see anything. That was very strange. Usually you'd see like 5 or 6 fights on that walk.
That's one of those areas where you get an encounter every 2 steps.
Yeah, it really is. That was great. We literally just saved like 3 minutes. Dragon Warrior 4.
Get lucky, RTA.
Gotta love it. Alright, so this is the Lick enemy I was talking about. Oof. Okay, Surround Mist, that was lucky. It usually hits, we're not very resistant to that. But we are able to use some more physical attacks, which is good, because the physicals do a lot more damage.
Yeah, if you get that early surround here, you basically have to rely on Blaze for all of your damage. And then once you're out of MP, then you're just swinging that 25% chance and hoping to get lucky.
That's right. Alright, it's enough experience to get the hero up to level 5 here, which is nice, because the next fight is a little bit more difficult. Not that we got very much HP. Oh well.
Hey, but you learned Heal More.
Did learn Heal More. It's a pretty important spell. Alright. Maybe this is the real Naramara. Nope, it's not. Alright. So these are the tricksy urchins. These are basically the monsters that have been doing all this, and this is a pretty cool fight, because this is the only fight in the game where you'll ever see these tricksy urchins. And because this is kind of like a fight that's designed to get the hero up to the same level as everyone else, these guys are absolutely loaded with experience.
And these bats will also help you sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes they will. So fortunately, I know the bats are not going to take off more than 1 damage, so I am actually safe as long as we don't like miss twice or something. So yeah, totally calculated, actually calculated. That fight was safe. So yeah, 922 experience points from those from the urchins and the bats there. And level 7 here is where the hero can get a bigger HP gain, so really looking for something nice. 3 vitality turns into 6 HP, it's okay. She's a little low at this point, so could make things tough.
Okay, we get another good shot at a big HP gain at level 8.
Yep. Alright, so we come down here, you see the sisters a 3rd time. Maybe this is actually them. You won't fool us again. Alright, so they ask us a very straightforward question. Was Nara at the casino at Nandor? No one has ever mixed that up, I'm sure. Fortunately, we do know the right answer.
Yeah, if you pick the wrong answer, it's just a little bit of extra dialogue. It still lets you pick them up.
Yeah, it's just that where am I going? It's just that the other sister says, no wait, I think it actually is her. But yeah, it's pretty funny. And the game actually traps you in the dungeon. You're not able to use spells to leave the dungeon, and you can only break through these bricks if you have all 3 party members. So that's how it makes sure you don't leave anyone behind in here.
And there are no random encounters, so you can't death warp out.
Yeah, no death warping. Yep. So yeah, we picked up the Symbol of Faith out of the bottom of the cave here. So we didn't talk to the character named Hector. He was available. We could have stopped by his inn, and he would have explained that he came into this dungeon with his friend, and his friend betrayed him and attacked him. And that's just kind of messed him up for a while. So we're gonna grab the Symbol of Faith, we're gonna show it to him, and he's gonna say, oh wow, my faith and friendship has been restored. Thank you so much.
Our friendship plus plus.
Alright, I'm gonna use fairy water. We're high enough level that we are repelling all the monsters in this zone right here by the first castle in the chapter, but I'm gonna cross a line right here, and now we are not repelling monsters anymore, but we got lucky. cool. I'm gonna take an inn here. We're gonna do a little bit of grinding before the next dungeon. So the next dungeon we go to is the lighthouse, which is probably, after the things that happen in chapter 2, the biggest obstacle to completing the speedrun. So we're gonna be a little bit stronger for the marathon today, and we're still gonna need to get a little bit lucky.
Yeah, Lighthouse is one of the scariest locations in the game for sure. Like, there are a lot of times, like, you're here, it's been 3.5 hours, you're on a really good pace, and then the Lighthouse just says, no, you don't get to finish the run.
Yep, absolutely. Alright, I'm gonna put Hector in the front of the party. Our overworld music is now the late chapter 5 overworld music, because we've got a horse and we've got a wagon. And yeah, so we have our first guest character of chapter 5. So we've got a character with a question mark. That means that after the game sees that we've won a fight with him in our party, and we've got the fairy water activated, we are going to repel every monster in the overworld. So now I can walk through this desert. We're not going to find anything, and I'm just going to walk all the way down to the next town. I'm actually going to walk past this one. And yeah, once we get down here, I'll let it expire. We'll take a couple fights so we can get some experience. Nice. I'm gonna walk in and out of this place really quick, just so I have the return point in case things go badly. Thanks for the party horses in chat. Primrose is our party horse. These air up enemies are actually pretty difficult because they will gang up on Nara, and she's probably gonna die here. Yep. Totally expected. They're one of those monsters that likes to focus target, and in this formation they like to focus target on the character in the 3rd slot, so because she got put to sleep there, she was not going to be able to heal herself.
Ooh, 5 vitality's good.
12 HP, that's good, that's what we needed. Very good. Yeah, alright. Oh, good enough. So I fight there at nighttime because we can see metal slimes occasionally. Didn't see any today, that's alright. But got the hero up to level 8, that was pretty much the objective. Would have been nice to get Mara a level, because she's still pretty low health, but I don't want to spend a whole lot of time out here when I can spend more time banging my head against the lighthouse trying to get through. So that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, banging your head against Lighthouse is the majority of running this run.
That's right. Yeah, we might, so there are quite a few metal slimes inside of the lighthouse, so if they show up in the right kinds of formations, we will try to fight them. And if they show up in the wrong kinds of formations, we will run for our lives.
Yeah, most of them are traps.
Yes, most of them are bait, they're traps. Don't do it. Let's see here, okay. I do need to buy 1 wing and put it on Nara, and then everyone else can just have lots of medical herbs.
Happy to have you here objectively, Cat. However you got here, glad you made it.
Yeah, how did any of us get here, right?
One of life's great mysteries, isn't it?
It sure is. It is bigger on the outside, that's right.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
So yeah, this is a tough dungeon. It's the climb up to the top of the lighthouse is very difficult. The party is not particularly strong right now. And then the boss fight at the end is like really tough. And this is one of those things in Dragon Quest games where they know that they've got something that you really want, and they're gonna put it on the other side of a difficult dungeon and a difficult boss fight. This is like classic Dragon Quest. After we beat this dungeon, we're going to be able to, in particular, get the ship so that we can start sailing around the world, which is a huge thing to unlock when you're playing the game. But it's going to be tough.
Yeah, if there are any Dark Souls fans out there, we're basically about to go fight the Capra Demon. I always struggle with the decision making on metal slimes in the lighthouse, because like when I get one, I kind of like I'm tempted to leave and go save just to make sure I have the experience for the next time. But it's so much slower to do that than to just keep going.
Yeah, the other plus side to doing that is you can take the inn and then everyone has more maximum MP. So this is a pretty decent one, but it's probably going to run away. Yeah. At least with a solo Grizzly Saber, it wasn't especially dangerous to take this.
To pivot into a Grizzly Saber grind.
Yep. Alright, is that level for Mara I was talking about? Sure is. She gets an extra 3 HP. Better than nothing.
Yeah, pretty much Nitoriak, except this time instead of dogs, it's flamers.
Yep, as we're climbing, we can kind of talk about the boss fight for a second that we'll be seeing at the top. It's composed of one Lighthouse Bengal, who's kind of like the main monster, and then flanking him, he's got 2 of these flamer enemies, and the flamers are actually like the real threat in the fight. The flamers will cast the fireball spell, they'll emit like a fire breath, and they also have a really strong physical attack. Plus they actually have more health than the Bengal does. So we're going to be like trying to take them out very quickly since they're kind of like the real threat. The Bengal's going to be hanging out in the middle, and he can cast the heal spell, and he can also make us lose turns by roaring, so that can get pretty inconvenient too. What we're really relying on for the fight is the chance of expelling the flamers. Every time that we cast expel on them, it's about a 40% chance that it actually hits, and if we can get at least one of them expelled from the fight, that's going to really help us be able to win it, and if it takes too long for that to happen, then we're probably going to die. Metal slime disappeared.
Oh, we've already found 4. No, 5.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of metal slimes already, but they are not sticking around. And instead we get ambushed by these guys, which is bad news. Skeletons are going to sap our defense, and then the vile plants are going to attack us. Hopefully they cast stop spell, but no. Physical attacks. So this is going to be a really painful turn. Every single monster here can attack us with lowered defense right now. Fortunately, a lot of hits went on Hector, who can kind of take it. Can't take too much more, though. Alright, we really need to run now, or else we're probably going to lose somebody. No problem. Okay, let's not get ambushed by fights like that anymore, please.
Yeah, ambushes are bad enough when you don't know.
I even said please.
At least half of them aren't going to do anything.
Yeah, the other half are going to do quite a bit, though. Ooh, a couple hits on Nara.
You need to please harder next time.
I know. I need to whisper a little bit closer into my NES. Okay,
I'm picturing that scene from Jurassic Park. You didn't say the magic word.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, finally, the tables have turned. We've snuck up on them. Couple roosters, no problem. So here at the top, we don't want to run into pteranodons, so they can show up here, and they can fireball us, and then we will die. So even though we're close to the top of the lighthouse, this is actually where it's the most dangerous. Yep, happy to just not see any encounters up there. Cool. All right,
so really good encounter rates in some of the dangerous areas.
Yeah, Birdsong Tower was really good about that. This tower was good about it. Alright, so we made it up to the top of the tower. Not too much trouble. I am going to grab this chest. Oops, not Hector. Throw the wooden hat off the side of the lighthouse. Goodbye. And grab the golden barrette. So this is one of those female-only pieces of equipment. And we'll put it on the hero just so she has a little bit better defense for this fight. Alright, let's see here. I'm gonna heal Hector up to full. Looks like I could use a couple other heals as well. One on Hero, one on Mara in the back. Do want to go into this with full. So this is a scary, scary fight.
Yeah, you're most likely going to die here. It's not a favored fight.
Yep, just get lucky. Alright, we're gonna use offensive. Expel, Flamer B. Flamers are opening by casting Fireball, which is not good. Oof, both of them did it. Expel missed. Flame Ray did get put to sleep. No one's cowering, okay. Mara healed herself.
Good job, Mara.
Uh-huh. Expel number 2. Okay, Flamer B is asleep, that's nice. Retro is not cowering. Nice, okay, very good. Okay, so I'm going to see if we can finish this fight by doing damage. We are not going to rely on Expel anymore. Really need Hero to not die. Okay, the Flamer woke up there. I healed Nara first because I really want her to be casting Sleep. Yes, this is extremely important for this fight. Alright, she put them both to sleep. Bangle's back awake, but if we can just do a bunch of damage and finish these guys off, that will be good. We've actually done a lot of damage on the Bangle, so I'm going to actually focus on him first. Oh, he's gone. Alright. Just this guy left. Looking pretty safe here. We got the Expel early enough in the fight. Sleeps were good. Mara was doing excellent work with those medical herbs.
See, just like we said, almost never goes right.
Nice. Whew, that's a relief. Such a relief. That fight is... that fight is so scary.
Yeah, the Chapter 5 tournament and the Lighthouse are the two spots where you really start to wonder how you're going to do on your estimate. That was nearly perfect. Like, the first turn was scary with the double fireball cast, but after that it went pretty well.
Yep, a really bad first turn with the double fireball and then Expel missing. But Sleep landed, which was huge. Mara was able to get the medical herbs out, keep people alive. I am glad I healed Mara up to full before the fight, even though she was only down 3 HP, because that kept her alive. But yeah, got the Expel off and then able to switch over to doing damage, and everything stayed in control there. It was great. Very good. So we've actually gotten pretty lucky with some of the big RNG things in the run. We got through the Eyeball Shadow fight on the first try. Got through the tournament on the first try, although we had pretty good stats for that, which we controlled. And then, yeah, here in the Lighthouse. First try for the Lighthouse is really huge. Alright, we grabbed this Fire of Serenity. The lore here is this flame that the Lighthouse was emitting was kind of like a dark evil flame. It's attracting a bunch of monsters. The evil fire ceases thanks to us doing that. And now the ships can sail again, including the ship that Taloon now owns. Who knows how he got it, but I'm sure it was through totally ethical means.
Yeah, I mean, we left him with no extra gold, so I'm not really sure how he pulled that off.
It's not clear. But yeah, Taloon joins the party and he gives us his ship. I'll admit that Taloon is not going to be particularly helpful to us. He's at level 1, he's got 20 HP. But the ship is nice.
He comes in handy in the Z Armor kit.
That might be a Zaitoriak. Yeah, Taloon got a hold of the golden bracelet, sold it directly to Nekasara. That sounds right. Alright, so just grabbing some return points with things like that. I actually could pick up Bray in that town if I needed him, but fortunately Mara lived through that Lighthouse Bangle fight. And so she knows the outside spell. And that's what I would need Bray for at this point. So we'll just wait to pick him up until we can more efficiently just pick up the whole Chapter 2 party altogether.
And for a while here, we're going to be taking advantage of the fairy water repel glitch that we were talking about before. So we're not going to get any overworld encounters unless we really want them and let it wear off intentionally.
Yep, so we're able to really explore a lot of the world very easily and quickly here without a bunch of random encounters. Alright, here's the town of Soretta that we were talking about earlier. So this is the place that we're going to use as our return point a lot of the time. Easy in, easy place to save. And before we can do the real world tour, we do need to go through one more dungeon.
One more perfectly safe dungeon.
Totally safe. This is another one of those short but dangerous dungeons. So this is the Petakia Seed Cave. This is like the easiest encounter we'll ever find in here. So I know the way to go. This place can be pretty bad if you don't know the way, as you'll see. But even so, there's just some pretty dangerous monsters in here. That Infernus Knight monster has a really high critical hit rate, and they can show up in groups of 4, so that's kind of like the worst thing in here. But the whole idea here is we're just gonna get down to the bottom to get the item we need out of here as quickly as possible. And ideally, Mara, who's in the back of the party, will live, because she is going to cast the outside spell for us to leave. And if she happens to die before we get it, then, well, there's another way to get home. We all know what that is.
Call an Uber?
It'd be, like, really expensive to get an Uber down here.
Guess I'll just die then.
Yep. Plus, you're gonna get the surge fees, because it's a busy time right now. It's like 10:30 p.m. on a Saturday night. You don't stand a chance.
Maybe if you tell them that we're on a mission to save the world.
Maybe. Alright. Fortunately, we've been pretty lucky in here, not seeing very many encounters at all, and there we go. Easy. Yeah. Great place to open an inn. Absolutely. You could set up the conveyor tiles to just send people straight into your inn. Alright, that went very well. Take the inn there. I actually take that one even though we really didn't take any damage or use much magic, because I do need the day-night cycle to be predictable for what I'm about to do. Alright, so the lore here is that Christo got sick, and he needs this thing called the Patakia root to get healed. So Alina was off in that dungeon, we walked by her, and she was trying to find the seed, but we found it first. So it grows instantly into a Patakia root there. And we can bring it back to heal Christo and allow the Chapter 2 party to join us. I'm also picking up these small medals along the way.
Yeah, and he mentioned the day-night cycle there. There's 2 events coming up that are time of day specific. One involving the tide in a certain town to be able to reach a tiny medal, and the other to pick up a party member.
Yeah, it's actually 3, because you can't get into Stancia at nighttime to talk to the guy who tells you about Panin.
That is true.
Yeah, so everything is... It's pretty on track as long as we take that in. And we don't take too many extra steps. Alright, so with that, Christo, Bray, and Alina join the party, and that's everybody except Ragnar. I wonder where he's at. A man named Ragnar, searching for the hero, once stayed at this inn. Oh, wow. Hot clues.
Go get him.
Go get him. Alright. Hector says that he's done his duty. He's gonna go learn how to run an inn with some people that we didn't talk to.
Yeah, and here, even though we don't have Hector anymore, we do still get the repo glitch, because until we win a fight or reload a save, it will not have recalculated our level yet, so it still thinks that we have that level 200 plus.
Yep, so we'll just take care to keep that up. And yeah, Bray here is going to sail around the world all by himself. We're going to pick up some small medals, we're going to pick up some return points. And this is like your reward. You you beat the lighthouse, you got the ship, and now you get to just relax for a few minutes, sail around the world with Bray, and yeah, just kind of have a chill time for a few minutes. I'm using Bray in particular here because I loaded all those fairy waters onto him at the end of chapter 2, and so it just makes sense to have him in front so that I could just easily menu and use those.
And also, we're picking up several tiny medals on this route, so time and then go to his inventory keeps it from going to a character whose inventory matters.
Yep. And then when we're in the town of Stancia in a minute, we get on a boat inside of that town, and it's faster to get onto and off the boat, or just onto the boat, if I only have one character in my party instead of like 4. So yeah, I can only get this small medal during the daytime. So that's one of those things we had to time out. Alright, so I am going to, for the marathon, put a couple extra party members in my party before I walk into this castle.
Most dangerous tile of this segment.
The repel glitch does not save us from the very low encounter rate inside of this castle, and if Bray walks in there alone and gets stuck in a fight, he'll probably die, and it's actually like a really awkward place to try to recover from. So, I would prefer to just avoid all of it altogether with a few seconds of extra menuing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've seen any so far in the run, but 0-step encounters do exist in this game, where as soon as you enter a new zone, like going through stairs or a teleporter, or entering the castle like that one, you can get an encounter on the tile that you enter before you ever have a chance to move.
Yep. Alright, and then if the day-night cycle is working out well, we should see daytime like right before we walk up to the castle here. We haven't mentioned it, but there's like a little bit of RNG behind the day-night cycle. So there's always a small chance that it does not advance when you take a step outside. So sometimes you'll get here and it won't quite be morning yet, because that's how, daytime and nighttime work, right?
I mean, that's how it works when I'm working.
May or may not move forward.
Yep.
Yep. So here in the water castle of Stancia, we're going to pick up a couple small medals, and then we're also going to talk to this guy. So the whole idea of Stancia Castle is the king here has one of the pieces of the legendary equipment, the Zenithian helmet, and he'll give it away to somebody who can make him laugh. So if we tried to talk to him, we would find that we're no good at that. Even Bray, who's just a real jokester, would not be able to pull it off. That guy tells us about a really funny guy named Pannon, who might be able to make the king laugh, so we have to talk to him to be able to get Pannon to join our party as the next guest character.
Yeah, that's a good point. If Bray is dead, then you can't use items from a corpse, so you do have to transfer them one by one.
Yes, indeed. Alright, thanks for coming in with the raid Countess. Countess is a speedrunner, Dragon Warrior 4, and he wrote actually a really excellent guide for anyone who is seeing this run today and says, wow, this looks like a really great way to spend 7 hours. If that is a good time for you, yeah, you can search Countess Dragon Warrior 4 speedrun guide and it'll come right up. It's how I learned the speedrun. That and then watching some videos of speedruns.
Yep, I read the Countess's notes, ignored half of them, made a whole bunch of mistakes, and then stole Anatoleu's notes.
Perfect. All right.
But the Countess's notes are really, really good because there's a lot of descriptions of why you do things, not just what to do. So it's actually a really cool guide.
Yeah, it's a lot more user-friendly. So anyway, yeah, shout out there. Shout out to anyone who like makes resources to help people learn speedruns. That's just a very cool thing to do generally. All right. We did all that stuff, and now we are going to Artemto. That's right. This is a little bit different from my usual route, so I have to remind myself what to do. So we got Pan in the party. We're gonna put him and the hero in the front. And I'm going to take a quick safety save in the town of Artemto here before we dive into the next dungeon, which is a very dangerous place.
Very dangerous place that we've seen before.
Yeah, it was dangerous then, too.
I'm pretty sure Countess was doing Advance Wars.
Yeah. The re-release of Advance Wars that just came out looks cool. All right. So yeah, here we are. We're back in the cave from chapter 4, where we went to get Panin and the Sphere of Silence. So remember, we left that one chest unchecked. We are coming back to check it now. Just about like, what, an hour and a half later or something?
We promised.
Yeah,
and
we said we'd
are.
come back. I thought about checking the chest, and moreover, Demon Knights casting Sacrifice and Defeat. They're very cute. They don't have the MP to do it, so nothing to worry about. Explode it. Very good. So yeah, this is there's some pretty rude monsters in this dungeon. We saw the Flamer enemy there. Those guys are not really any better here than they were in that boss fight at the lighthouse. There's an enemy in here called the Dragon Pup. Those guys can attack twice in a turn, and they have extremely high attack power. There's also a magician enemy in here who casts instant death spells on us. So just all kinds of nasty stuff in here that we're hoping to not see.
Yeah, and right after this, we're going into another segment where we're going to be running through a very dangerous cave. So we want everybody to survive through here to give us as much chance to survive the next cave as possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Panin is basically free health because, you know, he's got some pretty good equipment, so his defense is pretty good. He can take some hits, but you have to have one of the main characters in the party at all times, otherwise you can't move. So we can't just solo Panin run through here. So since Hero's got some pretty good defensive gear, we threw Hero out there as well to have a shot to survive.
Yep, that's right. And this kind of party formation where we have two strong characters and then everyone else hanging out in the wagon is something we'll use for quite a few dungeons. And the whole idea is we're kind of putting our tanks in the party who can just take a lot of damage, especially if we're not trying to take, you know, fights and get experience or anything like that. And also when a monster shows up and does like an AoE attack, so they cast a fireball spell or something, there's only two characters you have to heal and sit through them taking damage, so it's just faster as well to have a smaller party versus a bigger one. Nice cave so far. Getting a bunch of first strikes. We're running from things pretty well. Oh, here's those dragon pups I mentioned.
You spoke.
Yeah, we got away. It's all good. Flamers are showing up in small groups. One of the scariest fights in this dungeon is when the flamers show up and there's 4 of them.
Yeah, those are the same flamers from the lighthouse battle. Still dangerous.
Alright, Lena obtains Lamp of Darkness. Moreover, there's a button on the bottom of the box.
Yeah,
So,
Nara and
but-
Mara aren't very observant, so they wouldn't have seen the button.
Yeah, they would not have found the button. Yeah, we can only see the button in Chapter 5, which is why we have to come back here and do it all again. And at the bottom of this place, we have a small medal and we have the magic key. Very
Imagine
important.
if you could get this key in Chapter 4.
Yeah, you don't need it because Orin can break the lock.
Yeah, but you'd have it immediately at the beginning of Chapter 5. You go straight to the armor cave.
That could be nice. All right, so now we've got this is classic Dragon Quest, right? You got the key that allows us to get some treasure. So we are going to come to Endor Castle and use the magic key to bust into the king's bedroom.
And steal his leotard.
We're gonna steal his leotard. Yes, these silver and red doors are the ones that we can unlock with the magic key. So I'm gonna come in here, I'm gonna open this chest to grab his pink leotard, and then I'm also going to open this one to grab a small medal. I actually want that leotard to go on Alina. She's still holding on to some stuff she doesn't really need anymore. And I'll equip this on Alina.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that he just locked himself in the treasury.
It's a little odd.
I like to sleep with my treasures.
Alright, leotard in hand. We're gonna grab one more return point, get another small medal, and then, yeah, one of the most exciting parts of the run comes up next. Yeah, it's the walk-in closet. There's probably some nice mirrors in there. King can see all angles of himself in the pink leotard.
Oh, so they locked him in the closet. There we go.
Alright, so that's the 9th small medal. And we've gotten a whole bunch of return points. So the very next thing is that we are going to try to dive into the cave that has the Zenithian armor. So we can only get in there now that we have the magic key. And this is the earliest that we could possibly go in there. So this is one of the really kind of risky parts of the speedrun, but it's kind of like a high risk, high reward thing. Where if we get this armor early, then it really makes the next few things a lot safer.
Yeah, this is a really interesting danger to benefit gamble, really, that we take here. Because ideally you're normally going to come later to get the Zenithian armor when you can actually survive fights in the cave and fight your way through it. However, doing it now, the payoff to getting the armor this early is huge, but it's extremely dangerous to try to do it, so it's a very big risk.
Yep. So you'll see that the way we're going to do this, since we do have access to all the characters in the wagon, is we're actually just going to put characters in the front and see if they can run away, and if they can't, then they'll die, and the other characters will come in. And hopefully someone survives till the end.
This is Taloon's chance to shine.
Make us proud, level 1 Taloon. This is your moment. Alright, Taloon has made it about 6 steps in here, he runs into the Dragon Riders, and he's dead.
Good job, Taloon.
Oof, that's bad. Bye, Nara. We're gonna lose probably everyone except Alina here. Oh, nope, the attack went on Alina. Alina and Krista then. Alright. Bye, hero. So I don't really mind losing Nara, but I do mind losing the hero. That's too bad.
The shockwave of the enemies entering the battle killed Tulum.
Yep. I will say that it is a good thing that I equipped the pink leotard on Alina there, because that is what helped her live. Alright. Here's a fun little Easter egg. We're in Chapter 5. If we do Mara and Nara, even if one of them is dead, and a guest character, we get Chapter 4 battle music. Alright, well, Mara's dead. Dragon Riders are coming for us today. Nice dodge, Panin. Very good. Oh, he's dead. Nice triple run fail. We can't have too many of those and survive this cave, so this is not going great.
I don't recall, does Panin have the Cloak of Evasion? I might be thinking of a different game altogether.
I don't think he does, but I could... I'm not sure.
I might just be thinking of Flora from 5.
Yes, he does have Cloak Evasion. Okay, cool.
Oh, okay, look at that. I knew something.
You did. Every once in a while.
Yeah, I get lucky occasionally.
Alright, snow jives are really bad in here too. They'll cast the Blizzard spell, which is a really strong area of effect spell.
Yeah, from this point on, anything blue is terrifying. So rule
That's
of thumb.
right. Yeah, blue's bad. Oof, we are getting a real encounter rate in here. Alina's doing a lot better job of running than the others were doing. Okay, she can live through one turn with these guys. Not two, though. She is out of here. Alright, we're down to Christo and Bray to lead us through the rest of the cave. Oh, nope. We'll see what happens after this. Nope, we're done. So that's normal. It's pretty normal to take a couple tries to get through here, especially as we're trying to get through at low level, so... Fortunately, we saved right before we came. And we'll try again.
Yeah, that's one of those deaths that's unfortunate, but not at all unexpected.
Yeah, and honestly, we had some really bad luck when we entered that cave with the double Dragon Riders showing up and then failing to run from them twice.
Yeah, considering how early we lost half the party, we actually made it really far. Okay, this time Tulum gets another shot at glory.
Yeah, maybe he'll make it more than a few steps in this time, right? Alright, Saloon. That was just the warm-up. We're all warmed up now, we can run. Let's do it.
We count Tulum's contribution to the speedrunning corners.
That's right. Okay, well... See the Necrodane? Oh, no, he's gone.
Alright, well, we have 0 corners so far.
No corners. But at least he sacrificed himself so that others could run.
Actually, yes.
Yeah, I've made it through with, no party members dying before. You just run from everything. No problem. Alright, Fury Face is like the easiest monster in this cave, so always happy to see them show up.
No, so finishing a fight with him dead does not. It still sees his level and calculates it as though you have the high level character.
Alright, Mara and Panin making it through past the second corner into, maybe, the central chamber. There's a snow jive. Who comes straight out with Blizzard. Alright, see ya, Mara.
Brr.
No, see ya, Panin. Very cold. Okay. Nara is up front now. Show us how it's done, Nara. Nice. That is how it's done. It's like, what are you doing in here? All by yourself. This is strange. Mascan? Nara can live through a turn or two with the Mascan enemy. They're probably the second easiest thing to encounter in here. These guys are bad. They're blue. Just extremely high attack power. Okay. That's good.
They can redirect their attacks as well.
Yeah, so if you had a character who was coffin blocked and they took out the character in the front, then they can just decide to finish the turn by attacking the one in the back. Which not all enemies can do, but those ones can. Alright, we are almost through the sailing portion of the dungeon.
Fury faces look great.
Yeah, Fury Face is good. Alright, we made it this far, so I'm going to Christo, Coffin, Alina, Hero here. I'm going to keep Bray in the wagon. Just need to get these 2 treasure chests. There's the Z armor. And the small metal. Nice. Second try is fine.
That was really good. But
No
the ending of
problem.
that was great.
Yeah, the beginning of that one was a little rough, but made it through. So there's a glitch that you lose access to your wagon when you're walking around on ships inside of places that aren't the overworld, so I had to step back on it there to get my wagon. Alright, 10 small medals. That's the right number, so that's always nice to see.
Oh yeah, you haven't really done a Dragon Warrior 4 speedrun unless you've died on the step between the 2 chests.
Oh, absolutely.
That's a rite of passage.
Okay. So hero's full. So we're going to use those 10 small medals. We're going to pick up a Sword of Miracles, which is a really powerful weapon that Christo and Ragnar are going to use. And then we're also going to pick up 4 of these Staffs of Punishment. And mostly the Staffs of Punishment are just really good money, but we'll use them in a couple boss fights here as well. I will give you some choices. Come back anytime. Thank you.
Dialogue on that guy is so awkward.
It's pretty bad.
It's like, would you like to look at things? You want this? Do you want it? Just, yes, give me this stinking thing, please. It would have been nice if he just operated like a shop.
Alright, so what was nice about that cave is Taloon, Nara, and Mara are now all dead. And that's what we want. We want them to be dead for the rest of the game now.
Yeah, that was actually a very ideal outcome. Everybody that we want alive is alive.
Yeah, everyone except Panin, but he only costs 10 gold to revive, so no big deal. So yeah, it was a really good cave the second time around, because if any of those characters are alive at this point, I actually have to kind of go out of my way to kill them, so that they aren't gaining levels from the boss fights that we're about to take. And now I don't need to worry about that. I actually do want Panin in my party here.
And here you're going to see a shop that we're going to be revisiting a couple of times. There's one very busy old guy running 4 different desks here.
Yeah, we all love this guy. Bonk bonk. Hello, excuse me, service please.
Yeah, so that the top desk is an item shop, the right side is the weapon shop, and then the south one is the armor shop. And then on the west, he's also your priest. I feel like if they made this game today, he would just run to whichever one you went to, not walk around and you have to wait.
Maybe.
It's kind of like the priest in Fëanor. You know, like he comes running in from the garden.
That's true. Alright, so this is one of the bigger shopping trips of the run. We're really going to upgrade some equipment thanks to having all of that money, especially from these Staffs of Punishment that I can sell.
Yeah, I guess Polanteris has the better example of that. Chapter 1 shopkeeper. All this money.
I know, so we're selling it to, I need 17,100 gold here, so just about there. Just fortunately using a lot of the stuff that we carried over from Chapter 3 as well. Alright, there we go. So we're going to buy a somewhat important item here, the Sword of Lethargy for the hero. That's going to come in handy once or twice. And then just upgrade some armor for Christo and the hero down here.
Yeah, the damage on the Sword of Lethargy is pretty good, but it also has the added benefit of having a chance to put the target to sleep when they get hit by it. And they kind of forgot to make bosses immune to that. So there are a number of bosses throughout the run that we're going to try to sleep lock using Swords of Lethargy.
Including the two that we're going to fight in the next few minutes here. Now we need to pass the Zenithian armor up to the hero. Alright, so everyone gets a nice equipment upgrade here. Sword of Lethargy, Zenithian armor, Iron Shield, and Iron Mask on hero. Alina is getting a nicer hat. And Christo gets a nice sword. Sacred Robe, which has elemental resistances. Oh, I actually want to pass one of these Iron Shields from Talune up to him as well. There we go. Alright. Really nice upgrades. So now we're actually able to face some of the bosses that have been available to us for a little while now. But we were going to have a really hard time getting through them if we couldn't put them to sleep. I do need to revive Panin and save my game, so we're just going to patiently wait.
Yeah, alternatively here, you can also return to Soretta and do it there.
Yep. Sometimes it makes sense to stay here, sometimes you go to Soretta, and a lot of time it doesn't make too big a difference, but there is a lot less waiting in Soretta. Alright.
Yeah, they're properly staffed.
That's right. Cool. Alright, so if you're wondering what happened to Healy in Chapter 1, he did realize his dream of becoming human, so there you go. Good for him. We're able to get in using the magic key. They did fix the door after Chapter 4. Alright. So we finally get to see Ragnar. It's been about 4 hours since we saw him.
And he hasn't gained
while.
a single level.
Yeah, who knows what he's been doing. Has not been fighting monsters, clearly. Alright, so the Kilian fight here, you will see we are trying to get him to fall asleep when either Panin or Hero attacks with the Sword of Lethargy. Nice, there we go. Very good. While he's asleep, I'm okay to use these Staffs of Punishment, which will do a little bit more damage than attacking will. And you can see Christo in the back having that Sword of Miracles equipped is actually doing some real damage. And this is kind of a weird fight because it's the only fight like in the entire speedrun where Christo is like a major damage dealer. But
Yeah, and also the Sword of Miracles will heal the attacker for a quarter of the damage that they deal, so it helps top them off as well.
Yep. Swords of Lethargy are doing great work in here. He hasn't touched us since that first turn, just keeps going back to sleep. Great fight.
That was pretty much perfect.
Yeah, it's about as good as you can ask for. So yeah, Sword of Lethargy, every time it hits the enemy, it has a 3 in 8 chance to put them to sleep. And that includes bosses like Kilian here. So, really, really nice. Cool thing about Panin is he does have one of those equipped. So he's got that same thing going on when he attacks. Although it's not really clear to me if he's actually using the proc rate of the Sword of Lethargy or if he has like the monster ability sleep hit. But either way, when he hits, he's able to put bosses to sleep as well, which is awesome.
And since we haven't been fighting very many enemies, or any enemies at all, really, a lot of our experience at this point is just coming straight from required bosses. And fortunately, they give large amounts of experience in this game, so we get caught up to where we want to be pretty quick here.
Yep. we fight these two bosses like in really quick succession. We're gonna fight Kilian and Balzac pretty much back to back, just like we did in Chapter 4. And they're both gonna give us a ton of experience. And what's nice about them as well is the experience they're giving us also goes out into the wagon, so you can see Bray is also gaining levels here. This is another reason why I wanted to make sure that Tulun, Nara, and Mara were all dead before we fought him, because we would spend about another minute and a half waiting through all of their levels if they were all still alive.
Yeah, especially Tulun. He's level 1, so that fight's gonna give him like 15 levels.
Totally. Okay. Beat Kilian, and Ragnar finally rejoins the party, and we are complete.
And that fight's also nice enough to give us a full plate armor, which we can just throw over onto Ragnar right away.
Alright, so we're going to reorder the party just a little bit here. Put Ragnar in, take Christo out. Everyone's going to give Ragnar some stuff. Except you. So Christo is going to give him that full plate armor that Kilian just dropped, as well as his Sword of Miracles that he was putting into pretty good use there, but Ragnar can probably do a little better with it. And then that other Iron Shield I took out of Chapter 3 can go onto Ragnar now.
Congratulations on not appraising your shields.
Didn't appraise any items today, so that's good.
Yeah, they decided to put the appraise option for Tulun in slot 2, which is where transfer is for absolutely everybody else. So it's really easy to just autopilot down and have him take a look at something like, it appears to be some kind of shield.
Yes, yeah. Tulun very helpfully, if he's alive, we'll be like, this appears to be a shield. It's great. Alright, so straight from one into the next. Time to go into Sand Team Castle. A little bit less scary this time because we're not just bringing Bray in. But yeah, this place has as you can see, an encounter rate with some monsters, so that's why I didn't want to walk in here with Bray all by himself.
I feel like you're about to say a pretty low encounter rate.
I would never. Alright, so this fight is a lot like the last one. We are really hoping to put him to sleep. That's the spirit Lena. Alright, Panon tried to cast the sleep spell. That is not going to work, unfortunately, so we really need to attack. Double Freezing Wind is a pretty weak attack from Balzac, though. Ooh, didn't get him to sleep on turn 1, though. Let's see how turn 2 goes. Nice max damage on the Staff Punishment from Lena there. Nice. And Panon gets him to sleep. Very good. Good turn. Alright, we're in good enough shape. I don't need to spend time healing. Let's just get some damage out. So the Balzac fight here is where we start to encounter hidden regeneration. We actually saw a little bit in the Kilian fight. The game doesn't tell you that the bosses are regenerating HP, but in the background they're doing it every single turn. So Balzac is actually regenerating 50 HP every turn. So we really need to keep up on the offense to stay ahead of that. Ooh, Snowstorm is very dangerous from him here. Double Snowstorm is going to kill Panon. No good. Alright, we really got to get him to sleep here. Didn't happen.
Alright, Hero can outspeed him though.
Nice big damage there. Oh, he was almost dead. Alright, we're good. We're fine.
Easy. No worries.
Panon held on long enough. It was all good.
Wasn't even close.
Wasn't even close. Alright, this is my last best chance to take another break before the end of the run, so I'm going to take it and be back in just a minute.
Yeah, so that double snowstorm turn is one of the worst things that can happen in that fight. It was really unfortunate that Panon decided to try casting sleep again instead of just hitting with the sword. But that's where the AI learning process in this game comes from. If we had multiple turns for him to learn it, then he would eventually realize casting sleep's not going to work. I'm just going to keep swinging. However, Panon also has the added quirk where sometimes he just dances. And he is a jester after all, so he has a tendency to waste turns. Oh yeah, he did double snowstorm on this one. That's actually how it almost killed all of us. Never a good thing to see that. Yeah, the good news is Alina had that crit on turn 1, so that set us up for success. Yeah, the low end on the staff is what, 25? And for some reason, Alina's staff always seems to hit harder than Hero's. Now you can see that we got a slime talking to the kitty now. Home of the legend himself. Yeah, and the Zenithian armor just comes with really high base defense. You get some elemental resistances from, I think, chest to chest. I don't know if the helmet gives you more. And the shield gives you the opportunity to cast the bounce spell on yourself, which causes often, or really any magic that targets you, to bounce back on the caster, which has a couple of niche uses. It's not overly useful in this particular speedrun, but other games in the Zenithian trilogy use it to a little bit more effect. Jealous because we were talking about other cats. Excuse me, miss. Alina impatiently pounds on the table.
Oh, thanks, Saitoriak. Yep, I keep forgetting. All right. We got there. All right. We are going to sell a bunch of stuff here. I don't know what to do once I caught it. Alina sells Staff of Punishment.
Okay, he didn't say anything important.
I talked about how my cat distracted me for a minute, and then I talked to the cat in the Queen's Chamber. So you missed some pretty important stuff, honestly. All right, that's all the money that I need. Actually, I do want a little bit more. I'm gonna pick up a Cloak of Evasion for Alina here. I can upgrade Ragnar to some nicer armor if I can make a little bit more money, which I think I can, because I still have a Staff of Punishment on the hero. There we go. Cool. Alright, we're past some of the biggest shopping trips in Chapter 5 now. So, before we finish all of our shopping, we are going to get framed for a robbery by this Kirk Buzzer.
The name Kirk Buzzer is one of the greatest in video game history.
So in the NES version, this guy who framed us for this robbery is called Bakwar. But in the DS remake, they renamed him to Kirk Buzzer, which apparently is like British slang for someone who steals your stuff when you're at church.
It's very specifically when you're at church.
So, there you go.
I think that character name change is like the best thing that came out of the DS releases.
Alright, they're gonna give us a chance to prove that someone else was the thief. They take Talun as hostage, so that's a real loss for us. And I'm just gonna come back here, finish some shopping. I might revive that poor dead Panin. Panin just keeps taking one for the team today. And over here, we're gonna pick up some stiletto earrings for Alina, which is the item she's gonna keep equipped as her weapon for the entire rest of the game.
Oh, most definitely not Hank Hoffman Jr. Yeah, the stiletto earrings here are important. You'll notice their attack power is lower than the other weapons that Alina's been using. However, it allows her to attack twice, and with her really high crit chance and her really good strength growth over the rest of the game, it's gonna add up to quite a bit of damage. Kind of like the Falcon Sword, but specifically for Alina. Yeah, Tilla's backpack's a lot lighter now without the 60,000 gold coins, but it's still a lot of dead weight.
Alright, revive Panin. We don't actually need him for anything for a while, but we are going to need him to be alive eventually. So we'll just revive him now. Take a safety save. The next dungeon is pretty dangerous.
That's new.
Yeah, I know, right? None of that so far in the speedrun.
Yeah, this cave actually has an incredibly low encounter rate, so there's a decent chance that we get to hear the full loop of music. But the encounters that you do encounter in here can be extremely dangerous.
Yes, they can.
That's a super early encounter. Thanks for not making my point, game. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it is very strange to see the Skull Knight in here. I think it's the rarest monster in the cave, and I almost never run into it. It's a really, really rare monster.
Yeah, this is actually one of the earliest encounters I've ever seen in here.
That was a special treat for everybody.
I think this is like the one place in the game where I've given up all hope of ever seeing the zero-step encounter.
Oh, have I ever gotten in here? I don't know.
Like, I feel like I might have, but it also might be something that I've just, like, has a place in my mind is impossible.
Okay, so this is the fight that's in here today, apparently. They just switched sides.
That's a totally different encounter then.
Kind of odd.
I promise, the encounter rate in here is really low.
Yeah, it should be. But some days, the monsters just show up.
Alright, we'll try this one. The encounter rate in here is super high, and it's very... Jeez.
Oh, great.
Alright, I'm just gonna stop trying to manipulate the game.
Yep. Yeah, let's just talk about something else. So So yeah, this cave is it's pretty interesting. Mostly I just want to be able to get to the bottom with obviously nobody dying, but also with enough MP on the hero to cast outside after the battle, and enough MP on Christo that he can cast stop spell and increase a couple times during the fight. So I don't want to use too much of my healing walking down here, and most of the time that isn't that much of an issue thanks to that low encounter rate. But if we're gonna get like what we got at the beginning of the cave, it can become an issue.
Yeah, this is more of what you normally see.
Yeah, this is a little better.
Yeah, I want to say it's a 1 in 64 chance per step in here.
Yeah, I think it's the lowest encounter rate in the game is in this dungeon, and you get pretty far. This has been some actually really good luck for the later half, so all of the monsters were just front-loaded at the entrance today for some reason.
Yeah, once I stopped talking, everything started going okay.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty normal.
Yeah, alright, that was pretty good.
The perfect second floor.
Not too bad. Let me check my condition real quick here. Lena could use a little heal, and I've got plenty of MP to do it. Alright, so we found the guy who framed us. He was at the bottom of this extremely mazy cave. He says, "You won't catch me." And of course when you catch him... Darn. Alright, so turn 1, we're gonna offensive. I'm gonna use a medical herb on Christo. So Christo's got 2 opportunities to cast stop spell on this guy, and we really want one of them to hit. Nice, first try. So, Bakor is another one of those fights that follows a certain pattern. So, turn 1, he always casts Snowstorm. Turn 2, he's just going to attack. And then turn 3, if he still has access to his spells, he is going to cast Increase on himself. And if that happens, I really don't have a way to get through this fight fast. So I'm better off resetting.
Yeah, or you can wait for Alina to get 15 crits.
Yeah, eventually she would get through it. But it would take a long time. But now we're totally safe. He's still got low defense. Hero's mostly keeping him asleep. So yeah, with Alina having those Stiletto Earrings attack equipped, I'm hoping that she'll get at least a couple critical hits during the fight. Bakor has like 1,000 HP, so we're gonna be here for a minute. But even if she doesn't, we'll get through this totally safe. Fortunately, Ragnar with that Sword of Miracles is doing really good damage every turn, and there's one. And Bakor really, like, he's not doing any regeneration or anything like that, so we don't need to worry about that.
Crit's still contributing there.
Yep, there's a second crit from Lena. Christo got one in, which is good. So we're making actually great time through this fight.
Listen to Maggie Staff coming out soon.
Yeah, Christo could be doing more damage if he used his Magma Staff as an item, but for some reason, I'm not really sure why, his AI doesn't think to do it until Bakor's almost dead, and today he didn't do it at all. So
There's a lot of crits.
it's fine. Yeah, we blew through that fight. That was really fast. Nice. And first try through Bakor's cave is good, because a lot of time it takes 2 or 3 tries to get through there. Yeah, nice. Cool. All right, we're making good progress through chapter 5 here. We really haven't run into like any obstacles.
Oh, I'm sure the Colossus will have something to say about that.
There's still 1 or 2 things up ahead for sure, but yeah, nice progress so far. We're getting past all of the things that are potential RNG walls. Still a few more of those to go because it's just kind of the whole run, but yeah.
Remember what we said about blue enemies? It's never more true than it is inside the Colossus.
Yep, that's true.
The bluest of blue.
Alright, so we took Bakor down. Mercy on him, he admits his wrongdoing. And then, yeah, this soldier from Gardenburg apparently was just following us the whole time, but knew that we didn't need any help. Nice, 3 points on that agility seed.
Getting a lot of max rolls today.
Yeah, we've gotten really good rolls on the seeds today. I did have enough magic to cast outside there, so didn't have to awkwardly death warp or walk out of that extremely long dungeon. And yeah, since we were able to prove who the real thief was and go through the effort to capture him, Queen is very grateful. She is not only going to give us the Zenithian shield, but she's also going to give us the final key.
And more importantly, we get Tulun back.
And very importantly, we get Tulun back. I'll head right down to the jail to let him out.
That did not sound very sincere.
Oh, there's no way I would ever forget about Tulun. He's important. He's one of the chosen ones. How are we possibly going to defeat Nekasar without Tulun?
Stay tuned to find out.
Alright. I'm gonna move some things off of Hero here. That symbol of faith I think is not going to be helpful anymore. Alright. Hero now has a couple pieces of Zenithian equipment. So her defense power and resistances are way better than everyone else in the party now. So we did win that last fight without Panin in the party, so we actually don't have the fairy water glitch right now. And in order to get that back, I am going to bring Panin into my party. And we're just going to do a quick save, reset, and reload. And when you reload and Panin's in your direct party, the game is like, okay, yeah, you've got a really high level. So we'll get all that back now.
Yeah, we could also just take a fight outside, but because of where we're going, the safety save is going to happen anyway, so you might as well just do the save and reset.
That's right. Welcome back, Retro. Alright, so we're coming back here to Riverton, which was one of the last return points we got on the world tour. And we're able to sail down here to the Colossus.
And the final key that we got for defeating Bakor is how we're able to now open the barred doors.
Yep. So, not the Colossus of Rhodes, the wonder of the ancient world, although I think that Rhodes is actually part of the name of the runner who's following me in the marathon, playing some Rugrats. So, stay tuned for Rhodes now and Rhodes later.
I'll be darned, that is correct.
Yeah, I'm full of Colossus facts if we want them right now. Error knows a lot about towers, and I know a lot about the Colossus.
Yeah, Zatoriak, that one caught me for a while when I was learning the game. It's really easy to forget that the Bakor fight resets the repel glitch.
Yeah, you don't want to be taking a bunch of fights after this dungeon, because you're often pretty worn down. And, yeah, there's some pretty nasty enemies out there. Alright, so we're here in the Colossus. That monster in the last fight, the Blizzag, which is like the blue flamer, is terrifying in here. Half of their actions are actually like casting instant death spells. Can either be a single target instant death, or it can be a group instant death that literally goes for every single person in the party. So I'm happy to see like any monster that's not them as we go through here.
And even non-Blizzag enemies are extremely dangerous, because like in that encounter, all three of those enemies get to attack twice per turn. Like, we really don't need that.
Yeah, we see a pretty big ramp up in difficulty starting around now for the kinds of monsters that are showing up. And although, to be fair, these are also the same monsters, at least many of them that we were fighting in the Zenithian armor cave that we were running away from in there. Alright, Alina goes. That's one down. Really, I'm hoping that Hero and Christo can stay alive in here since they have the heal spells.
And now Christo's coffin blocked. So there are silver linings.
Yeah, it's not too bad if either Elena or Ragnar dies in here. It's actually, like, in some ways, yeah, it makes Christo a little bit safer. But hopefully no one else dies. Hear that, guys?
Nobody's safe from Blizzeggs.
Only freezing winds. Nope. Alright, Ragnar's gone.
We said Alina or Ragnar, not and Ragnar.
Hero does not pass away.
Yeah, the good news is Hero does actually have some defeat resistance. Nope. Okay, I'm just gonna never say anything again. I'm sorry.
Wow. Commentator's curse. That was, that's about the worst I've ever seen right there.
You knew what you were getting when you invited me.
Very good. Alright, well, let's see if Christo can make it to the Demon Hammer. If he can't, then we reset. And if he can, then we can do the Metal Babble grind and come back later. No, Christo's sleeping. That's not great. You want to wake up Christo? What do you think? Wakes up? We might live. Nope. Looks bad. Alright, that's a reset. We tried. Alright, well, the Blizzeggs, yeah, we're gonna feed that one to the Blizzeggs. They were very successful at taking us out there.
I take responsibility for that one. I
Yeah,
baited
right.
the game.
Sounds good. You know, things were going a little too well, so we wouldn't want to come in too far underestimate, right?
But that's why we do the safety save there. And also,
Yeah.
since we save with Panon in the party, we automatically have a repel glitch just from hitting the reset button.
Yep, so we don't lose repel glitch. We actually weren't that far into this dungeon either. We were like less than halfway through. So we still had a long way to go for Christo there. There's an item that I get about halfway through the dungeon called the Demon Hammer, which is going to be important for us to do like the big grind of Chapter 5. So if I were to die after I pick that up, then I would just do the grind and then come back here later. But Christo couldn't even quite make it that far. Oh, great.
Okay, this one's not my fault.
Oh, lost Hero and Ragnar and
There's-
Christo.
Oh my God.
Nope, we're not even going to try that.
So as I was saying, Hero has defeat resistance from the Zenithian armor. So it's actually less likely to land on Hero than everybody else.
Yeah, and losing Hero early on makes it actually pretty tough to get all the way through. Oh, don't forget to reorder.
Well, that would be an interesting trip.
Yeah, that would probably be the one that can make it through.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Panon can just dance around all the Blizzeggs, no problem. Alright, that's good. The Dragon Warrior 4 RNG is finally catching up with us.
Hey, we had to get back to estimate somehow.
Yep, absolutely. That put us a little bit more on track, so that's good. Alright, so with these guys, I'm really wanting them to hit the Hero in the front, just because she has so much more defense than everyone else, but she only took 1 out of 6 attacks there. Whole bunch of hits on Ragnar, but that's still better than hitting Christo.
And some of the encounters in here, if you do come back after the grind, like if you make it halfway, get the Demon Hammer, and then come back later, some fights like this one, like you might be tempted to just attack it and kill it instead of trying to run. But it's easy to forget that if you do that, Panon's not in the group, so you will lose your repel glitch at that point. And we do still want that active for the walk to Dire Palace after here.
Yep, that's right. So even though this fight would have gone better if I'd actually taken it, I have to resist because I do not want, to lose my repel glitch at the end of this dungeon. It is nice that these guys are just showing up alone, though, instead of in pairs like they usually do.
Never see them alone.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Like the game's apologizing.
Even a triple run fail is like not gonna kill anyone. It's kind of nice.
Well, this is the rare one-step encounter.
Yep, got the one step.
And it was the same guys.
Yeah, that's good. There's some good narrative continuity there. I mean, they have a lot of legs, so I feel like they'd be pretty hard to outrun. Hero dodging that built-up power attack is very nice. Alright, this one's going better, you know? Everyone's still alive. We're about as far as we've gotten. Maybe this time will be the time.
Fighting the urge to tempt fate right now.
Ragnar lives. Look, we can't lose.
Yeah, at this point, there's really nothing that could possibly go wrong in here.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. Pretty much free from here. Alright, this is as far as Christo made it before, so new personal best.
One Blizzard.
Alright, Alina does not pass away, that's a good start. But yeah, Dragon Quest is pretty funny about throwing in some monsters who are a little bit overpowered with instant death spells and giving you very few options for revival. You see that a lot in different games. It's really strong in Dragon Warrior 2 as well, when you get to the grind at the end of the game in Roan, and there's all of the Blizzard enemies that have defeat spells that they like to cast a lot.
Yeah, and usually it's really hard to, well, not really hard, but time consuming to replace like World Tree leaves, because in most cases you can only get them in specific locations. And like Dragon Quest 3, for example, you can only hold one at a time, unless you happen to have one from the tree when you pick up the one in Zelma's castle.
That's nice, yeah. In this game and in Dragon Warrior 2, there is no way to ever hold more than one at a time. And nice. Alina resists again, very good. And Krista will learn the Vivify spell eventually. Hero will as well. But right now we don't have any of that, so when someone's dead, they're dead.
And even then, Vivify is only a 50% chance to work. But it feels like 10%.
Feels a lot worse than that. Alright, yep. Definitely dealing with a little bit of an encounter rate in here, but we are making some okay progress.
This is how we know Holmes is still lurking.
He must be here somewhere, right? But yeah, at least his spirit is here. Alright, so we're climbing the Colossus's head. We drop out of its right eye into its right hand. That's the way to go. Necrodane are alright. Alright, almost through. 2 rooms to go.
Hey, our old friends, the Fury Faces.
Yeah, happy to see the Fury Face. The only thing that's dangerous about Fury Face is they can paralyze people. And sometimes you get here and you've only got like one living party member, and then it's actually pretty scary to run into them, because if that party member gets paralyzed, then you're pretty much dead. I mean, it counts you as dead. You just automatically lose. Three steps to go. Oh, okay. These guys are... Those guys pretty much spend every turn casting Heal Us, so no problem there. Alright. Hero sits all on the switch, and the giant statue begins to move.
First try.
Yeah, that felt like the first try. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I wasn't counting, but I think that we counted to 1. No problems. Alright, jump out of the ear, and here we are.
Yeah, and here you'll see that, again, we don't have the wagon. It's got the same glitch that we had when we left the Zenithian Armor Cave.
Yep, couldn't bring that wagon through the Colossus. I don't know if that's a glitch.
You get it back if you re-enter and then leave, so...
Yep, so if you don't have enough MP on the hero to cast Return here, then you can walk back in and walk back out, and suddenly you have the wagon again, and access to Bray's spells, and he can cast Return. But hero did leave with at least enough MP to cast Return, right? Yeah. Realizing I hadn't actually checked. Just felt like it was true. Alright, so we're here in Dire Palace. We actually can't do anything here yet, except we're gonna come out to the hidden treasure room here, and we're gonna pick up a pretty useful item, which is the Aeolus Shield. So Aeolus Shield is an item that can bounce monsters out of combat, and we'll use that to help make this grind coming up a little bit more efficient.
Yeah, it's similar to the Expel spell. However, it works off of an enemy's beat resistance instead of Expel resistance. So it's more useful against some enemies than Expel, and gives you a pretty good way to deal with a large amount of enemies that we're going to be encountering coming up.
Yeah, it's nice. It hits every enemy in the battle, regardless of what group they're in. And yeah, enemies tend to have less resistance to beat defeat than they do to the Expel spell. Alright, well, Panin joined our party a long time ago, under the premise that we were just going to take him straight here and let him tell his jokes to the king. I think that, you know, he's fought some terribly strong bosses for us. He's done pretty good, so let's let him finally do it. Alright. Panin doesn't tell any jokes. He's not funny at all, it turns out. And we're going to trade him in for a Zenithian helmet.
And now we have 3 out of 4 Zenithian equipment pieces.
Yep. Alright, goodbye, Panin.
Here you want to make sure that you equip the right weapons. You wouldn't want to accidentally equip something that's cursed. Oh no.
Oh, whoops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I guess we're stuck with it.
Yeah, might as well make the best out of it.
Yeah. So we're just gearing up for the Babel grind here.
Yeah, so the benefit to the Demon Hammer is it's instead of doing normal damage like all the other weapons do, it's either going to miss or critical hit. And critical hits ignore defense power, so they're really good for taking out metal battles.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, it has a special property where 2/3 of the time it misses, 1/3 of the time critical hit. That's going to be very useful to us in trying to fight some metal babbles here. We've got a few things going for us in the grind that we're about to go into, so yeah, Hero has that Demon Hammer, so she's got a really, really high critical hit rate. Ragnar has the Sword of Lethargy, so sometimes he'll hit a metal slime and he'll put it to sleep, which is great. And Alina's got her 2 attacks per turn with a high critical hit rate. So she also has a pretty good chance to take him out. And then Christo, you know, he's back there, and he'll probably maybe try to cast Beat on the Metal Babble. I don't know. We'll see what he does. But Christo's going to cast heal spells and keep us alive, basically.
Yeah, and he also has the Sword of Miracles, so he does some decent damage to the non-Babble enemies as well.
Yeah, he does. Alright, so we're here in the Royal Crypt. We actually do need to get an item out at the bottom of this. But here on this floor of the Royal Crypt, we also have a pretty high chance to encounter Metal Babbles. So we're going to hang out here for a while. Ooh, here's one. Metal Babble runs away. And we're actually going to hang out in the Royal Crypt until we kill 9 Metal Babbles today. And this is going to get our party to endgame levels. So we're going to go all the way from level 16 to level like 26.
Each Babble is worth a little over 10,000 experience, so those stack up pretty quick.
Yep. Alright, we've got 3 in this fight, so at least one of them is going to stay. Yep, just 1. Alright. So, unfortunately, the rest of the party is probably going to focus on these Hemiswords. Yeah, Hero swings at the Babble and misses. It's too bad. So it's probably just going to be Hero trying to attack the Babbles for a minute as the rest of the party tries to take the rest of the enemies out. And that's just kind of how their AI is focused. It's like thinking about where can I do the most damage, which makes sense, but it's not helpful for this.
Yeah, there was one time that I had an Alina that had such bad strength growth that she was going to hit the other enemy for 1 damage anyway. And so it was basically a toss-up at that point, and she ended up swinging at the Babble and got a crit.
Yeah, that happened to be 1 time as well, which is pretty epic. Alright, well, this Metal has stuck around for 4 turns, so maybe we'll finally hit it. There we go. Thanks, Alina.
Nailed it. And that first Babble is extremely important.
Yeah. Yep, the first one's the hardest to get. You're, you know, you're in this Royal Crypt, you're like super under-leveled for this dungeon. And everyone's gonna get like at least 1 level, but probably 2 levels off of this 1 Babble, so everyone's getting way stronger now.
Yeah, and these levels are not insignificant. Like in my PB, it took me about 12 minutes of dying and resetting and re-entering before I got my first Babble. So getting one right away like this is really, really nice.
Yeah, Era was on a sub-6 pace until you got to the Metal Babble grind, and then, yeah, lost like 15 minutes or something.
It was 12. I timed it from my save until actually the time that I left on the trip where I finally got one.
Whew. Yeah, it happens. It's just one of those places. It can be really hard to land the first critical hit or take out the first Babble, but once you get the first 1 or 2, the grind gets a lot easier. So that was a really nice start, actually, to get one that quickly.
Yeah, there's a spot that we're going to specifically on this floor that's got the retreating black wall. When you walk through it, I'm sure you've seen it many times, there's that transition where like the darkness kind of collapses out. Every time you go through one of those transitions, there's an increased chance of getting an encounter, so just go back and forth through that to get encounters as quickly as possible. And it's also conveniently close to a heal tile.
Yeah, I think that every time you walk through one of these in a dungeon, it's a 1 in 3 chance to get into a fight, something like that. So it's pretty high.
Yeah, so while it seems a little bit counterintuitive to go through here and watch the animation of the darkness retreating and all that, it is still actually faster overall because you're way more likely to get the encounters that you're looking for.
Yep, and they're using that Aeolus shield item to clear out the monsters. Just safer to do that than to try to run and fail to run a couple times. And then we might be dealing with party members who are dead. Yep, so this is the spot where runs find out if they're truly going to live or die.
Only 5 hours in, too.
Yep.
At least you find out early, right?
Yeah, exactly. Alright, this fight is pretty dangerous because these guys have a really strong Scorching Gas attack, but fortunately they are 100% vulnerable to the Expel spell, so if Hero goes early like that, then no problem. What's really scary about those guys is Christo doesn't have any kind of resistance to that attack, so if a few of them decide to go, then even if he's got decent HP like he's got today, he could still just immediately be dead, and then we have to leave to revive him.
Yeah, Christo's health is actually pretty high for the current level. A lot of times you get in here and he's got like 60, 70 HP.
Yeah.
It's extremely squishy.
Yeah, he's pretty good today. Alright, Christo got the stop spell before that second Firebane. That was nice. Good timing.
And a
So,
short
yeah.
trip through the staircase there will take us to a healing tile, which will fully restore HP and MP. So it's one of the really convenient things about grinding right here is once your MP starts getting low, you just head to the heal tile.
Yeah. The game definitely expects that you are going to be hanging out down here and fighting some metal babbles. So very convenient heal tile. It's pretty cool.
It's almost like they knew we were going to be speedrunning this.
Yeah, I mean, even when I would play this game casually as a kid, I hung out down here so much. Although I didn't know that metal babbles were more common on this floor, so I would hang out up here right next to the heal tile instead. They can still appear up here, they're just not quite as common.
Yeah, and I think the formation that's, what was it, 6 battles is only available on the previous floor.
Yeah, up to 7.
It is 7, okay.
Yeah, on this floor, you can fairly commonly see 4 of them, though. And what's nice about seeing them on this floor is they more often show up alone and not with a bunch of friends.
Yeah, I've had 2 separate times where I got an encounter where I killed 2 babbles on top of a change staff.
Nice.
Yeah, that one's pretty common in games that don't use a depletion system, that just use an encounter threat system. So like, it's the same thing with 5, for example.
Yeah.
But then you've like Dragon Quest 3 uses a depletion system, so the transitions don't actually screw you over, or help in this case.
Right. Yeah, I think the whole idea is like you're going into like a dark room, and then monsters are just kind of waiting for you.
Yeah, they could have been cruel and made it so it was more likely to be an ambush as well.
Yeah,
How
they weren't cruel.
terrifying would that be?
They weren't cruel at all, right? Totally fair. But yeah, once you realize it's true and not just like a feeling you always had, then at least you can expect it and maybe heal up before you walk through it or something. Alright, so MP was getting a little bit low, so just went upstairs, used the heal tile. Now we're pretty safe. Hopefully not too much longer before we see some more friends here.
Hopefully they're more common than the metal slimes were earlier.
Yeah, not so far. Should be seeing them in, I don't know, like 40% of fights or something. But we've had quite a few in a row where they're just not showing up.
Yeah, and there you saw that damage from Christo is actually currently the highest single hits in the party. It's because that Sword of Miracles is so powerful. But that's going to stop pretty soon once we start getting some levels. Everybody else is going to outpace his growth.
Yeah, Alina and Ragnar are going to pass Christo real quick here once we just get a couple more levels. Alright, well, we're not seeing the dangerous monsters who waste a lot of time, but we're also not seeing babbles.
372 more Himbalbas and we're good to go.
That's right. There we go. This is the good stuff. Alright, they're in 2 separate groups, so I'm going to target the group that had more babbles in it. Which was wrong. That was incorrect. So hopefully Alina crits one.
What was this?
Ragnar.
Oh.
Ragnar flings up the Sword of Lethargy. So yeah, we were talking earlier about how the AI learns after they're exposed to monsters for a certain number of turns, and we have not had enough exposure to metal babbles for Ragnar to realize that he's not going to put them to sleep by flinging up the Sword of Lethargy. Once he sees metal babbles for a few more turns, he will realize that. And he'll actually attack instead of doing that. So even though we didn't kill any babbles there, wow, this is nice. There is kind of a benefit just to having them show up.
This is actually a perfect example of just how big of a time swing this grind can be, because we very well could be done right now. With some really good luck, we could have been finished with this grind already.
Yeah, we could have. Ooh. Okay, C is sticking around. That's the one we've done a little bit of damage to. A is still here. That's in the group that I targeted. Nope. Alright, Retro is still getting warmed up on the Demon Hammer. Metal Babble runs away.
But that
So you saw that
this time.
Yep. You saw that Ragnar was not fleeing up the Sword of Lethargy anymore, though, so we have learned.
I learned that if you want to kill something, you better hit it.
Yep, you have to attack it. You can't put it to sleep by using magic. Alright, yeah, that's too bad. There was a lot of babbles that weren't with things like this. Alright, so this fight is a little bit too dangerous for me to go straight for the babbles, yeah. Gotta try to take care of these guys first. The two Bebenbar enemies are pretty vulnerable to the Elish shield. The Dragonet is actually pretty resistant to it, so it's nice that that got blown away too. But yeah, painful fight. You see why I had to go on offense there. Couldn't just go straight for the babbles, or
Yeah, and
go on
that-
defense.
That encounter, prior to getting the first babble kill, is almost always a wipe.
Yeah, that's a really bad fight. Really bad to see the Bebenbars teamed up with the Dragonets. It's just a lot of damage. A little bit further in the grind, the hero's gonna more often go like toward the beginning of the turn, so that helps save all of this damage we're taking. Alina will also be able to like pick an enemy off at the beginning of the fight. So it gets easier as we go along, but while we've still only got one babble under our belts, I have to take a lot of these fights a lot more carefully and slowly.
Yeah, right around 3 babbles or so is when it starts feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
And the Tyrannobats you just never fight.
Yeah, Tyrannobat is like not dangerous. They use a roar attack that makes you lose your turn, so even if you're trying to bounce them away, half the time your hero just loses their turn anyway. Alright, maybe now Demon Hammer? What do you think? Nope. Not quite yet. It's still here.
I like the brave babbles.
Yep, let's go. Nope. Whew. I would like to return this Demon Hammer. Oh, Ragnar didn't get it to sleep. That's too bad. It's fine. We're getting warmed up with the hammer. It's gonna come through.
Yeah, sometimes you accidentally pick up the rubber gavel instead of the demon hammer, and it just bounces off the metables.
Mm-hmm. Yep, this is what 1 and 3 feels like, you know?
Feels an awful like 10%.
Yeah, it feels a little bit more like that. I mean, it feels like 0% so far. But yeah, I will say this is not like atypical to have a grind that's a little slow to get started here, just because we can't quite take them out. Ooh, free shot here.
That's really good news.
Nice. And Ragnar and Krista will also go for it. Nope, didn't put it to sleep though. That's too bad. Sticking around. Let's go. 2 damage. 3 damage. Still not asleep. Ooh, we almost had it. Babbles have either 4 or 5 HP, so sometimes you can take them out with chip damage like that.
Might be the worst demon hammer I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, this one's pretty bad. Yep. Just wait, it'll, you know. Maybe we, I think there's like an on switch somewhere. We just haven't found it yet.
It's just out of batteries.
It's out of batteries, yeah, maybe that's it.
Also, thanks for that crit, Alina. Appreciate it.
Yep, good crit.
She just wanted to show us that she still knew how to do it.
Yeah, that's important. Alright, come up here. Let's get our MP refreshed again.
Yeah, the benefit of having the Aeolus shield here is really well on display in that particular encounter. If you do die in the Colossus after getting the Demon Hammer and you decide to come here before going to Dire Palace, then you're missing that huge advantage. So it makes it even more dangerous at that point.
Get our first full moon herb drop. Very good. I like to give the full moon herb to Ragnar. So that way if we get paralyzed later, like, I don't know, in the Radam Vice fight, Ragnar might heal the hero from paralysis. But yeah, in the speedrun we spent a lot of time in this grind in this area. It's probably the longest grind in the game, pretty sure it is. And so we get to know all these monsters really well and all of their drops really well. So you see that full moon drop, those guys will drop a staff of healing every once in a while. Metal Babbles can drop a really nice piece of equipment called the Hat of Happiness.
Yeah, that's a wonderful one to get. It helps out a lot because it causes the wearer to regenerate their MP as they walk around. So it makes the end of the game quite a bit smoother because you don't have to be careful with your MP.
Yeah, you're able to go through some of those long dungeons toward the end, and especially if like Christo's wearing it, for example, he can get his MP back and keep everyone healed and cast Vivify and all that good stuff.
All right, Demon Hair, it's your time.
There we go. We got it. All warmed up.
2 down.
Number 2. Took about 10 minutes to get from number 1 to number 2 there, but we got there.
Learned the most important spell of the run.
Yes, hero learns Fen spell there. Actually does come in handy in a couple fights, and it does actually allow us to beat the final boss of the game a little bit more easily than we could without it.
When used properly.
Yeah. Yes. Alright, so yeah, 2 Babbles, definitely helpful. We're a little bit stronger now. But 3 is where things really start to feel better. 3 and 4, so.
Yeah, you'll notice we're starting to get some double-digit HP growth, which really helps us survive a lot of encounters like Dragonites and their breath attacks.
Nice, just a bunch of physicals. Too bad 2 of those were on Christo, but he will live through this. Probably. Can only expel 3 of them on turn 1 here. Yeah, we're fine.
Oh, the lethargy sword does work.
It does work. Christo beat me to it. That's alright. Hero doesn't have a whole lot to do in those circumstances where the rest of the characters are just going to kill a monster with damage, because she's probably not going to hit it if she swings at it. So, just take the turn to heal, maybe. She'll outturn Christo. Alright, a couple of them here. Ooh, Alina tried to outturn it. Just couldn't quite make it happen. Nice, this one's sticking around. What do we think? Believe in the Demon Hammer. Ooh, the Babble dodged it. That's rarer than missing. It's still here, though. There we go. Number 3.
Nice.
Hammer's all warmed up.
We replaced the batteries, smacked it a couple of times. Now it's working fine.
Yeah, you just kind of had to hit it, and that loose connection, you know, figured itself out.
Kind of blowing it a little bit.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You take it out, you blow on it. That's right.
This is an NES game, you gotta remember.
That's right.
Yeah, look at these 6 stat growths.
Yeah, this is good. I think Krista's going to learn the beat spell around now as well. Oh, he already learned beat. He's learning Vivify now. So, those are 2 really good spells for Krista to have in the grind here. Because he'll start to be able to just instant death some monsters. And there are actually quite a few monsters here that are vulnerable to it. And Krista will be able to identify them.
And this is also a key breakpoint in the grind where now if somebody dies, we can actually revive them.
Yeah, we don't have to leave. Exactly, yeah, that's really huge. So far, we've been able to keep everyone pretty safe, but... Oh, see ya. Okay, interesting.
That's a formation.
Yeah, I actually do not want to be on offensive here, because Krista might try to instant death that Hemisword still. Yeah, well, they all ran anyway.
Yeah, the Babbles are kind of cowardly today.
Yeah, they're running a whole lot. But at least we're getting better at hitting them. Nice, way to go, Lena there. Saving us a Firebane. Ooh, resisted the beat.
Put him to sleep and then shot him out of there.
Yeah, see ya.
I like to picture the knockout animation from Dragon Warrior 7 when the Aeolus shield goes off.
Yeah, it's really good. They just fly off into the distance. Oh, here's our friends here again in another kind of annoying formation where I can't expel all of them at once. But no scorching gas, that's pretty nice. Good try, Krista. Sometimes it works. Alright. 180 experience gets Hero up to the next level, so it's that kind of grind. Sometimes it happens.
Load in Triple X6. Yep, this is the NES version of Dragon Warrior 4. I'm gonna go to that heal tile.
Yep, time to go back. But yeah, this is a late NES game. Came out in Japan in 1990. And yeah, was the last Dragon Quest game for the NES before they moved over to Super Famicom.
Yeah, we actually got the English version of this game the same year that Dragon Quest V came out in Japan. That's how urgently this was done.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I think 5 may have come out first, because this was October.
Yeah, it might have. It was pretty late here in the States.
Yeah, it was September 22nd.
There you go.
So, Dragon Quest V came out a whole month before we got Dragon Warrior 4.
It's fine. In the US, it's not like we had any idea that that was even going on, so...
It's true.
Not back then. Ooh, resisted the beat. That's too bad. It should hit like 5/6 at the time, so Krista's just having some bad luck here. All right, back at it. Nice. All right, I think it's time for us to see that big group of Babbles. We haven't seen them show up quite yet. Especially now that the AI has learned Lena's got a pretty decent critical hit rate now. I think it's time. I think we're ready.
This is where you get the 7 battle encounter and just win.
That's right. Yep. Maybe fewer of these guys and more of those guys would be good. Ooh, not bad. 4 at once is pretty good to see.
And they're all in one group.
Okay. 75% chance to run, right? All right, nice. Well, at least we got the one that stayed. That's all good.
All right, 4 down.
That's number 4. Demon Hammer, doing some pretty good work now. Took a while to get warmed up, but we're good now.
Seven vitality, nice.
Word of the day is pew. That's right. We've heard some pews in the grind for sure.
Yeah, I'd prefer for the day, word of the day to be. I don't know how you spell that, but.
Ooh, they're multiplying. This is good. All right, at least one that I targeted the state. Okay, 2 stayed. Ragnar tried to put it to sleep. Didn't quite work. Ooh, nope. Not good enough, team.
Yeah, if Healer were here, he would crit these every single turn.
He absolutely would, yeah. If only we had Healy. Alright. Let's go, Demon Hammer. Fortunately, now that the party's gotten a few levels, I'm able to go a little bit more risky on fights like this. Although we might still lose Hero here.
As long as we don't lose him or her and Christo.
Ooh, that's bad. Hero lives. Christo lives.
Oh,
Unfortunately, we still missed the babble. This is great. Yep, love this. Love what's happening here. Nice.
okay, that was a merciful retreat by the battle there. Could have destroyed us.
It was a bad situation. I admit, bad situation.
I appreciated the unbridled aggression.
Yeah, we went for it. Unfortunately, we were not rewarded. All right, Vivify. Lena does not revive. So 50% chance for this to work every time we cast it.
I feel like Alina specifically has like the lowest chance for Vivify to work.
There we go. First try, right? Yep. Doesn't revive. That's right. Yeah. It's not so bad here where we've got a heal tile, but it sure takes a lot of MP to cast that spell over and over.
Yeah, it's what, 10 each time you cast it?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, 12 even. Yeah, there you go.
Well, that's even worse.
Even worse, if you can believe it. Alright, so even though we're only about halfway through the grind on Babbles, we are more than halfway through the grind just on our capability to get through fights quickly and destroy more of them. So. we should be getting through the rest of this more quickly than we've gotten through the beginning.
Yeah, the further into the grind you get, the wider your safe zone is for health and remaining MP. So you're able to go a lot longer without having to stop and recover.
Yep. We're also able to just kind of get through all the other encounters a lot more quickly and easily. Can even take more risks at just trying to run instead of taking the fight. Not for this, but for some fights. Early stop spell. Oof. Only 1 out of 3 on the shield there. That's too bad. But yeah, Christo doing the stop spell is great there. Because then we don't get the Firebane, and since he does it on the same turn they already plan their attacks, they don't automatically switch over to using Sleep Breath like they would like on turn 2.
Yeah, there's a chest that we passed on our way down here that has a Staff of Anti-Magic in it, which, when used in combat, basically casts the stop spell. And there was a time that I was picking that up and giving it to Alina, at least for the early levels, so that she could silence the weapon bars up until the point where she was able to actually just kill them in a single round. But it's not always great, but it can pay off sometimes.
Yeah, it makes sense for those really early levels where those guys are a lot more of a threat and Alina can't just take him out at the beginning of the fight.
Also sells for a pretty penny later if you need a little bit extra cash.
Yeah, it's really good for backup money later if you get into a tight spot. We've got enough stuff hanging out. We've got like an extra iron mask and some stuff like that, so not too worried about that. Whew, finally some metal bowels.
Didn't know these showed up in here.
There we go. Paused for luck. It worked out. Number
That's
5.
5.
Just 5. Okay. I'm just happy to see anything. Cool. So we didn't
21
just
HP.
Oh, nice one, wow. So yeah, we didn't just come down here to hunt metal babbles. We also came down here to get an item from the bottom called the Staff of Transform, which we need to continue in the actual story of the game. So I'm gonna pick up 2 more babbles, and then we're gonna go start walking to grab that. And maybe we'll get lucky and pick up the last ones along the way. Beat that Sarah Night Jerk, yeah.
That last level there got, what was it, 11 HP off of 4 Vitality.
Nice. I would have to go back to Stan Team and grab the flute, because I left it behind there.
I don't know if I've ever fought Sarah Knight.
Mini demons. Sayaka's going for mini demons and the Staff of Transform tonight.
I'm feeling like this is a horse night.
Ooh, be a great night to turn into some horses. See ya. Always horse. Yep. So the way that I'm doing the grind here with the Demon Hammer on the hero is not the only way that some people do it. So there are some runners who like to give Ragnar the Demon Hammer. And then the hero can focus on like getting all the other monsters out of the fight by using Expel or the Aeolus Shield. And hopefully by the time Ragnar's turn comes around, he's able to kind of focus on the battles. So that's another way that this can go. Ooh, we lost Christo. We're gonna have to go revive.
Yeah,
Just
the benefit to that is that you don't deal with those turns where Ragnar's throwing up the Sword of Lethargy before he learns. That's a waste of time. But the downside is, if there's anything other than the battle still alive, he might just swing at something else instead. So having it on the hero does allow you to guarantee that you can swing at battles whenever you want to, but it does kind of leave you subject to Ragnar's fleeting whimsy.
Yes, indeed. So I prefer this one because you have a little bit more control over actually attacking the babbles, but yeah, it's another one of those like personal preference things where some people swear by putting the hammer on Ragnar.
One of the things I like about Dragon Quest speedrunning in general is there's a lot of personal preference in most of the games.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, so you saw that Krister died there. He's the one who's got the Vivify spell right now, so had to pop out and revive him real quick. But not a huge deal. We'll get back down in the crypt real easy.
It also gives us another shot at the first floor battle for Bray.
Yep, so up here on this floor, characters in the wagon will get experience. So there's a pretty low encounter rate for babbles here. But if we were to encounter one and kill one, then Bray would get a share of that 10,000 experience, which would be nice because we actually need him to get about 4,000 more so that he'll learn the by-kill spell by the end of the game. But yeah, if we don't find him here, then too bad. Alright, hopefully we can finish this pretty soon. The babble grind has gone on way too long at this point. This has been the bad thing that happens in the run, and it just happens sometimes. Just not a lot you can do.
Sometimes you come in here and you're in and out, and other times you're here for about an hour.
Yep. Today is yeah, we actually were ahead coming in here, and we're behind coming out now. So let's find our last 4 babbles and get out of here, please.
We started early, we're just getting the marathon back to its original time frame.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. All right, here's a couple. And they're gone. Yeah, they're running like way above 50%, which is a lot of the problem, actually.
And the Demon Hammer started out hitting way under the 1/3.
Yeah, yep, all the odds were going the wrong way, so I'm sure it'll turn around.
The most exciting part about this grind is it can end at any time. Like, we could just get 4 in the next encounter.
Oh yeah, it totally can happen. Yep, putting out the good metal slime enemy vibes.
Oh,
it's good.
I need to put my magnet back out there.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's the problem. I didn't turn it on. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. It works better here because there aren't rogue knights.
Yeah, no real metal enemies to deal with that aren't the ones we want to see. There we go. Not bad.
There we go.
Ooh, stay in here too. Alright, party shouldn't have too much trouble getting rid of those Bevin bars. Nice. Demon Hammer takes out number 6. Alright. Not bad.
Magnet worked.
Magnet worked? Nice magnet. Cool, so we'll grab one more and then we'll walk down and grab that Staff of Transform. At this point, the party's like really strong. We get Alina up at level 25. Christo now knows the defeat spell, so he can really efficiently get rid of some of those other monsters.
Yeah, what's pretty crazy is like some of the really like top-notch runners for this game have consistently lucky battlegrounds.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they'll come in here and in like 30 minutes they'll kill more than 9 battles.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they'll come in and out. Yeah, 25 minutes.
It's like, oh, I got 11 for safety. It's like, oh, come on.
Yep, that's just what it takes sometimes, but yep. This is like the biggest like late RNG in the run. So sometimes you'll have a really good run, it gets here, and then the babbles just don't show up. It's part of the fun, to be honest. Like, it's part of what is really fun about Dragon Quest speedrunning to me is like you kind of need to also get lucky, and when you get the lucky run, it feels like really good.
Yeah, it's really entertaining to like it sounds a little bit masochistic, but it's fun to have a game that kind of keeps beating you down, but then when it does give you the run, you have to execute and keep it going.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. So, it's a good time. And, you know, even though the Babel grind has been bad, like, almost everything else in the speedrun today has been good.
Yeah,
so,
like every boss has been first try.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't really had too many problems overall. Alright, we can crit the Hemisword. So, yeah, it's still not like a bad speed run by any means, and we've had some really nice pace through a lot of it. So yeah, I wouldn't call this like particularly bad luck today. Ooh, nice. Got the first strike on. Let's go get him. Ooh, nope. Defeat got 1 out of 2 of those guys. Nice. All right, we cleared those guys out. Whole team can focus on the babbles here. Nice. All right, number 7 from Alina.
Just need 2 more.
Very good. Cool. We'll see if we get lucky and get those while we're walking down to the item.
Now imagine if we can get that 9 strength growth when we were preparing for the tournament in Chapter 2.
Whew. Yeah, wouldn't have had any troubles with Samson, I don't think. Linguar, still probably.
I think at that point you're pretty much guaranteed to 2-shot him, so it saves you a little bit.
That's true, a little bit of heartache.
It's more important early on, before the party has learned how to interact with the babbles, because like they might try using spells or what have you. But once they've learned how to deal with the babbles, then they're going to know that they've got immunities. And so at this point, it doesn't really matter as much.
Yeah, the only reason I'll switch to it now is if I'm worried that Christo might heal somebody when I'd rather he attack. But yeah, it's a pretty small thing after you've been exposed to babbles for like 7 or 8 turns. Nice. Love to see Christo open with defeat in some of these fights now, so we actually get the experience. Aeola's shield bounces them out of the fight, we don't get experience, but when Christo casts defeat, we do get it, so I got Hero up to level 25, where she learns the Zap spell, which is very, very powerful.
We'll be using that on the next boss.
Yep. That's like the minimum that you need to get to really be able to take on Esther, who is probably the second biggest boss fight of the entire speedrun. Ooh, rough first turn there. Lena tries. Alright, still here. Nice. Hammer coming through, number 8.
1 more.
So yeah, always pretty lucky to find them here. This is the part of the crypt where they're not quite as common, so if we can take them out here, that's kind of like free. We're saving some time now. So yeah, the reason I'm trying to get 9 total is that should get Christo up to level 27, where he will learn the Heal All spell. And Christo knowing Heal All makes the rest of the game significantly safer.
Yeah, it only costs 2 more MP than Heal More, and as the name suggests, it heals all HP.
Yeah, quite a bit more, especially on characters like Ragnar and Alina who just have a ton of HP.
Yeah, you're looking at like 3 Heal Mores to top off Ragnar.
Yeah. In a PB attempt, a lot of the time I would only take 8 Babbles, so I'd leave now. Because really all I need is the Zap spell to move forward, but I feel a lot more comfortable if I've got Heal All on Christo. There we go, number 9.
Easy game.
Easy game. Alright. And we're just about to the staff chest, so that was nice timing.
The sub 6 Babble grind.
Yes. I was hoping for sub 545, but here we are. It's still not terrible. Decent luck from here, and we should finish around 710, so maybe just a little bit overestimate thanks to that Babble grind. 710, 715, somewhere in there.
Yeah, not too bad. The general rule of thumb is that after the next boss that we fight, which we're going straight to after this, it's about 1 hour from there to the end of the game.
Yep, we just gotta go turn into a monster or an animal real quick, and then we'll move on. Alright, 360 experience is getting Alina up to 1 more level, so that's fine. No problems there.
Nice little bonus.
Absolutely. Alright, here's the Staff of Transform. That's what we came here for, in addition to all those fancy levels. Let's go. Alright, so we got the Staff of Transform. We're gonna head over to Dire Palace here, and in order to blend in, we're gonna turn into either a monster or, I don't know, an animal might work.
Party horse.
This is when I like to guess what monster or animal we're gonna transform into today, because it's totally random. It could be a mini demon or skeleton or wizard. It could be a dog or a cat or a horse. Any of those are actually gonna work. Yeah, Christo won't work though. I'm gonna guess cat today. Oh,
Let's go.
Yeah, we got the horse. The run has been blessed. This is redemption. Everything's gonna be alright. Horse on the first try. Doesn't get better than that. I have to walk here before I can use the return spell. Love to see the horses.
So happy
good.
right now.
Nothing like blending in with a group of monsters by being a whole bunch of horses suddenly in the room. Alright, uncurse the hero. So one thing that's a little sketchy right now is Hero's max HP. She has not done particularly well on that front.
The CIA knows how effective horse disguises are.
Alright, we're gonna rearrange all that equipment again, so we'll give Christo his Magma Staff back. Sword of Lethargy back up to the hero. And Sword of Miracles back over to Ragnar. Cool. With all that done, it's time to go back to the mines. So basically that cutscene that we witnessed in the castle with all the monsters was at the bottom of the mine where they were digging and everyone was getting sick and there were monsters and stuff. They just kept digging because, you know, why not, right? And they done dug too deep.
Notably here, the first couple of floors we have a 100% chance to run because these are actually still the same encounters from Chapter 4. Once we get down to the 3rd floor and beyond, we'll actually be on to encounters that are at our level and we won't be able to get the guaranteed runs anymore.
Yep, the game has a basically a mechanic where it's referencing certain levels in the party. In this case, it's referencing the heroes level. And it's comparing that with kind of like the level of the encounter zone. And if you're high enough above that, then it's just kind of like, okay, yeah, you can run from everything first try. And if you're not, then you kind of have that basic run rate that we talked about earlier with the 50, 50, 75, 100. I have heard from some people that it does get slightly easier if you're close to it to run. I heard that from, I think, Vaxerd, who would know. But don't have the data on what that actually looks like.
That's interesting. I'm not sure I've heard that one.
Yeah. So, like, for example, in that Babel grind, like, as you get kind of toward the end, it does start to feel a little easier to run from some fights. Even though you're not guaranteed to be able to run until, I don't know, somewhere in the mid-30s. Alright, I'm actually going to fight Dragon Riders because it's a little bit safer to fight them. It's really nice when Krista goes early in this fight and he uses his instant death spells on him. Oh, that's a non-demon hammer crit from the hero, but okay.
That was a beautiful little bit of irony right there.
Yeah, not bad. That was the 1 in 64. Couldn't hit the 1 in 3, but got the 1 in 64. That's good. Alright, and we'll be running into a heal tile in just a minute here, so kind of like in the crypt, it's just important to keep Christo alive so he can revive anybody who happens to die in here. But I don't want to waste a ton of time casting extra heal spells if I don't have to. But yeah, we're going to the bottom of the mine here, and basically that Lord of Darkness that the King of Santine was dreaming about is at the bottom here, and because the humans dug down, they're actually allowing him to wake up from his deep sleep, and he can come back to the world. So we heard about this, and we're coming down to destroy him basically before he wakes up and is able to come out onto the surface world.
But interestingly, this boss is actually pretty dangerous while he's asleep. He's got an ability while sleeping that damages the entire party for a pretty decent amount of damage.
Yeah, this is the only boss fight where just because the boss is put to sleep doesn't mean that you are really any safer than he was when he was awake. Yeah, as Aitoriak, Dragon Riders follow a attack pattern. So their first turn, they're always going to do a physical attack and then follow it with that gas attack. And the second turn, they're always going to attack twice, and then they just kind of rotate between those two. One of those monsters that's on a fixed attack pattern, which is a really brutal attack pattern.
Yeah, that extreme damage output is why it's safer to fight them, because if you fail to run, then you're just already behind, whereas if you attack, then you're probably going to kill one on the first turn, and then it's a lot easier to just get out of there.
Yep. The other version of that sprite, the Guardian that you run into in the palace at the end of the game, also follows a pattern where they do a bunch of damage on the first turn, and then the second turn they attack and they use their sleep breath to put the party to sleep.
wasn't worried.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where the fight really has to go the wrong way for somebody to actually die if you take it. So it's generally pretty safe.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about the post-battle grind is you're finally actually at a decent level. And you've been doing the rest of the game so incredibly under-leveled, like now you're finally strong.
Yeah, this is really the first time in quite a while where we're pretty close to the level the game actually expects us to be at. Still probably a couple levels behind, but not much. All right, encounter rate's pretty bad, but we're doing pretty good at running. And we haven't gotten poisoned yet, which is a miracle.
I was about to say, with how many encounters there have been, I'm surprised there's no poison yet.
Poison's kind of funny because like early on in this game, poison can be pretty dangerous. But at this point, like losing 1 damage every 4 steps is like it's nothing, right? Like this Eigerhorn cast Snowstorm, and we just lost 120 HP. Yeah, Christo finally got poisoned. Nice. So usually we just don't even bother to heal it. Once you're late in the game, it just doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, the exception being in the world tree. It throws off the timing of your steps a little bit, so it can actually cause you to accidentally walk off the tree.
Yes, that is the exception. We don't like to fall out of the world tree. But here, when you're already pretty much at the bottom of the world, there's nowhere to fall.
Yeah, Dragos 5 and 6 have a severe poison, which does cause damage every turn, and that's like 40 damage in 5. I'm not sure exactly how much it does in 6, but it's definitely less than that. But yeah, fortunately there's no combat damage from poison in this one.
Alright, finally got here. Oh, hold on. We gotta sit through one more of these.
Please hold.
Pretty low encounter rate in here, but we are seeing something. Alright, so before we can actually fight Esterk, we do need to get through these guys.
Yes, all 3 of them.
All 3 of them. Okay. So, we're just gonna go and use no MP so that Christo actually attacks. Not gonna be able to do anything with magic here. It's too bad that he outturned Alina, so Alina can kill that Bengal on her own. She does not need Christo's help.
Maybe the third one's just waiting for this fight to be over, and then he's gonna jump in.
He's totally gonna come in. Oh well. Alright, let's see here. Let's heal a little bit on Christo. Alright, hope we don't get an encounter on the step we walk in front of Esterk. We didn't. That's good. Alright, so we're on use no MP for the first turn. That's what we want. Hero cast Zap.
Yeah, and those lights are the damage ability that he does when he's asleep. And what really sucks is if he takes a deep breath, then goes to sleep, and then just blasts everybody for like double damage.
Okay, you woke up on a bad turn, so next turn is the deep breath attack turn. Thankfully, Christo cast Increase. That's exactly right. So this is a good turn to attack and see if we can put him to sleep, because we're not going to attack in the middle of him taking a deep breath and attacking. Nice. All right, back to sleep. So he's going to miss his deep breath. That's good. Woke up immediately. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. Attack. Freezing Waves. So he lost the increase, but not a whole lot of damage done. And Hero can just keep focusing on zapping him. It would be nice to see some critical hits from Alina.
Hint, Alina. There we go.
There we go. Ooh, the physical on Christo is bad, so we're gonna lose him here. Hero's gonna have to switch over to being the healer a little bit. Oh, never mind. Christo almost made it all the way. Not quite. But yeah, that was good. So yeah, Esterk follows an attack pattern, and so I was kind of keeping track of where he was there. And what was really good about where the turn where you put him to sleep and then he woke up immediately is the action where he woke up would have been the action where he would normally take a deep breath and do a powerful attack, but he just wasted it by waking up. So it was exactly right.
Yeah, just deleted 2 bad turns with this rotation, basically.
Yep, so not too bad. Alright, so finished Esterk around 6:13, so the target from here would be finishing the speedrun around 7:13. See if we can make it.
Yeah, we've got a Death Warp coming up, but we don't want a Death Warp too soon.
Yeah, not too soon, so I'm going to keep the hero healthy.
Well, you're still paying for the revives after the Death Warp anyway, but you just revive Christo and then have him cast Vivify. It's cheaper to burn through all of his MP and then use the inn and burn through it all again than it is to revive one person.
Nice triple run fill here, just trying to make it as hard as possible to finish out the dungeon.
Christo learns Vivify during the battle grind. It's Hero is the one that can learn it if you get an extra battle. But Christo's already set for that. Yeah.
Alright.
And then we're going to the World Tree where the floor is literally made of revive.
Alright, so we got the gas canister. That's the thing we really needed out of here. And we have to do one more Death Warp this game, because we can't cast outside here until we walk all the way back to the mine section. And this guy can help us. Nice. Very, very good casting defeat and hitting Ragnar, who had pretty high health there. Okay, well, let's just take the chance that Hero can actually take Alina out here. Oh, that works too. Alright, we'll see if I can zap myself before my MP disappears. Nope.
Maybe we can get defeated now.
Alright, as long as I don't put myself to sleep, then this is pretty easy Death Warp from here.
The entire concept of attacking yourself and falling asleep is just hilarious to me.
Alright, we are not going to fall asleep, it's good. Alright, pretty good Death Warp actually. That's a really awkward one, it's tough.
Yeah, when you put yourself to sleep, you're taking half damage, and it just slows down Death Warp so much.
Nice, alright. So yeah, pretty good Esterk there. The climb down was a little bit slow just to the encounter rate, but the fight went pretty well. Too bad Christo missed out on some experience, but he got an extra from the Babel grind, so he's alright. So the item that we got out of there was the gas canister, and we didn't talk to this guy when we came to Riverton earlier, but there was a guy here who was looking for just that kind of thing. And now we've got one.
So you can use it to make a flying music box that plays the best music in this game.
That's right. Alright, so we're forced to take an in here, so this is the perfect time to have Christo cast some Vivifies and get them on the first try. Yep.
Nailed it.
Every time. Alright, so this guy pretends to take my gas canister, he doesn't actually take it, and he gives me a flying balloon. Now we can fly.
Alright, get your cat jams ready.
Yeah, the balloon theme is, doesn't tend to be our favorite. Fortunately, we only fly in the balloon twice for about 15 or 20 seconds each time.
You don't really get to enjoy the full Jingle Bells segment of it.
Yeah, we stop it before it gets really jingle bellsy. You just get a little hint of the jingle bells. Nah, this is probably fine. So you can only bring 3 party members in the tree, because at the very top of the tree we are going to recruit the last guest character of the speedrun. And in order to make that happen, we have to have an open spot for her.
Which is great when you find that out casually, because you go up to the top of the full party and then learn you have to do it again.
Oh yeah. Alright, Christo gets 2 of them out at the feet, Alina takes out 3rd one, and Shield gets the 4th. Nice. So that fight's pretty dangerous if you try to run from it. But by having this party alive in here, you can usually get ahead of it before 4 of those guys decide to cast Blizzard on your party.
And the movement on the branches of the tree here is a little bit treacherous, because if you do hit the edges there, you fall off and have to climb back up from the bottom.
Yep, it's been a while since I've fallen out of the world tree, so let's hope that I've gotten better at it.
Well, what I'm hearing is you're due.
Let's hope not. That usually happens when it's like really late and I'm very tired, and you know, we were able to get the run started pretty early today, so I'm feeling like maybe we won't fall out of the tree tonight.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, so 2 out of 3 of them cast Blizzard there, so you can see we lost a lot of HP, but maybe defeat missed all 3, that's too bad. But Shield got 2 out of 3. We should be fine. Alina can take this one out before it attacks.
Yay. Yeah, the good news is everywhere that there's a leaf pattern on the ground here, you can just use the search command and pick up a world tree leaf. So as long as somebody survives each fight, it's fine.
Yep. Yeah, the most dangerous part of the tree is definitely, as long as you know to how to handle the dangerous fights, the most dangerous part is just falling out of the tree. That red cyclone enemy is, if they show up in groups larger than 2, I'll usually fight it, but if there's only a couple of them, then it's not really too dangerous.
Yeah, they're pretty susceptible to defeat, so Krista will usually pop them out of there for you.
Yeah, they're really easy to get rid of. Alright, we're making our way here. We got one more big floor to get through in the tree before we can finally get to the top. And by the way, the reason we're climbing the tree is we are here to collect the last piece of the legendary equipment, which is the Zenithian sword, which we've heard is somewhere in the tree.
And Lucia is a nice perk for the end game as well.
Yeah, Lucia
is a pretty solid healer.
Yeah, she's a really, really important guest character for us in the end game here. Because, yeah, she has the heal all spell and she's got a lot of MP.
And she's really good at dropping her own defense on phase 7 of Necrosar.
She does like to do that and surround herself as well. Yeah. So yeah, a nice thing about how much experience we've gotten is not only does Christo have the heal wall spell, but the hero also now has the heal wall spell. So we can heal a lot more efficiently. We don't have to cast heal more over and over. Alright, top floor of the tree here. I am going to heal the poison now, because this is the part that's a little bit hard to walk around.
A clip exists of this screen.
Yeah, Ur likes to post the clip of me falling out of the tree here whenever I get here, just to get in my mind.
I like to remind him of what happens when, you know, he kind of stays out a little bit.
Yep. Yep, gotta focus.
Yeah, so you'll see as we go down here, there's this one gap between the middle of the branch and where Lucia's standing, and he just walks straight into it.
Yeah. It's fine. Just don't do it on a PB pace run, and it's fine.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm all paranoid because we've been talking about it so much, so just gonna take it slow. Interesting formation here.
Swinging dragon.
All right. So yeah, this is Lucia. She's from Zenithia, the castle in the sky. She would like us to take her home.
Yep, and since she is a guest character, she again has that question mark level. So we're going to be taking a fight here to re-enable the repel glitch for the end game.
Yep. I'm going to reorder my party here because I want Hero to be in front as we grab this sword. Let's see here. I also need to move. Holding on to some stuff here. There you go, Christo.
Hold my gas.
Yep, so I'm gonna take this gas canister that guy swore that he took from me, but he didn't, and it's still in my inventory. Alright, yeah, so I'm looking to take a fight here. Hero uses the boom spell. This is the only fight where that really makes any sense. But it's pretty good here.
Minus the toadstool.
Yep, didn't hit the toadstool.
Alright, the repel glitch is now active.
Yep, we're all good here. So, casting that. So, balloon flight number 2 here. Horse just climbs right in, fearless, not scared of heights or floating around in a balloon above the ocean. It's
Primrose has no fear.
Just normal horse stuff. Alright, so yeah, we got to this continent. So the World Tree and this place are both places you can only get to with the balloon. So you got to climb down and fight Esther and get that gas canister before you can access these areas.
Now, in the Japanese version, there's actually a tile in the ocean that has an invisible balloon that you can go to as soon as you get the boat. So you're actually able to skip the majority of the game if you do that.
Yeah, the any percent version on Famicom is completely different. Like, we're actually playing any percent today. There's really no skips that you can make in this game. It's just really solid. But yeah, the Japanese version, they programmed in the invisible balloon at coordinate 00. And if you can find it, then you click the action button, then yeah, you'll suddenly find yourself flying around in an invisible balloon.
And here it's important to take Lucia out of the party, because if you enter Zenithia with her in your active party, she stays there. And we actually want to keep her with us for the Nekosaro fight.
Yep, need to have the complete Zenithian equipment there to walk through that doorway. And as soon as we're through it, I'm gonna put the Sword of Lethargy right back on, because as we know, that's where the real power is here. Cool. So yeah, we have a Zenithia Tower here. So this is a pretty interesting dungeon. The layout of it is pretty cool because it's kind of like designed to be really like disorienting. Kind of a maze. Every time you walk through a staircase or through a doorway, you're not really going the direction you think you should be going intuitively. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, this tower is one of the things that ties the Zenithian trilogy together. It's like, for example, in Dragon Quest V, it takes place like 1,000 years in the future or so, and you actually go through a ruined version of this tower, and it's almost identical. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. And so a lot of the monsters in this tower, these bee stands and these jumbats, or Noctobat, are vulnerable to Ayla's shield and defeat. So for a lot of these fights, it's just really easy to take them out like that.
Yep, just gotta remember that if you do this, then you get rid of the repel glitch because Lucia is no longer in the party. If only the repel glitch worked inside dungeons.
Yeah, it would be nice. It would be a very different speed run. Yep, we only needed that repel glitch while we were walking around on Gotside Island. It's fine that we lose it here because we're going to get it back in the final cave, where we will have the wagon accessible to us, and we'll take a couple fights in there to make sure Braid gets some experience.
Yeah, there's like a two-step spot where you can potentially get an encounter in between.
Yeah, there's
Very
it's
unlikely.
True. It's true. I do lose my my repel glitch for 2 steps on the overworld, and it does occasionally get me into a fight. Yeah. It is literally 2 steps on the overworld. This is what we're talking about, where if a character gets paralyzed, they take half damage. So Ragnar's paralyzed here, and any subsequent hits he takes here, he's going to take half damage, like as if he were guarding, just by being paralyzed. I love when the sprite just kind of gets stuck, standing still like that. Yep, didn't fall out of the tree today, so it's a good speed run. Alright, try to remember to use the Tap Transform every once in a while here. We get to be slimes for a minute. Looking pretty happy.
They just look excited to be here.
Yeah, slimes are having a good time. We actually dodged around all the enemies in that room by being slimes. It was good.
It's pretty incredible how often I see 0 encounters in that room. It's a huge walk, and it's not really any lower encounter rates than the rest of the tower, but sometimes you just get really lucky.
Yeah, occasionally that room can really troll you too. Yep. So we're gonna take 1 step inside the castle and get out of here.
Yeah, here we're going to pick up a very important item called the Sword of Destruction. It's a cursed weapon that we're not actually going to equip and attack with, but using it in combat casts the decrease spell to lower the enemy's defense, and we're going to be using that on Necrosaro.
Alright, it is time to move some stuff around. Oh boy, I did not get very much old equipment off these two.
So some full bags.
Might want to move some of this stuff. You can keep that full moon herb though, Ragnar. Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna pass the Baron's Horn over to Alina, because I want to make sure this goes on the hero. And Ragnar's gonna hold a couple items for me. Well, he's gonna hold 1 item for me, which is the Dew of the World tree that we're gonna grab in here. And then he's also going to pick up a mirror shield in the final dungeon that we go through.
Yeah, that Baron's Horn is an item that has one very specific use that calls the wagon to you when you lose it coming out of a dungeon. And it feels like it was just their solution to fix the bug coming out of Necosaro's palace. That's the only time you use it.
Yep, but don't forget to use it. It's pretty important. It's pretty funny though, if you happen to forget to put it on a party member who walks through the palace with you, if you just walk back into the palace, then you can rearrange your equipment, even by the people who are not there with you. So, it's it's not really a big deal if you forget.
Yeah, imagine if it was just like a soft lock.
Yeah, that'd be rough. Alright, so we didn't get a fight on those 2 overworld steps, so that's nice. Here we are in Final Cave, so just like it sounds like, it's the last big cave of the game. And it's big and long and pretty difficult. So what we're really hoping for in here is a low encounter rate.
And it doesn't hurt to want.
Oof. Thanks, Ogre Bashing. What a good demon hammer that guy's got. It hurts a little bit to one.
I'll concede that point.
Yep. So yeah, gonna be pretty strategic with my MP in here because this is a long dungeon. I expect to take a lot of damage as we go through here.
Yeah,
And,
this is...
yeah. I was gonna say, so mostly I'm gonna use the hero's MP for healing, and Christo's gonna kind of stay in reserve. So if somebody dies from a fight like this one, he can spend a couple tries trying to vivify them.
Yeah, this cave is specifically where the Hat of Happiness really comes in handy. So if you get that drop during the battle grind, it makes this a lot easier because you can actually recover MP as you walk. There's a slightly slower route that gets a couple more tiny medals throughout this run, and you can actually buy one from the Metal King as well. But
Yeah, definitely
it takes a
makes
bit of
sense.
time to get those extra medals.
It does, and most of the time you're fine going through here. It doesn't quite end up draining you. It's you have to get pretty bad luck to get mostly bad luck on your Vivify casts to really run out of MP in here.
Yeah. Also, if you only get to 8 babbles, so you don't actually have heal all, then it costs more to cut people off.
Yep, definitely. Yep, there's the Barox taking Ragnar out for the first time. Maybe not the last time. Doesn't revive. Doesn't revive. Come on, Ragnar, you can do it. Okay, 3rd try. Not great, but not terrible. Nice. So yeah, Ogre Basher is actually one of the best monsters to see in here. The guy, he literally does have a demon hammer equipped, so 2/3 of the time he'll attack and miss me, and then 1/3 of the time he'll attack and he'll do that critical hit that takes off 105 damage that we saw. And that's still really just like not that bad. So.
And more importantly, they always show up alone.
Yeah, always alone, so not too bad.
Yeah, these little guys are probably the scariest in here.
Yeah, these guys are pretty bad. I hope that they just waste turns calling for help. It's kind of the best case scenario. They also like to stop and think like this, and that's because sometimes their decisions get caught in kind of a loop where they're thinking about if they should call reinforcements or not, and it kind of gets lost for a minute sometimes. Good. That 4 Demighoul fight is actually one of the scarier ones as well, because they can paralyze you and do a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, the good news here is that since you have access to the wagon, if they do paralyze both Hero and Ragnar, it will pull out the next 4 party members. But those party members are not as tanky as Hero and Ragnar, so you're more likely to have somebody die at that point.
Exactly. I don't want those guys to come out, actually. But yeah, at least it's not a death and sending you back to town. So yeah, this dungeon is kind of like broken into thirds. So we got through the first third there with that giant spiral area. And now we're kind of going through the middle. This is the good fight in here.
Best fight.
Yep.
Look how cute they are.
So adorable. Love these guys. So, like I mentioned earlier, I actually want to get about 4,000 more experience for Bray so that he learns the by-kill spell. And this is like the best fight to get him some easy experience in this dungeon, because those guys almost never get attacks off, and just quick 1100 experience. Just don't bring Christo out in the party, because the imposters will transform into Christo, and then they'll cast instant death spells on you.
That couldn't possibly go wrong.
Yeah, no problems there, right?
Build your own Blizzag.
Yeah, those Bellzapple enemies are one of the best ones in here. They're kind of like those rogues that we saw back in the lighthouse and the mine, where they just spend a lot of turns not really doing much. The only thing that they'll ever do that hurts you is that really weak critical hit that takes off 40 damage. So yeah, we're kind of going through the middle of the dungeon here. This is the part that's like pretty mazy. If you don't know where to go, this is where a lot of people just kind of get lost, because there's some tricky twists and turns, and there's like a really mazy room that has a bunch of conveyor tiles on it.
Yeah, the more time you spend lost in here, the more likely you are to just run out of healing resources.
Totally. Yeah, so casually, this is a place that's really tough for a lot of people, and kind of, again, like one of those hallmarks of early Dragon Quest games, where there is just like a big, long, confusing dungeon that takes you to the end area.
Still not as bad as the Road to Rome.
Yeah, Dragon Warrior 2 Road to Rome is like the quintessential version of that, and this place doesn't hold a candle to that. It's so much worse. But it can still be pretty tough. Oh, cast defense spell.
Nice.
Very good. So yeah, nice that we've seen that fight twice in here. So Bray's already about halfway to what he needs, and we usually end up getting the rest of it by a certain fight in the boss rush that sometimes gives us experience and sometimes doesn't. But at this point, I'm not worried about taking extra fights in here or anything like that. We'll give Ragnar a little bit extra strength here, since we have to walk on top of this chest anyway. 2 points.
Wow, not a maximum roll.
Yep, didn't quite max that one out, but strength, the seed rolls have been really good through the whole run here. Hey, Cantaloupe. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everyone, to the end of the Dragon Warrior 4 run here in Retrothon. We have probably a little over half an hour left, and we're just about to get to the final area that has the boss rush and the final boss, so glad to see you here. Still a lot of exciting stuff to come up. Nice. So yeah, the dungeon started out pretty mean, but it's kind of lightened up a little bit as we've gone through it, so I'm not too worried anymore. Master Malice here is going to cast Exploded on us. He's another one of those monsters that has a script, and he's always going to open up with Exploded, so you fail the run once, you know what's coming.
But again, has the benefit of never spawning with other enemies.
Yeah, not in here, fortunately. Later on in Necrosaurus Palace, he does like to show up with 3 demi-ghoul monsters as well.
You mean Swinger Town?
Yeah, yep. A lot of swingers in Necrosaurus Palace as well. If we're lucky, we won't see them. But we'll see.
Although, of all the things to see in there, they're one of the least.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't tend to do a lot of damage to you, not physically anyway, just psychologically. Alright, and then here's that shield that I mentioned that I want to go onto Ragnar's inventory. So a nice upgrade for him. He's finally gonna get something better than he got at the very beginning of the chapter.
And that mirror shield also reflects some spell damage back at the caster. So if you happen to get an encounter with like the Metal King and Metal Battles in here, then a lot of times they'll just end up killing themselves by casting on Ragnar. And that's just free experience.
Yep, totally. Nice living here there, hero. 1 HP. Love to see it. Alright, we are just about through this place. This is actually a pretty decent final cave overall.
Yeah.
Last room, one more fight. Couple more dragons showing up. But yeah, not bad. Alright, I'm gonna reorder real quick here. We want to bring Lucia back into the party. So yeah, since the wagon was technically present in those fights that we took in the final cave, we do still have the repel glitch here.
And this is basically an ANM and charge together. It's just gonna fully restore health and MP, and then also let you save.
Yep. Alright, so here we are in the final area of the game. We have to, before we can enter that castle, you can see there's a barrier up in front of it. We have to destroy the 4 mini-bosses who are protecting the castle. I like to start up here in the northwest corner with Infernus Shadow, mostly because this is the hardest boss, and so I like to just get it out of the way. He also drops a nice weapon for me to use for the other fights.
Nothing ever goes wrong on Infernus Shadow.
Totally. First thing I'm doing is using this sort of decimation to lower his defense. Nice, great first turn. Ooh, didn't get his defense lowered though. It's pretty rare. He's very susceptible to this, so it almost always hits. But he's only doing physical attacks. There we go. Lucia cast defense. She did the work for me. And yeah, this guy's the worst because he's got like really strong attack spells that hit the whole party. So he can cast Explode It. He's got Violent Blaze. And today he's just doing physical attacks for some reason. This is very... Yeah, I mean, this is great, but it's very unusual. Cool. So yeah, we've got his defense lowered. He finally did something that wasn't a physical attack there. I am attacking with Sword of Lethargy equipped, hoping to put him to sleep, but might just kill him without it. We'll see. Ooh. Okay, hopefully it only takes 1 action this turn and Hero doesn't die. We'll see.
Or just physical Ragnar.
Ooh.
Nope.
Alright, Hero's gone. Lucia's gonna die here. Ooh, not quite. Actually, she's okay. Okay, that's fine. It's not a big deal. Hero doesn't need the experience. Yeah, all good.
Flawless victory.
Hey, honestly, just getting through that guy on the first try is like, it's not bad. It often takes 2 or 3 attempts. He was pretty nice about just hitting those physical attacks though.
Yeah, the extra experience here is nice, but for the most part, the experience that we get from the battle grind is all that we need to actually complete the game. So most of this is just bonus.
Yeah, totally. And Hero's completely... She's good. It would be nice if she could get some, like a level 2 to get a little bit more max HP, because she's kind of low. But it's not that bad. Doesn't revive. Alright, second try is fine. Okay, I need to make a little bit of room on Christo for that better sword. I think that went all the way back to Bray? Oh, wow. Okay.
First time I've seen that one.
Yeah, that might be new. Alright. Time to bring in Christo for the rest of the boss rush here. I'm gonna have to walk across some damage tiles here, so I actually have to heal Lena too. Everyone else should be alright. Giga Demon makes it a little bit tricky to get to him, but if you know how to get through, then no problem. If you ran into those clay dolls, they'll send you outside. You have to walk through again. So this is the second boss of the boss rush, and he's the easiest one by far. Follows a pattern. All of his actions are either attacking or guarding or lowering my defense, and it's all extremely manageable. Never turn your back on Giga Demon. Alright, so for the first turn, I am going to hang out on use no MP, and I'll probably have to switch over to defensive tactics after we take a little bit of damage, unless he falls asleep, but yeah, that's exactly what I want, is for Christo to be able to get some attacks out. It was really nice that he got that critical hit. Good try, Christo. Alright, still awake, so he gets a guard and an attack on that turn. Increase just in time for him to cast defense on us, which is coming up next.
Big numbers.
Oh yeah. Never going to sleep. He's gonna attack me twice here. Hopefully he doesn't hit the same character twice. Yeah, that's fine. Finally asleep. It's really nice for him to fall asleep, because then not only does he stop doing so much damage to me, but he also stops going through his cycle so quickly, and doesn't have that really high guard turn as often. Wow, Christo has crit twice in this fight.
Well, you know, that's why we bring Christo along.
As a reminder, Christo has a 1 in 64 chance to crit. And he spent several turns healing and casting increase. But yeah.
That's why he's always blinking at us.
I'll take it though.
Yeah, it's funny, the blinking animation on Christo is actually unique to the English NES version here. In the original Japanese Famicom version, he's got a cross on his hat, and for some reason, them removing that for all the religious censorship stuff, for some reason also added in a blinking animation for his eyes.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Alright, so we're halfway through the boss rush here. We're just gonna take a quick in there and keep going. Yeah, this game, like a lot of NES games that were brought to America by Nintendo of America back in like the 80s and 90s, had a lot of the religious symbolism removed. So holy water was turned into fairy water, the cross was removed from Christo's hat, yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, there's also a giant cross on top of the Royal Crypt in the Famicom version.
Yep. You see that same kind of thing. For example, with like Final Fantasy 1, they remove a lot of crosses. Alright, ideally we kill 2 of these, which would get Bray enough experience to get by kill. And the rest of them I'd be happy to bounce out of the fight. Nice, defeated one. Alright, bounced one. More reinforcements, but that guy is gonna die soon. Alright, so I'm not going to bounce this turn. I'm just gonna keep myself healed up and let them do some damage.
Yeah, another key thing is once they call for reinforcements, they actually start becoming part of the same group, so defeat can target multiples. Initially, they're in 3 separate groups, so defeat's only going to be able to hit 1 at a time.
Yep, and I'm actually not minding if we get 1 more Andrew, just to be safe, so I will let them finish this guy with damage, but now I think we are good. Nice, all good. Let's see if we can bounce the rest out. Nope. It's fine, we'll get it. But yeah, that's good. Extra 1,000 experience. Spray is not gonna have any issues. Yeah, 2,000, we're all good. Nice fight.
I just got 1 mini boss and final dungeon.
Nice thing about taking 9 Metal Babbles is right there. Hero generally wins the Vivify spell, just in time for probably the next most dangerous fight in the boss rush, which can sometimes go pretty wrong. But probably not today, right?
Yeah, you may have noticed that a lot of times when we've been discussing the threat level of certain encounters, the enemies that have AoE magic are always going to be the ones that we're worried about because they're causing damage to everybody. This next boss does nothing but AoE damage.
Yep. Every once in a while he'll do like a really weak physical attack, which is amazing. And the rest of the time he's just absolutely demolishing us.
Yeah, so both the Zenithian Shield for putting the bounce spell on the hero and casting Fend spell is going to be key to surviving this fight.
Yeah,
because we can actually become immune to magic, but only one person at a time.
That's right. And then the other thing is this guy's going to pop into the fight with 3 demighoul monsters. And we'd really like to see all of them removed from the fight on the first turn, which is not guaranteed. Alright, time for Ratumvice. Alright, so first turn, I'm gonna cast Expel on these guys. I have the tactics on offensive for the hope that Krista will cast Defeat and knock at least one of them out. So we got 1 out of 3 there. Not too good, but not bad. And Expel got the other 2. Okay, great.
Nice.
Ratumvice cast Blizzard. Maybe he won't take 2 actions like that. Ouch. Okay, a lot of damage from him on turn 1. Alright, so we'll go over to defensive. First thing we do here is we allow the hero to turtle up here. That was rough that Ratumvice went first there. Just went straight for Krista, which is bad. Nice crit. Alright, hero is now pretty well protected. I'm going to try to save Ragnar. Alina's probably a lost cause. Okay. So yeah, pretty rough start. It just happens. Sometimes he just opens up with damage like that. And that that Blaze Most spell on Christo is like super unlucky, but with having both these party members alive and now protected from all the magic, plus some spells actually bouncing back at Ratumvice, we can consistently take care of him from here. We've got a little bit of damage to do.
Ragnar's got the Sword of Miracles right now, so he's also healing himself whenever he attacks. So he's able to keep up with any damage.
Yeah, he's all good. Ratumvice is one of those bosses. He's regenerating HP, so he was regenerating about 50 a turn there, but we were taking off more than twice that, so wasn't in too much doubt once we were able to survive the beginning there. But yeah, that's a pretty dicey fight.
And here Bray learns by kill.
Perfect. All right, we have counted experience correctly, so that's good. All right, time to get set up for the final dungeon and the final boss. One more visit to this guy.
Yeah, at this point Ragnar doesn't need his Sword of Miracles anymore, but having a second Sword of Lethargy comes in really handy on Necrosaur, because now we have 2 chances per turn to put him to sleep.
Yep, so we're gonna exchange damage for better chance to put the boss to sleep. Remember to equip. We're gonna head to a different town where we can heal and save just a little bit faster.
It's always time for Fendrag in all his glory.
Alright, come back to me, Christo. And Alina.
Yeah, so since during the fight there's going to be a lot of information about what's going on with Necrosaro, go ahead and do the lore dump for Fendrag now. Basically, during my first run of this game, I didn't read the comprehensive guide on how to fight Necrosaro before doing it. I just kind of figured I'd learn it on the fly. And the very first thing that you're supposed to do is cast Fen spell on Necrosaro. The idea there is you're keeping Christo from casting Beat on him, and also Brave from casting Ice Bolt on him. That way they focus on casting buffs on the party. Well, what I did was I assumed that Fen spell was going to automatically target Necrosaro, so I just kind of mashed through really fast, and I ended up casting Fen spell on Ragnar. Now, the problem there is I couldn't get Bykill to boost his attack power, and I also couldn't heal him. So I was basically just hoping Ragnar would die so that I could revive him without it. And that kind of turned into a 26-minute fight, but I won.
It was really incredible. It was like so many times when I was watching you do that fight, I thought you were dead and the fight was over, and you just kept surviving. It's just Necrosaro just did like the one thing that was possible for him to do that didn't end the fight.
Yeah. I think the best part was throughout the entire fight, Evil Ash 25, who literally wrote the guide on how to fight Necrosaro, was trying to get me advice, but he was on the mobile app at the time, so he's trying to type it up real fast on his phone. And so I kept screwing things up just repeatedly over and over again. And at one point he just gave up.
So good. It all worked out. It was fine. It was totally fine.
It was such a fun night.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Yeah, so we're going through Necrosaro's Palace here. So this is the final dungeon in the game. Fortunately, it's actually pretty short. It's got a fairly low encounter rate. There are some really dangerous monsters in here, so if we get into a bad encounter and fail to run a couple times, that can be pretty bad for us. But usually this place is not too terrible. Right after this, we're going to be marching into, the Necrosaro fight. So, Eric can kind of explain a little bit of it as it's going. I'll be concentrating on the battle because it's really complicated. But it's a really cool fight. It's a 7-phase fight, which is absolutely insane, especially if you're thinking about NES game, right? And every single one of those phases is just like very unique in the way you approach it, how you survive it, and get through it. So it's one of the coolest final boss fights in like any RPG, and it's just amazing that it's in this old NES game from the early 90s.
Yeah, and the way that the different phases interact with the AI for the party members is really interesting as well, because each phase is treated as a different enemy, so the things that they learn from phase 1 do not apply to phase 2 whatsoever, and so on. And there are certain like breakpoints in like boss defense and remaining HP and all that that'll determine whether or not Bray will cast Bykill to give us bonus attack power. There's turns where the boss can remove your buffs, and so you gotta plan for that and make sure that like Alina's been protected so that she doesn't lose her buffs and all that. So it's a very, very complicated fight.
Yeah, but it's also just like really fun.
Yeah, it's tons of fun. And until you get to phase 7 and he decides to just not let you in.
Yeah, one of the best things about phase 7, which is the last phase of the fight, there's about 1 or 2 turns that you're in phase 7 where you have to get lucky. Like you do everything you can to prepare, and then you get to a certain place and you need to attack and hope he goes to sleep. And if he does, then usually you're fine. And if he doesn't, then usually you're not.
Yep, and even if once you get him to sleep, you gotta get his defense down, which is not guaranteed.
Right. Alright, so we use the Baron's Horn that brings the wagon to this side of the castle. One last climb up to the final boss.
World record for this one is, I believe, 546.
Alright. Ragnar, Alina, Hero Christo. I'm gonna unequip Alina's hat, and that's to try to coax 2 increased spells out of Christo.
is where you make sure that both Swords of Lethargy are equipped.
Yep. Making sure the Dew of the World Tree and the Leaf of the World Tree are both on the hero as well. We can get rid of the Staff of Transform. Actually, wait. Hold on, wait. Tigers? Sure, tigers is fine.
It's not horses, but it's not bad.
I don't love it, but it's okay. Alright. And how is our condition? I think we're pretty good. Yep. Alright, let's go. Gah, who are you?
Alright, so, as we stated previously, this is a 7-phase fight. A lot of the setup for the fight is going to take place in phase 1 here because it's not a particularly dangerous phase. He's basically just going to be doing physical attacks, and our first goal is to have Christo cast Increase twice on the party just to protect us from those physical attacks. And so right there you saw Fence spell cast on him so that Christo's not going to be trying to cast Beat on him, and now as planned we get Increase number 1 there. Now, we're looking to get him down about 50% of his health on this phase, so that we can trigger Bray to cast By Kill on the party, at which point we're going to be pulling characters out and juggling them around to make sure that Ragnar, Alina, and Hero all end up with By Kill cast on them. It's a little bit scary attacking with Alina because since she has that high crit rate, and crits ignore defense, there's a chance that she can just push this phase a little faster than you want to. So we're going to be swapping her out here while we're getting Ragnar buffed, and then we'll get Hero buffed, and then we'll bring her back in. And so you'll see here that once he starts swinging, after the 2 increases, he's hitting for 11 damage, 3 damage. Not scary whatsoever, so we're perfectly safe to use the Sword of Decimation there, got his defense down, and now we're just waiting for Bray to cast By Kills.
Yeah, he should be... No, next turn. Better to be coming in a little bit early there than late.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright, so there's By Kill on Ragnar, that doubles his attack power. So we're going to swap him out for Nare. And then he's going to cast By Kill on her By Kill. Now, because of the coffin block that we've been talking about throughout the game, Bray is actually not targetable by the physical attacks since he's in the back slot. So he's actually completely protected even though he doesn't have any increases on him. And Increase wouldn't do much for him anyway without any armor.
Yep. We are doing a whole bunch of party swapping here in this fight, and a lot of it is thinking about who needs to be protected by ghosts. So that's why we're going to be bringing dead characters in the party at different times as well.
Yep, so now we're into phase 2. It's basically the same as phase 1, except that he has 1 arm.
Yeah, so only attacks once a turn instead of twice, so this is his weakest phase, and then after this, things get serious. But we did get the setup correctly with 2 increases on the party and By Kill on Hero, Ragnar, and Alina, so far so good.
Yeah, so for a lot of the rest of this fight, we're really hoping to see him go to sleep, and then on the turns that we use the Sword of Decimation, we want to see the sap land and lower his defense. And Lucia here, she's just got a huge MP pool and the Heal All spell, so sometimes she'll help out by also casting defense, but for the most part, she's here to just keep everybody alive.
Phase 3 is one of the scary phases. He can cast instant death spells, and he can also cast Increase on himself. So we don't want him to do either of those things. So Sleep Breath is okay, Firebane is okay. That's what we've been seeing so far. Not going to sleep though.
Yeah, we really want him to go to sleep as quickly as possible here.
Physical attacks are great. Okay, well.
Or you can stay awake.
Got the increase.
Yeah, so now that they got the increase, then we're going to be using the Sword of Decimation to get his defense back down. Or Lucia
Thank you,
can just
Lucia.
do it for it.
Woo!
We love
That's really...
Lucia.
That was super lucky, because he actually resists that in this phase, so it's not that likely to hit, but Lucia just broke right on 3, so she's a hero right now in my eyes.
Yeah, I want to say he only has like a 30% chance to be hit by it.
Yeah, it's something like that, yeah. Okay, well, that works. Let's keep going.
Yeah, at the beginning of this phase, you actually get a free attack because this transformation takes up his action for the turn. So what we want to see is on turn 1 for him to go to sleep. And we got 2 shots at it because both Ragnar and Hero are going to be swinging. Or
Cleans up
Ragnar
the sword
can throw the
of
sword.
Alright, I'm gonna see where he is in his attack pattern here. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course, that's where he is.
He's got a set rotation here, so since one of the actions he can take is freezing waves, which will remove our increases in buy kills, we want to start this one off if he doesn't go to sleep by casting Iron Eyes so that the freezing wave, if we are on that turn, cannot get rid of our buffs.
Didn't hit. Okay, we
That's
might
fine.
have to Iron Eyes again after we lower his defense.
And this phase and the next couple of phases, he's actually more susceptible to defense. There we go.
Okay, I am gonna take it safe. We're just gonna Iron Eyes again. So we'll see a Violent Blaze, we'll see the Freezing Waves, see an attack, and then we'll come back out and take him out.
Yeah, Sword of Lethargy is not hurting its cut here.
Yeah, not doing too much sleep yet, but where it really matters is phase 7. So if it just wants to hold on till then I'm alright.
We're just saving up for phase 7, that's all. There we go.
That's good, because Lucia can now heal herself, which would be nice. Okay, alright. Good so far.
So the next couple of phases is mostly just going to be sap him, hope to get him to sleep, and then just beat him down to progress. We're also going to be working on getting Alina topped off and then pulled out of the fight pretty soon, because we want to protect her going into phase 7.
Yeah, we also want to try to keep Lucia from getting the big physical attacks in this phase and the next one, so Coffin Block is going to come in handy. Hopefully Lucia doesn't die here. I think she'll be okay.
No problem.
Alright, so yeah, heal Alina and then we get her out of here.
Yeah, so at this point, this is a really stable phase.
Yeah, this is okay from here. You can see how Lucia is just a really great guest to have in the party here. The guest you usually have at this point is Doran, who's a dragon who has like pretty high strength and defense and HP, but it's not really what we need. We've got enough people who have stuff like that. It's much nicer to have someone who can just keep us healed.
So now Necrosaro finally remembered not to skip leg day.
Yeah, phase 5 is pretty awkward. Phase 6 looks a lot better. He is asleep, that's always good.
Yeah, that's actually an important note there, is if the attack that pushes him into the next phase comes from the Sword of Lethargy, it'll check to see if he goes to sleep on the next phase. Whereas if he's asleep going into a phase, it'll reset and he'll be awake. So we're actually really happy to see him go to sleep immediately as soon as the phase transition kicks in.
Alright, so what I'm trying to do here is I want to get into the last phase, phase 7, with everyone having pretty high HP. So I'm kind of trying to manage that. It's easier if he falls asleep, thank you.
See, we were just saving him.
Maybe we woke up right away. Okay. It's not great. I got Ragnar healed there, but I could not get the hero healed up. So
Yeah, really want to see him go to sleep right here.
yeah, if he's asleep here, that's pretty nice. But we will see. Nice.
Yes.
Alright, cool. Very good. So I'm actually going to take one turn here to heal the hero up back to full.
Yeah, if he's not asleep at the beginning of this phase, the first thing you're going to do is Iron Eyes 4 times to give Ragnar a chance to learn not to throw his sword. And right there, the Sword of Decimation worked on the first try, which is amazing.
So amazing. Okay,
So now
nope.
it's just swing until he's dead, basically.
Nice. He's gone. He's asleep again. Let's bring Christo out for a little bit more damage. Alright, everyone's doing big attacks right now. And remember, Alina, Ragnar, and Hero are all by killed, so we are doing huge damage to him here.
Yeah, that was a nearly perfect transition into phase 7. And that's
Easy.
GG.
Woo. All right. Nekasara was defeated. Nice Nekasara fight.
Very friendly ending to that fight.
Phase 7 is really, really scary. It's where he can do all of his worst stuff, but fortunately we were able to come into it pretty healthy and got really lucky with the sleep, and that's, if you need it anywhere in this entire speedrun, you need it right there, so very nice.
Yeah, if he's not asleep going into phase 7, and you have to ironize, give the AI a chance to learn, it just wastes so much time. And then you have to hope he goes to sleep instead of killing the party.
Yep. Alright, so we get rescued from the collapsing place by Master Dragon here, who we didn't actually meet and talk to in Zenithia, but he knows who we are, it's fine.
Yeah, you can come up here when you first get to Zenithia and power up the Zenithian sword, which will give it the ability to basically do the boss's freezing waves ability to remove buffs from enemies. And you also get some bonus experience there. And now all that's left to do is just walk out, and time comes up when you step off the exit.
Yep, timing ends on the last input, which is when we leave the castle here, so the final challenge, as with so many Dragon Quest runs, is to not get lost. And yeah, there we go. 7:13. Yeah, nice speed run. Went a little over estimate. It was all thanks to the metal babbles, but
always them.
Yep, that's Dragon Quest for you. Still pretty good. Had a lot of fun today. It was a really good run. And thanks for doing commentary with me, Air. I really appreciate you stepping in to do it.
That was fun.
Thanks for GG's in the chat. Thanks you for hanging out during the run. So yeah, you know, just final words on this one. Dragon Warrior 4 is just such a great special game. I always loved playing it. I love doing the speed run. So really glad I could show off some of the really cool things about it today. I just think this is just one of the best speedruns that exists, especially for RPGs. So thanks Retrothon for having us. And yeah, you know, there's still a whole lot more of Retrothon to go. We've got like a whole week. So check out the schedule. A lot of awesome runs coming up, including more Dragon Quest runs. Actually, I think we got 3 more Dragon Quest games in the schedule. So yeah, it's going to be great. And yeah, I think we'll see y'all later.
Bye.